here, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do.
You know, he's been trying to get out of this ever.
I know.
Becky, I was really just there to keep an eye on you.
Sometimes it's not what you want to do, it's what you are called to do.
Okay, it looks like we have a few folks still trickling in, but I think we already have a quorum established. As people are taking their seats, I just want to ask everybody to agree to approve the previous meeting minutes. Is that, you guys all okay with that? Any amendments? All right, then I will take that as a yes. We're good to go on those. And then today's agenda, does anybody have any changes, additions that they would like to suggest?
Can I make a suggestion? That we have some time allowed for public comment.
Yes, that would be great. We could potentially include that at the end of our basin report outs.
Perfect.
Perfect. Okay, then I think we're good to proceed.
Perfect. Well, I just wanted to welcome everyone here. I don't like the way that I sound on this microphone, but I guess I just have to deal with it for the day. This, I don't leave voicemails, just so you know, because I hate the sound of my voice, but this is my first IBCC meeting as chair. And so thank you. And one of the inspiring things that has occurred is that I've had an opportunity to speak with many of you over the last few weeks. Those office hours were not only a hot commodity, but I think very informative. And then also on top of that, CWCB staff offered a survey, and we're going to discuss that a bit later. That being said, I've had a chance to talk to many of you. If you would like to continue those opportunities, I think we need to. Let's just get the requests in to get on calendar. But if you haven't taken advantage of that opportunity is still out there. And because I like to hear about where we think we should go, where you can be helpful, where I can be helpful, and what the direction is. So I think those are incredibly important. And it's not just in the beginning, but a constant check-in throughout our time here together. So whether you shared input with us or not, I'm hoping we can all engage fully today and share our thoughts. We have several opportunities in the agenda to hear from you. I also asked a question in an email that Kat sent out for me. And the question, I don't want it to be flippant. We really think about what do we need to gain from our time sitting together. And the question was, what do you think your roundtable would want the CWCB to hear? So be ready to give your answer to that question, because I think it's important when we talk about the influence of this group that we harness that and take things where they need to go. So I did hear in those conversations project ideas. They range from addressing ag transfers to tackling water shortage concerns to how we collaborate on forest health. Some of the things I heard were really encouraging in terms of a real desire to support the basin roundtables with best practices, promoting education and outreach. And then most inspiring was what I heard about working across basins to share ideas and become better together. I also heard a lot of uncertainty about what are the IBCC's duties, goals, and how and if we can shape policy. And so I think what's important is that we don't shy away from the tough discussions too. Those are good questions, and I want to get back to those in a minute. But I do think it's fair to say that from all the feedback that from the members here, that they're ready to do good work, and the IBCC is hungry, and they're hungry to get clear on what it can do and where it can be most powerful, where it can be most impactful. I want that too. None of us are sitting here to just spend time together. We want to move things. And I think it's important our time is spent wisely, especially when time is so short. But how we work together, how we engage the roundtable is about being strategic about what we tackle and in what ways set up us all up for success. And it's just as important as the actual work. So when we're aligned across the CWCB, the IBCC, the roundtables, that's when we do our best work. And one of the things I asked each of you was, why are you here on the IBCC? And since you were kind enough to answer that question, I thought it would be appropriate for me to answer that also, and talk about why I'm here. And maybe in doing that, I can lay out a bit of my vision, and also help clarify a few things in the process. I am here because I believe in the power of the roundtables. I believe in the power of the Interbasin Compact Committee as an extension of them. I think I wouldn't be here if that wasn't the case. I've known many of you for a long time, and some of you just meeting, but I also know the folks on the roundtables, and I've seen firsthand the good work that can be accomplished when the IBCC is playing a key role in building that collaboration between the roundtables and the Water Conservation Board. When I started, just a little note on the Water Conservation Board. When I started at the Water Conservation Board, the IBCC Public Education and Public Outreach was helping lead some of the 2012 no and low regret strategies. Some of you may remember that. Those were some intense discussions that really helped support the roundtables and the basin implementation plans. And then after that, the IBCC worked with the roundtables and the CWCB to finalize the conceptual framework. Also, and while it may not seem like the longest document in the world, it's been used in many, many, many places. And then came out the draft basin implementation plans. And I think we need to take a moment to think about what has been accomplished as we think about the direction moving forward, because I think all of those things were instrumental and play a role in the direction that the state has been going. So several of you mentioned that conceptual framework when we talked, but we can't forget all three of those documents. They went into the water plan. I think it's important to acknowledge the work that this group has done has really set the path for the future. They were supported by IBCC members, roundtables, but then also the board. And that's a big deal. That's grassroots. That's building from the bottom up and from the top down. It is that 360 approach. It is input that not every state has. It gives us a power that we need to acknowledge and harness. This is especially important because in legislation, the water plan is the CWCB's essentially policy document. It's the state's water policy agency. And by having policy informed by grassroots input is what the Water for the 21st Century Act means. It was carried out in the water plan. And I think that's huge. So no, the IBCC doesn't create policy on its own. Major role in shaping it by working with and between the basin roundtables and the CWCB. Many of you heard me say this before. My mother would always say, Becky, there's no limit to what you can get done if you don't care who gets the credit. And really, there's nothing that we can't accomplish if we don't, if we can keep that in mind. Being on the IBCC is bigger than each of us. It isn't about taking credit or having the best idea. It's about listening to your basins. It's about being selfless. It's about collaborating and elevating the issues and ideas that you're hearing at your roundtables and seeing if there are practical ways that we can work on them and work on them together. So part of my vision for the IBCC is that we can do collaborative work like this again. It's not that it's an easy task, as we all know. It's harder yet when the IBCC doesn't have a budget to manage, staff to direct, and some guardrails on what we do. So, for example, the Water for the 21st Century Act emphasizes ensuring the proper integration and non-duplication of activities. To me, that means we work together, not against each other. It gets me to my next point of why I am here. The governor appointed me to this role, but we all know that I'm having some interstate Colorado River discussions that impact the entire state. On this issue, we cannot be divided. We're going to spend a little time today talking about Colorado River issues. When we do, I hope we can have a robust conversation, and I'm here to listen on that. You have my attention at that point, not only as IBCC director, but as Colorado River Commissioner. When we speak about Colorado River issues across the state, we need to speak with one voice and not be divided. When we're divided, it truly can hurt us, and we need a united front. Beyond our conversations, IBCC is not going to be digging into things that are not in our purview, but I think Dan did an excellent job, or Director Gibbs, sorry, did an excellent job laying this out when he was the IBCC chair. But I want to recap a couple things. The IBCC is not the state, and the IBCC can't interfere with interstate agreements. It's a state public body that serves as an advisory role on issues within Colorado. The IBCC should talk about the Colorado River in our conversations, but I want to be clear about our purpose and objectives. That said, I know a lot of folks want to talk about Colorado River issues, and like all of our interstate issues, compacts and decrees, those are of key interest. I'm going to commit as IBCC director to keep you updated on where things are, where they stand, and I look forward to your questions and input later this morning. There also may be times where the CWCB board or I call on the IBCC and the roundtables to provide specific input. We've done that with several issues. You guys may recall issues like demand management. And what is the opinion from the IBCC on things like that? You've also seen staff around the state continuing to share updates on the Colorado River, and we're going to be talking a lot about that today. Bottom line is we are in this together, and the IBCC plays a key role in helping to elevate concerns that you are hearing from your basins and your basin roundtables, especially as it relates to the conservation of water in Colorado. So let's have those discussions. Like I mentioned to my lower basin counterparts, let's have the tough discussions. Let's deal with them, and let's deal with them head on. That brings me to the last thing of why I'm here. I'm here because I think we have some new opportunities, and we have a new 2023 water plan. The basin implementation plans are embedded in it, and I've heard some questions arise from the IBCC before about a strategic plan. What is our strategic plan? We're all working from the same playbook, and I think that's the Colorado Water Plan. That's our strategic plan. Our job is to figure out how the IBCC can best support it and the actions in it, especially as some of those actions relate directly to the work needed to update the technical update and the next basin implementation plan updates. Water for the 21st Century Act talks about the IBCC and the roundtables using data from the statewide water supply initiative and helping inform having it help inform SWASI. Today, we really know that that means the technical update, the basin implementation plans, and how both of those items roll up into the water plan. So the IBCC needs to consider its role in supporting the water plan, the roundtables, and the CWCB. IBCC can explore more. I heard also on my conversations for the C9 summit. I think people felt like they got a lot out of that, and that was an incredible venue to share cross basin ideas. I think we as a group need to think about how we dive into that in this meeting, how that tees up our second meeting, and how all of that can be brought forward at the C9 summit. That could mean really that the C9 summit is a place where we float some potential ideas, where we can codify some things that we're working on, or where we can gain momentum for work that we complete in the next year. For the first time, CWCB is supporting an annual C9 summit, and the IBCC is helping lead the summit planning. You all get to decide what we talk about. I mean, that's a heavily influential role. And, you think about, I go to a lot of conferences, and are there because they can afford it, their agencies support it, that sort of thing. There is very rarely a conference that feeds you, provides you amazing information, and allows you to be part of it at no cost. And I think that's who we are as Colorado. Everyone is welcome. The different ideas are welcome. Forward together. So I believe that is an amazing place for us to get our information out, but also to take information in. Russ will probably not be thrilled for me to share our personal conversations, but I'm going to go ahead and do it. But when we were getting started in the beginning of this last water plan, it was at the COVID timeframe. I don't know if you remember this, so long ago. And so we would have outside walking meetings, and walk from a distance, and talk. And I will tell you what I said to him, but I think it goes for everything. Don't ask for input if you're not actually going to use it, if it's not going to make a difference. Don't do something for show. This time. So if you are asking for something, you really need to hear it. And I think that's the C9 summit. It gives us an opportunity to hear and make changes and modify, but it's not just for show. It really is an opportunity for a deepening of our connections as individuals, as IBCC members, and as basin representatives. It provides that space for rolling up our sleeves in that cross-basin collaboration if we're really willing to listen and hear each other and make changes because of it. It makes space for that direct communication, and sometimes direct communication makes folks uncomfortable. I prefer direct communication than indirect communication. And so with the IBCC's help, it helps us invite more people at the table. Maybe we'll get some new ideas and get feedback and on ideas that the IBCC has been noodling on. And so we need to think about who we should invite, what conversations need to be teed up, how do we get more people involved, how do we connect better with the roundtables and really hear about the basin challenges. And then basin solutions. A lot of what I just covered touches on the things that you brought up with me regarding the uncertainty of what the IBCC does, and how it operates. But I want to touch on one piece of feedback that I heard. And while I got a lot of great input, I also heard some things that were more critical. And some that may be fair, and some that is not. For example, I heard some feedback that the IBCC membership is not what it once was. Challenge that a bit. I think we have some really amazing IBCC members, some of whom I've known for years. But I have to say, I'm extremely impressed with some of the new IBCC members I've talked to. I think we have many of the right people in the room. And if we can embrace the directions that we're trying to lay out together, a direction focused on collaboration and reclaiming the IBCC's work in that space, I think we can realize our best future. So it's essential to remember that we're an influential body. Our authority is not in creating policy, but it's in fostering dialogue and integration. And really, one of you in my conversations, and I've promised everybody I won't name names, so I'm not, but really talked about how we can be influencers. Where our greatest role is as we think about the think tank. Going back to some of that criticism of the IBCC members not being what they once were, our problems and our solutions need to be different from the past. And that means we have to have different people in the room and have different conversations. So we need to think about that critical role of communication between the roundtables among the members of the IBCC and how we share that information with the CWCB board. These kind of soft skills are often the hardest skills. And you're all here because you excel in that space, in your basin and in the state. And so we are counting on you to make the most of this opportunity. I can tell you, while you may have said, oh, another volunteer board, I want you to reflect a minute on the fact that this opportunity is not allowed in many states. Many states don't have this grounds up approach. And that is fortunate. That is how we are all held accountable, including us in the state. So you got breakfast and you will get lunch and there is coffee someplace. But I think you'll get paid because these issues define the future of Colorado. And so your name may not be out everywhere and in the history books, but your fingerprints will be there. And so we have to meet this moment. And we have to offer this consensus-driven leadership and really strengthen collaboration while working within the specific scope that we have, and integrate what we do with the CWCB board's initiatives and guiding framework of the water plan. So one thing just to close it up, that interplay between interstate and intrastate, the IBCC's statewide perspectives enable us to ask hard questions and offer that consensus-driven feedback. This really informs policy to entities, and I think let's do that. Our next meeting is going to be June 18th in beautiful Durango, and so as we think about today and the progress that we're going to make today, I want us to be thinking not only about the platitudes we may say today or the things we may try to drive home to each other today, but think about our future, think about our next meetings, think about what we want to accomplish between now and then, both as an IBCC member, but as a citizen of the state, and what you need to do, the in-between. Who do you need to reach out to? Who do you need to communicate with? What messages do you need to hear to bring up to this group? And so I ask you to think about that today. I also want to thank you for your time today. That is your payment, Ken Brenner, is my thanks. And I do want to take just a moment to acknowledge a loss in the state. If you're an ag, or if you are in water in Colorado, you know that we recently lost Pat O'Toole just a couple days ago, and Pat was a comfortable thorn in my side, and often was there to gut check. And I think as we think about moving forward, I think we have to think about, how do we gut check each other? Needs to be called to attention. How do we advocate? And I'm thinking about Pat as I say this. How do we advocate for and what we stand by? And so Pat, for me, will be extremely, extremely, extremely missed. And I talked about the quality of the people sitting here and making space so that we can mentor people up and be here for long. And so it was important that you find out who your next voice is. Voice, help them make it stronger, and help them to understand who we are as Colorado, so we can push forward for it. So I want to acknowledge him. I don't think I could move through the rest of this day without that. So report outs. Can I call on that? Before we go to that, and I gather myself, I want to make sure that folks also recognize we have Robert Scott in the room, and he has a new role at the Department of Ag, and really he now gets paid to go to all of the meetings that he goes to. That is thinking. I just figured that out, Robert. So, but I think when we talk about the cross communication, this is yet another opportunity for cross communication, and how do we work together and break down silos. And this is really a silo being broken down. You're seeing it in real time, the bricks coming down of from the silo of how do we work together on the policy side, the water policy side, the ag side, all of that, and really focus. And so I not only appreciate Robert being here, but I also appreciate you figuring it out, Robert. And but also he's taking these messages out, and I think that's important. So thank you. Now we get to go, and the question was, what is the one thing you think your basin or basin roundtable would want the CWCB to hear? I'm going to go by basin in alphabetical order, and then go to the governor's appointees. So if you can't figure out where your basin is in an alphabetical order, you have the time while I'm starting with the Arkansas basin. And so I think I'm seeing if we have Jairus or Terry on. And Greg Felt is also online. If not, I know I was so excited about today's first IBCC meeting as director, and I started getting text at 6 a.m. I won't be there, the snow, which if ever you can't be someplace because of the snow, I'm thankful because that means it's snowing. So if we can move to anybody from the Arkansas Basin, that would be fantastic.
Becky, let Jairus go ahead and go.
Perfect.
Good morning, Becky.
Paris.
Who's on?
On and they hear you, Jairus.
I'm sorry?
Everybody's on and they hear you, Jairus. Can you tell us
Okay.
what is the one
Well-
thing you'd want CWCB to hear, or your basin? Not you as an individual, your basin.
Yeah, at our last roundtable meeting, there was a lot of, I think, concern and misunderstanding and just lack of knowledge about the Shoshone water right buyout. And I think it would be very beneficial to at least the Arkansas roundtable to perhaps have a little more information and elaboration on what that means to the east slope as well as to the west slope. And I guess that would be my topic.
Terry,
Well, Jairus took the words out of my mouth. I think we really need to talk about the Shoshone call. That's 1,400 CFS of water. And certainly in Colorado, we could utilize that water within Colorado, all the state. And I think that Jairus maybe stole a little bit of my thunder, but that's fine. That's good. I'm glad that they were both speaking the same way. And I believe that's what we need to see. We need to see, that's the kind of collaboration I think we need. We need that collaboration in the whole state to talk about these things long time before decisions are made to change the water right, whatever we're going to do with it. We need to know what's going to happen. And I think that's very important for policies.
Jairus, I think you or somebody may need to mute. All right, so I'm hearing that. I'm taking notes. Carlisle, if you recognize alphabetical order.
Yeah, and when you asked that question, my first immediate thought was the thanks that the Colorado Basin would have for CWC's support of buying the Shoshone water, right, to protect the Colorado Basin. I think that is something the Colorado Basin has been concerned about for as long as I've been on the roundtable. What would happen if Shoshone quit operating and what would happen to that water right? So for us on the west slope, it's huge that we have the guarantee that water will continue to come down as far as Glenwood Canyon, rather than seeing other water rights have to be eliminated or called on to meet the needs of the cameo call or other calls down the river, as well as the endangered fish needs through the 15-mile reach. So I guess that would be at the top of the list from Colorado.
Thank you, Stan. You know, you can say something different and get double points, like double things going to the CWCB.
Thank you, Becky. I had basically 3 things on my list. Maybe I think 2 of them are responsive to what you asked. First of all is my thanks to a lot of people from the Colorado River Basin for attending the Colorado River Water Users Association meeting in December. It was probably one of the best. And like the Water Congress, it was totally sold out. What's happening is there's a lot of interest in what's happening. Number 2, You know, I hate to go over, these darn people you worry about coming up with the same thing. But first of all, I think it's handy that Andy Mueller's not here, because I think we all in the state of Colorado need to say a statement of thanks to the Colorado River District, what they've been able to do. You know, many of us have been involved with the Shoshone power plant since we were young. Actually, I think my brother getting out of school was interviewed to run the plant back then when there was nobody there. But honestly, you know, it's been a long drag out. There's a lot of things that need to be done, but the River District has stuck with it with thick and thin, and it's been a really tough situation. Still got a lot of elements that still go. So there's still a lot of room for discussion and making sure everybody is fully aware of what's happening, because certainly that's always been the intent of everybody in the West Slope on that. So with that one, the other one is kind of more of an embarrassment for some of us. Our question, well, one of our questions obviously is going to be just continuation of information. You know, and part of it's my problem as well as everybody else's in trying to keep our boards, our roundtables advised of what the heck's happening, because so much of this last year, it's going fast. And you're more than well than we are aware of it than we are. But you know, the thing I was really appreciated you setting up those meetings, because that's my board meeting in October. The board said, we want to talk to somebody to see it. Can Becky come? One of my board members had said, oh yeah, I had talked to her earlier. She'd be happy to come out and see people. So it worked out very well. But the point was, they really need the information at the best level. And it's harder for some of us to pass it through than perhaps other people. The embarrassing part of it is, you know, we basically like lost our chair, who's worked hard for so many years, as has the River District staff, supporting the roundtable. And, you know, I don't want to say we're lost in the woods, but by nature, the Colorado Basin is much more varied than some of the other ones. It's difficult to try to figure out, you know, how do we handle development of projects, in-stream flow development, a bunch, everything across the board. We don't have just one issue anytime. And it's, you know, your staff is providing as much information, but it's still a very difficult situation trying to find somebody that can fill in what's been some large shoes with Dave Merritt and Jim Pokrant and, you know, basically Jason. So that's our, we always need more information. Support to see how everybody else maybe is, all these roundtables are totally different. We know that, but how they've tried to fill in that gap, because you know, the system for basically replacing this chair, but ultimately in the future, just kind of figure out a way to do it systematically. And like I say, there's just a lot of information that the River District provided through Jason, and information passed down from up here too. And so I look at what's going to happen in the future as far as the CWCB, all these various chairs. There are going to, I thought, be many more meetings of the chairs themselves, you know, not necessarily in person, but virtually, to coordinate a lot of issues so that we can systematically provide the.
So, you know, you thought you were talking about Andy behind his back. He is online and he'll get an opportunity. And
I take it all back.
Joanne? We can see who's online. We'll. Yeah. Yeah. So. Up next for the, what would your basin want the CWCB to hear?
first thing they would want to hear, we haven't met since the stuff with the Shoshone came up, but they are real concerned about funding for aging infrastructure and the variable funding that has gone on with the water supply reserve account, and that you don't know what you're going to have in another couple of years. And it's really the only funding right now that can be used to fix infrastructure that's past its useful life. And we've talked a lot about that. I think one of the things they want for the state or whoever the authority is to consider whether the multi-use requirement in the water plan grant can be changed so that when we, and some other things, to allow some of the funds that are coming into the water plan funding to be used for replacing infrastructure that's past its useful life. The task was, so I have a whole bunch of things about what we've been doing, but I'll skip that and let you keep going.
All right. Be up next. If Mark's online. That's enough. Or we can, yeah, so Lisa, if you knew alphabetizing, you're up next.
Okay, is that on?
Yeah,
And can I say Shoshone?
yeah.
All right. I feel so grateful because I think I've had my ration of bacon for the year now. I'll go ahead and I'll defer to Rick and then I'll follow up.
I noticed L comes before R and D comes before M, so I like, yeah, Lisa's first. So I think, from the Metro Roundtable perspective, I think we as a roundtable are ready to take action and unify as a state. We talk about it a lot, but we're ready to actually take it. And I don't know what that looks like, but we're ready to unify and how can we support both Becky in her role and the CWCB as well and influence and then just yesterday I was talking to some developers on a panel and a couple things came up and the Colorado River it was basically South Platte folks and kind of mentioned the Colorado River impacts the whole entire state. So how do we kind of unify around that as well as uses of water? So between ag and municipal, how do we make sure in the future agriculture is viable and we fulfill all needs for all uses across the state?
Was saying, our basin lost our chair and I feel like there was a little bit of instability just in terms of governance and how we reformulate ourselves. But I think that we're seeing a lot of new faces and people that are interested in participating. So that's like super exciting. And so, just to create that mentorship, I think would be a tremendous opportunity. So thank you.
We're not sure if that was really intended for me. Carrie.
One of the things that I feel like is always on the North Platte's concern is the idea of water for agricultural uses. And I think one of the I think there's some concern about this idea of paying farmers and ranchers to not irrigate. There's a lot of absentee. I mean, I know that's not like facing us right now, but like in the Colorado River Basin, and just then the general idea freaks out a lot of our membership. We have a lot of absentee landowners, and the idea of your neighbor selling their water rights and how that's going to affect you for wastewater rights and for return flow. I think that's a major concern. Even on the environmental recreation side, the idea of not knowing knowledge maybe, or trust in that we have a great understanding of how all of that works. But we do know that stopping irrigation in places would reduce stream flow later in the summer. And so that's, I feel like that's a concern always. And I think, yeah, the idea of paying farmers and ranchers not to irrigate would be is a pretty big concern.
Read things and I had 4 things, so I'm gonna wrap it all up into one.
You're allowed.
So I think the big thing for the Rio Grande Basin is sustainability in terms of not economic and ecological viability. And that just leads to limited water resources that we have for a whole suite of things, from mining of the groundwater, Rio Grande compact issues, drought, climate change, and then the threat of export. And I think a shout out to the PEPO grants that we've gotten for our basin. We've been doing tours not only within our basin, but across basins. And I think that that's been really important. There's a group of us that have been kind of going all over. We came up to Denver, we've been over to the Southwest. And I think that that's a huge added value for us. To repeat something Becky said about cross-basin communication, that I think we really need to understand all of the basin's issues, and that will help us when there is a threat to understand what each basin's threats are, so that we can just understand each other and haven't come to better conclusions and results for each of our basins.
One of my goals was to stay quiet during all of these, but here goes. We have a lot to learn from the Rio Grande Basin, because they've experienced some things that I think we as a state are need to learn from. And so that cross-basin communication, I think, is you said the need to hear from other basins. I think the other basins really need to hear from the Rio Grande Basin, because I think they have a lot that we could learn from. And so sorry, I'm going to go to Jim Yan.
This is great because I'm not last. Usually with a Y, I'm the last one to speak when we go alphabetically. So this is nice that there's a Yampa. First of all, I just want to say thanks to Becky for mentioning Pat O'Toole. I was just appointed to the Family Farm Alliance board, and we had our conference in Reno, Nevada last week, and it was without him. And because he had a stroke, and then he just died on Sunday. And I know Pat Wells and Ken Curtis, who are advisory members to our board, know him well. And I've met him a few times, but I was looking forward to actually getting to know him a little bit more. So anyway, it's a great group. And the other thing that I noticed when I went to the conference is that Colorado has a lot of the same issues as all the other people in the Western United States. So it was good to hear other perspectives. And that's what I like about this board. And so you get to hear perspectives from across the state. And you know, when you get to hear that, you get to understand where other people are coming from, and you get to hear ag side, you get to hear municipal side, you get to hear environmental and rec side, and then we can all progress forward. And that's what I've been on this board for 12 years now. And so that's what I enjoy about this most. And I just want to thank you all for participating in this. And just so you know, like Becky heard, the IBCC isn't what it used to be. And it isn't, but I think it's exactly what it's supposed to be for this time. And so I just encourage you to, continue to take part in this. And I'm excited with a new director of compact negotiations sitting in front of us that we're going to progress forward. And I guess one of the things that, we're doing a lot of things in the South Platte Basin. We have a dam being built by NISP. We have other water projects. We have working with municipal and agriculture through the SPROG effort and the Platte Valley Water Partnership. We're doing a lot of things. We have Nebraska coming to us on the Perkins Canal, trying to exercise their winter water right under the compact, which could affect a lot of people right in our area. And so we have lots of things going on the South Platte. And one of the other things that our roundtable has been engaging in lately is just discussing legislation. And I think it's a great place we don't take positions, but we get to hear others' perspectives about legislation and what's going on. And so I think whatever you do in your roundtable, that could be one of the things that you look at. And I always like coming here because then I get to hear what other roundtables are doing and take that back to our roundtable and maybe do some of the same things. Because I know we don't all have all the good ideas, just like Becky said, the Rio Grande's doing some great things there. And as roundtable members within other basins, we need to pay attention to what other roundtables are doing. And sometimes we should follow their lead and sometimes we should be leaders. So I'll just leave it at that, but I just want to appreciate being here and being part of this group.
Fine. Cronin. Yes. Traffic and driving, so we could come back to him. Thank you for the snow. Is all I have to say. So you wanted to say thanks for the snow too, right?
I
Yeah,
wanted to say the South Platte Basin, it is snowing, so that's
yeah.
great.
Ken?
Okay, what do we want to tell the CWCB?
Yeah.
Well, Southwest has always been about their history, and their history is they want to be left alone. The running gag is everybody that comes down says, damn, it took 7-8 hours to get here. And we say, yeah, it's the same to Denver. Historically, it's all been about capacity. We don't have any. All of us wear many hats. We have more cattle than people. But clearly, it's a tourist wonderland. And so we've got people from multi-generations there and tons of new people visiting, second homes, etc. So it's a great mix down in the Southwest, but we're of different minds at different times. And we've got, of course, the mini basins spread across 9 basins, and most of them face New Mexico and south. And so we're all about the San Juan in many of our basins. So we're pretty happy where we're at. The hydrology's been pretty tough on us, but we're working with it. I think the next thing that we've been hearing is this generational turnover, and we're seeing it there. We're seeing it internally. We're seeing it in all our organizations, and that's life. It's really accelerated since COVID, just like the things that hit this group and all of our organizations. We are training at home, looking for new people to move to the Southwest and pick up the next generation, looking for those mentees, because we have experience, but it's not going to be there forever. So we're working on our capacity. Aging infrastructure is always an issue, but that's on a case-by-case basis, depends on your system. The Southern Utes are particularly focused. MVI's had a few challenges this year. We're trying to support different members, but ag still has a big part in our communities. We are trying to learn from the Rio Grande that we've got some great cross-pollination. They visited us. We're trying to reciprocate. We share a state senator. Thank you, Cleve. We share a CWCB funding manager. Thank you, Laura. And so we are trying to learn from them and learn about some of our smaller, our neighbors. With that said, the other thing that's going on is we always have to be cognizant of our two tribes, our sovereign nations down there. Clearly, that's always, I mean, they're sovereign nations, so it's always a changing environment. Southern Utes have a long history of corporate capacity and extensive oil and gas development. The Ute Mountain Ute tribe, to Chairman Hart's credit, has got a ton of initiatives, education, food security, improving their enterprises. And so if you ever get a time, he's laid out some great pathways for them over his last 20 plus years on the tribal council and chairmanship. He was telling me last week he's looking forward to going back and calving this week, and he's going to try and pass it off to the next generation after his term's up, I think. So kudos to Chairman Hart, but we'll keep working with the next generation. Thanks.
Thank you. Steve,
Good morning.
good morning. What would you want to tell the CWCB?
Well, Ken did a great job, so I won't repeat that. Well, I've got one thing on my list. It's not really to CWCB, but it's to you, Becky. We know you're involved in important interstate discussions. That's your role as commissioner. But as you take actions and make decisions in that realm, I think bringing them back to all the roundtables, IBCC, and particularly in Southwest, to have transparent discussions about how those actions can impact water management within the state. Because in the coming few years, I think that's going to be critical. So I asked for, you spent a lot of time on the road. We're asking you to spend a lot more time on the road in state and out of state. So keep doing that because you've done a great job to date, but I think it's going to be more important moving forward. So thanks.
Perfect. It's Jeff. Jeff, sorry. I was like, what side is Jeff on?
I do have two things. I'll try to make the second one very brief because the first one isn't quite so brief. At the risk of being repetitive, I want to echo what Becky has said about the importance of the next couple years in the life of the Colorado River. Especially Amy, on the comments on the last release of the supplemental environmental impact statement, which was frankly a huge disappointment. And it illustrates to us the importance of Colorado in the upper Colorado River district. And it makes clear to me that we need to focus and spend our time supporting, helping, doing whatever we need to do to get the foundation for a good post-2026 agreement. I think the pre-2026 ship has basically sailed. I don't think there's much we're going to be able to do about what has happened. But let's not get distracted. It feels funny to talk in anything but glowing terms about the Colorado River Draft Task Force. And you guys, Steve, Lisa, Aaron, everyone who participated in that, you killed yourselves to meet time and time and time again over the 5 months and come up with a great report and some recommendations, right? While you were doing that, worth 3,000, 30,000 acre feet, maybe of relief. With the stroke of a pen, the Bureau reduced the lower division's curtailment requirement by over 3 million acre feet. People, this game is being played at a whole nother level. And we have to get our game on and support our team. If there's marketing money to be spent, let's have a PR campaign. If there's travel money, let's go to their meetings. If there's outreach, if there's communication, let us leave no turn unstoned until we get to post 2026 and get the very best agreement that we can get. We're not naive. Well, we are naive, but we're not naive about the fact that between West Slope and Front Range, there are going to be some difficult discussions. My plea is let's put those off till after 2026. Let's work together and come up with a unified framework, do everything we can do to help Commissioner Mitchell get the best deal we can get on the Colorado River. Station about SCPP at some point. That's kind of an important thing for us. And Carrie, I appreciate you bringing that up.
Thank you, Jeff. Ken? And we get to talk about some of these things in the next agenda.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah, well, thanks, Jeff. That was very appropriate. I think probably the number one thing is just the insecurity of the ag industry up there. I mean, we are definitely in Northwest Colorado is a very traditional agricultural community. Yeah, we have a ski area, you know, we like to float down the river. We have a lot of fun, but that's the membership in the roundtable is clearly ag based. And, you know, they're not afraid of Kevin Ryan or the state engineer's office. They've been dealing with curtailment now forever because you know, the natural hydrograph, the climate change influence is unless you have your water coming to you from a reservoir, which is quite unusual in Northwest Colorado, you've been dealing with curtailment for a long time. And that's the reality of what's going on with climate change and its influence. And I double back to what we were talking about in the Rio Grande. I think there is a lot to learn. In fact, it's even maybe a good model for what we want to consider as far as post 2026. Their compact, as I understand it, and I'm hardly an expert, but it is based on hydrology. It's based on being able to gather enough information about the snowpack to be able to accurately predict that we have X amount of water to share that year. And I think that is the model that we should be contemplating for the post 2026. Let's make sure that we know exactly how much snow is on the ground in Northwest, not in the upper basin states. That is our reservoir. We don't have a Powell and a Meade to supply our water. We have to rely on the snowpack that lands there. We now have the technology. We know the Airborne Snow Observatory and the LIDAR radar and the efforts by the USGS. I mean, we're gathering great data now. It's incomplete, but we're getting better and better. Thank you very much for the money that came this year. We actually will fly the Yampa River for the first time with the Airborne Snow Observatory. So that's I think a real important concept that is supported in our basin, and we really would value that additional information, as well as think it's a real foundational bit of data for the negotiations as we move forward. We want the state to know that we're actually working on a really large scale forest health project. It's right now it's at 1.4 million acres, but there's talk about expanding that. This is of course the Caddo Tools project. So sorry, he's a really good friend, but we will continue. You know, we got Sean Babington showing up here in 2 days. We're working really hard on this stuff, and we're going to make a really good example of what you can do on a large scale. And the forest health is a real thing. So that's what I think we want to talk about.
Needed another cry this morning. So thank you. Aaron.
Yeah, it's on, yeah. Well, so I wanted to reference, Jeff already mentioned, hopefully y'all can hear me, the, Drought Security Task Force that I think 4 of us maybe were on the task force and the tribal subtask force. I know it's a little bit outside of the world of the IBCC, but there were a lot of connections. One of the themes we agreed upon as a task force was do no harm and focus on how we can protect Colorado water users. I was really pleased that there seemed to be agreement that the river is a water user, and we all wanted to find a way to also protect the river for endangered species compliance and all the other values it provides. And there was a consideration, we didn't end up really discussing it very much, about officially passing the torch of those discussions to the IBCC. And while that wasn't an official recommendation, it does seem like that theme will continue here based on the way that Becky or Commissioner Mitchell set us up this morning and based on some of these conversations. So I'm really happy to try and continue that with some of the same folks and a lot of new voices, and also with a little bit longer timeline. I agree that on the Colorado River, the next months and years are critical, but we need to figure out for the long run how we can do the best for Colorado water users. So I'm eager to dive into that. That's what I talked to Becky about. It's no secret. We want to figure this out, and I'm happy to continue that dialogue here. So I will pass that to CWC.
Perfect. Thank you, Aaron. Andy Mueller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a governor appointee, I would say, hard to forego my West Slope roots on this, that we would really love to see communications and discussion as the negotiations are ongoing on the 7-state arena. I think it's important that our state continue to have discussions about how water conservation programs, however they may be outlined or discussed on an interstate basis, that we look at how they can be applied within the state. And I think the IBCC potentially has the ability to help the state work through those issues and reach a really productive agreement or a series of agreements on that. And so I'm hopeful that the IBCC can have a role in that. I do want to say, just in response to some of the comments earlier, the River District and our 20 coalition partners on the West Slope are more than happy to talk to anybody about Shoshone. And I will just say, for years, it's been called Shoshone by the water community. The tribe calls it Shoshone. It was named after an Indian tribe. So I don't mean to disrespect the way people have pronounced it, but we are doing our best to pronounce it the way the tribe itself pronounces it. Not sure why the power plant was named after that particular tribe, but it seems to have been. So, but anyway, so on Shoshone, happy to talk either at a later IBCC meeting or even come visit, Jairus and Terry, come visit you guys at a Arkansas Basin Roundtable and discuss it as well. I think that we fully believe it's something that benefits the whole state. We're very interested in preserving the status quo, not increasing any burden on others in the state. And so happy to talk about it. We actually think there's some interesting odd benefits to the Fry Arc project, for instance, by keeping this call on the river. And so happy to work through those with everybody and be very transparent about it. So however that works for folks, just understand that's an invitation from me. Give me a call, shoot me an email, and happy to communicate about it. But if it pleases the chair and the rest of the committee, happy to talk about it in Durango. I think that's our next meeting. I of course would talk about it right now, but I don't want to derail the conversation. So thank you.
Thank you for that, Andy, the not derailing part, but I think there's a lot of conversations that would be beneficial to have. Bo?
Yes, my look at my role as a governor's appointee is I'm a water consultant. I have done a lot of work in different water places, different water things, construction boards, things like that. So I look at my job as trying to keep an idea on the pulse of things, how it's gone out there in the trenches, so to speak. Not involved in government anymore. I'm just a private landowner these days. So out there, and I look at trends and I look at things that are going on just so that I have the information and the knowledge to be able to make decisions and to pass it on to anybody that is interested in it. The most interesting thing I've come up with lately is that if you watch the weather reports and it does the future temperatures, it kind of goes up and down like this. It's normally goes up and down around the average. Lately, it's been up and down completely above the average. I think we're in for some very long-term heat, and I think it's coming right now. I mean, look at this out here now. This should have been a storm that dropped us a foot of snow. It dropped rain in February. So I'm just saying, this is just one of the things that I see out there. I keep an eye on, and I put it in my little book of information to be able to make decisions on later. And if anybody needs to know what's going on out there in the trenches, I can fill you in.
Oh, Ernest.
Good morning. Oh, came up loud. First and foremost, Mike the Gubandawak, that means hello and good morning. In my language, the Ute language, which is the Nuchu language. So I'm a member of the Ute Mountain Ute tribe, but I serve as a senior policy director for the Keystone Policy Center. And like Andy said, my roots are in the southwestern part of the state, and I spend a lot of time between the Front Range and both saddling the Front Range and the Western Slope. I probably look at myself as one of the newer members of this, and I'm really honored to be with so many of you and the history that you bring to this issue and to the state of Colorado. What I find interesting is the work that I do with some folks around this table in different parts of the state is actually bringing tribal history back to your communities. And what I mean by that is Colorado has been active in bringing a lot of tribal voices. There are 48 historic tribes of Colorado. 46 of those were removed over the last 150 years to make way for Denver Front Range development, Western Slope. The two remaining, obviously, the Ute Mountain, Southern Ute tribes. But in the next 2 weeks, for example, the city of Boulder will pull together a meeting, an agreement, historic. I think it's the first in the state, and probably I can't see of another one in the western part of the United States at a local government level with about 16 tribes regarding parks and open space. And the reason why I think that's important is that I think that that's a voice that can be helpful to the ongoing issues of not just the ecological importance and knowledge of these basins, but the awareness of both the cultural aspects and the historical aspects. The same conversations are happening in the Yampa Valley, they're happening in the Roaring Fork, and they're happening in San Luis Valley. They've been ongoing in the Southwest and they'll continue, but I hope to bring, if I could ever be a resource to your communities, please let me know. I'm happy to do that. I also want to follow up on the C9 Summit. I had a chance to attend, and I thought it was very helpful for me to not only hear the perspectives of other people and the panels that were going on, but then also being able to bring that perspective as well. It's been mentioned earlier that obviously with Lorelei being on CWCB, tribes being active and more engaged in conversations, and I hope that will also be reflective in the roundtable conversations. I think my request, it won't even be a request, but just I guess emphasis, which has already been said numerous times this morning, is communication and transparency with CWCB. It's just so key. And I think especially when we talk about tribal perspectives and tribal stances, whether they align or they don't align. And I think people look at me and automatically think, oh, well, he's Native, he's going to have a perspective in that direction. I'm not here to represent the tribes. The tribes have their own representatives who are elected to do that. And, Chairman Hart and Chairman Baker and Vice Chair Cloud do an amazing job at doing that. I think having that perspective is very unique and will set Colorado apart, obviously, from other states that do not have that successful working relationship with tribal nations. We may not always be there, But I think the one thing that the tribes will tell you is that they're always willing to come to the table, and that cannot be said in other states and communities. So I think that communication is key. I think the other last thing I'll end with is the opportunity to, well, I guess one thing is to request of CWCB, but I think one thing that I want to be more supportive is helping the roundtables, and especially, you know, what Ken and Steve do and others around in the Southwest, particular to me, but however I can be helpful again to you all. The last thing I'll say is the meeting, it's great because I think a lot of times I'm often trying to get people to the Southwest to the 8-hour point, but knowing that our next meeting is in Durango, this is great timing. So I'm happy to be a resource in any way that we can, and if there's a way to bring that perspective from either our elders or anything else. I appreciate Andy also calling out the pronunciation for Shoshone. The Shoshone Nation is also one of those 48 historic tribes to Colorado that will also be here in Boulder, and will be really interested in the ongoing communication moving forward with communities and just the state perspective on everything, including. So with that, thank you very much, thank you for the opportunity to be here.
Thank you. Melly, if you're available, and I just want to let folks know Melly will be taking a little bit of a break, hiatus to Spain. And so I'm not sure if this will be Melly's last meeting or not. I'm hoping not, but I'm probably wrong. I've tried to pretend to ignore your email, Melly, deliberately, just so you know. But because we're coming down the southwest part of the state, and so I thought maybe you'd want to be there for that. But Melly, I would love to hear from you in terms of what do you think the CWCB needs to hear from this group?
Yeah, appreciate it, Vicki. And I'm glad you mentioned that, because I'm not sure how to quit a government appointed position. So I want to make sure I'm not just disappearing into the sunset. But I think this is going to be my last meeting. I think that need to give way for someone else to be appointed. And I've really enjoyed my time here very, very much. And being on my way out, I don't have requests. I don't have demands or requests. What I have is actually acknowledgement that I'd like to bring up. A couple of points of acknowledgement. One is thanks to the CWCB for financially supporting all the efforts that are ongoing, in particular, research projects and on-the-ground projects. There's a lot, there are big things going on, a lot of policy discussion, a lot of big picture things going on. But in my experience, a lot of the solutions come down to what you do on the ground, how you help yourself, how you come up with solutions that are practical. And you can't do that without funding. And interestingly, I really want to echo what Ken said, because capacity is pretty critical. This on-the-ground efforts happen not necessarily at a big scale level, but a lot of times as grassroots groups, local groups, regional groups that come up with ideas of how to improve agriculture, how to improve the streams. And they need not only money for the projects, they also need money to go and get money for projects, and they need capacity support. And I think that we've been seeing a lot of that coming through, and I'm very thankful for that. And I think it should continue no matter what the future brings, because relying on people doing things, using their own expertise on the ground, I think is pretty critical to get to solutions. The other thing that I wanted to acknowledge is just stop to think for a minute, the success of the roundtables. That experiment that started a long time ago and is very, very unique to Colorado, I think. I think it has been a success, and it has been a success, if anything, to bring different perspectives together and to talk to each other. And I think that's just critical. Becky, you spoke of, we're in this together, we need to do this together. And the biggest example is what happens at the roundtable level. When I first came to the roundtable, it was very uncomfortable. It was very, there were not very pleasant arguments, not very civil arguments at times. And the roundtable, the Southwest Roundtable today, it's a balanced roundtable. We hear each other's concerns. I get a little concerned, again, going back to a theme that has been brought up, and that is, experiences. Some of us old timers are moving out, new people come in, and some people may want to come in with that old, this is mine and that's yours, and I'm going to fight with you kind of, winner takes all kind of attitude. And I think that that's the wrong attitude. And I'm trustful that there is enough folks in those roundtables that will bring those new members that may come in with that attitude. It just kind of make them see that there's a better way of doing things. But that's all I wanted to say. Just again, I'm very proud of the Southwest Roundtable. I'm very proud of the IBCC, and I'm very happy to have been a part of it. So thank you
for your service with us. Pat?
Well, I'd like to say that we'll miss Melly. Really appreciated her contributions and all the discussions here on IBCC, and you'll definitely be missed, and hope you can work your way back into these discussions after you have fun over the pond. But I had the opportunity earlier, really a couple weeks ago, to spend the better part of a week in Arizona on a tour with several folks. Actually, I think there were technically 4 basins represented on that tour. We had roughly 50 people from Colorado that went and toured Salt River Project, Central Arizona Project, and the Yuma area. And I guess what I'd like CWCB to think about and recognize is just the extreme value in getting to know not only our partners within Colorado, but also what goes on in other states, how people talk about water, how people use water, how people value water. And I can tell you, for those of us that were on that tour, we're still processing and we're still thinking about it, and we're still talking about things. And I guess a few of my key takeaways from that were, we should be very thankful for the prior appropriation system here in Colorado and how it works. When you see that there has essentially never been an adjudication in Arizona, and that all of their water management gets done through deals, that's a scary place to be. When you see a system like Salt River Project with their variability year in and year out, one year they'll have 100,000 acre feet of inflows. The next year it may be 1 million acre feet of inflows, and it's coming sometimes through rain, sometimes through snow. And they talk about how their runoff season is over by April. These are just invaluable lessons. And I think it's a good lesson to us to remember that when we're visiting someone else's basin, to take that extra time to just visit with folks, have a cup of coffee, say, how does it work here? How is it different? Here's kind of how it works in my basin. And try to develop some of that common language. It's also important to know when we do travel to other locations, whether it's Family Farm Alliance or the Arizona tour, we get to all be Colorado. We get to spend that time with each other. We get to enjoy each other. We all get to tell our story together. And it's pretty impressive, because the folks down in the lower basin in Arizona, I think they're just as curious and interested in how things work up here as maybe we are down there. And then the last thing I guess I'd like to point out is what I saw in Arizona and what I see up here in Colorado, that I think maybe warrants further discussion is it's maybe not so much what are the differences between basins and what are the water challenges here versus here. I see a real threat and issue with kind of this urban versus rural divide. And I don't think we have to be divided. I think we have a lot in common, a lot that brings us together, a lot of ways we can support each other. But if we don't focus on that, I think as a state, we're going to make some bad decisions and not do the best for each other. And I saw that in Arizona and see that here. So that's something I just like us to continue to kind of wrestle with in our minds in these discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. I'm gonna go back to the man that fought the traffic and the snow to get here, Sean.
Thank you. I think I mentioned at a previous meeting that the St. Brennan Left-Hand Water Conservancy District started a weather modification program last year. And I forgot to tell our operations guys that I was coming down here this morning, and they got a little ambitious or anxious and shot it off. But apologize for being late. I thought going through Boulder was a smart move, and that was not. It's never a smart move. So I think I know what the question is. I heard a little bit. It was like the clouds parted and I got to hear Jim yawn, and that was it.
What would you tell CWCB? What do you want? I'm gonna hear.
Build bigger roads. So building on what Pat was talking about of getting out and telling our story, just with the poll that was put out on what's the purpose of IBCC. I think the South Platte Roundtable with some new faces that are come to the roundtable and some of the seasoned faces that are at the roundtable. You know, what are we doing and what are we doing it for? I got to thinking about sort of the original purpose behind the Water for 21st Century Act and reached out to Russ George and asked him some of his thoughts, and something came across my desk that really sort of crystallized all that, and I'm going to share it. So this is my show and tell. This is a book that was recently published, Life Along the St. Vrain, an intimate view of the coexistence of nature and people, a journey of learning. It's authored by a doctor local to the area. He's since moved, but we're bringing him back actually to talk about this on our annual meeting this week. But he ended up befriending a local farmer in our basin named John Zweck. The Zweck and Turner ditch is one of the oldest ditches in our basin. The Zwecks homesteaded the property. They've got lands that were indigenous tribal lands that they've never tilled. You can go there and actually see artifacts and remnants of the tribes that had been there. It has some of the most incredible nature opportunities and ecosystems really in the valley. He's never been called out. It's a senior ditch. He grows for cattle and other things. And part of the emotion is he just died last week. And we were going to celebrate John at our annual meeting and share these photographs. But I want to share this book with you, primarily because if you look at what we're doing, this is it. What we're trying to do is the coexistence. What we're trying to do is preserve irrigated agriculture. What we're trying to do is enhance ecosystems. What we're trying to do is provide for those thriving communities who right now are building condos next to John's farm. There is a coexistence happening in every basin. This story is not unique to St. Vrain. I could share this book and you just slip in your names from your basin, and there's this story in every basin. So I think it really served for me a good reminder as to why we drive through traffic to get to meetings, why we go to Durango, why we go to Colorado Water Congress, why we go to Arizona. Why are we doing this? We're doing this for John, and we're doing this for Colorado. And so as Jim reported, I'm appreciative of coming to these meetings because I get to learn from all of you, but this served for me as a good reminder as to why we're really, really doing it, and I want to share it with you. Thanks.
Thank you, Sean. Whew. I think we have some folks online that I want to give an opportunity. I think Greg felt you wanted to say something. And remember, this is what you would tell yourself.
I was thinking about that. Those are some of my best conversations, actually. Well, a couple things. I want to thank Robert Sakata and Steve Anderson for their service on the CWCB board. They'll both be missed, and we wish them well. I do want to welcome new members that are still waiting to be confirmed by the Senate, but Brad Wind and John McLeod from the Gunnison, or from the South Platte and the Gunnison. And also thank Barbara Vasquez for stepping up again in the North Platte. I was thinking about the comments at the beginning of this session here with Terry and Jairus about Shoshone. And prior to that, similar comments, I think, from them about SCPP. And I feel like I've failed repeatedly as a basin director to explain these things thoroughly to our roundtable. But I do think that one challenge in a complete explanation is the sort of the political element that really rears its head sometimes at the CWCB level. And so I just think we need to keep that in mind, and also remember with Shoshone that really, to my mind, the main thing that happened at our January meeting was our board saying, yes, let's move this conversation forward. Yes, it was about money, but it was also about allowing a number of much more challenging and complex steps to take place as we work through the in-stream flow element, the water court case, and as Excel works through the PUC process on that. And then I think the other thing that I would like to just throw out there that I've heard from people across the state is the C9 was really great. Russ, Kat, Jeff. The Drought Summit was really great. Something that we saw following those at the Water Congress this year that I think was also really great is, like those two, we saw a lot of younger people showing up, a lot of new faces. All these conferences are bursting at the seams. It speaks to a tremendous desire and interest, probably thanks to the Colorado River more than anything. People are just, getting saturated in these water discussions, and they really want to know more. And so towards that end, I know, Russ, we had some conversations about, can we get funding to support our basin forum in the Arkansas? And I just do want to reiterate, I think these regional or basin type convenings are really important too. And they are really fulfilling that mission of bringing people together, creating multiple doorways for people to walk through, to be a part of this conversation. And, as several members mentioned this morning, to help bring that next generation on board. So I would, it's really probably more a CWCB funding question than an IBCC one, but I really want to continue to look for ways to support these regional conversations, because they ultimately feed into the bigger one, and they will, inform the future. So I'll leave it at that. It's great to see everyone. Terry and I were up very early to make the drive, and the CDOT photos looked like the Siberian Department of Transportation photos this morning up in South Park. So thank you.
I appreciate you being willing to try. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to make any comment? Okay, I'm going to try to summarize what I just heard. So the question was, what would you like the CWCB to hear? And thinking about how can we be influential. So I'm going to quickly go, I took notes and tried to couple them. It didn't work. You guys were all over the place. But let me see if I can do a real quick summary. Shoshone, let us know what's happening before it's happening. Please, CWCB, support the roundtable work. let's focus on communications and how we cross communicate. We also want the CWCB to know that water conservations programs could be supported and by the IBCC. Speaking of support, unity, support, clarity, and focus are incredibly important. We need to find ways as not only the IBCC, but as a state to protect ag water. We also need to support sustainability. And learn from things that have already occurred. Cross-basin communication is incredibly important, and leave us alone at the same time. Transparency, transparency, transparency. Build on the work that is already existing from the work like the Drought Task Force, the roundtables, groups like this that have already done. Please, please, please support data collection. Let's also at the same time take opportunities for next generation cultivating, like the C9 Summit and the Drought Task Force. Oh, by the way, forest health, incredibly important. Let's spend some time on that. All the while, let's protect our water users. Very importantly, I think we can most important learn from tribal history and education, and they can be helpful with ongoing issues. And a tribal voice needs to be at the roundtables also. Again, communications, transparency, especially as it relates to tribal stances. A big thank you for financial support and research that's on the ground. Let's keep it up. But also at the same time, we need to build capacity. And there needs to be help and support for that. The success of a roundtables needs to be built on because those have brought different perspectives together, and that's how we're going to move forward together as a state. Make sure we know how things are going in other states, and thank goodness for prior appropriation. We need to tell our Colorado story together. And much of that story is about the urban and rural and the need to support each other and honoring that coexistence while we enhance ecosystems and irrigated ag and support strong communities and keep politics in mind all the while. So that is what I heard. And I wanted to regurgitate that, not to be flippant, but because we need to understand that we have so much on our plates and to make sure that we're finding a way to do all of these things. And as and it was a simple, what would you tell the CWCB question? There is so much, and how do we harness all of this? I think everyone had such strong perspectives and such strong passion for their basin. But I think that cross basin strength and unity that we need to see as an entire state is going to be incredibly important moving forward. So I hope that summary was helpful. I think communication, transparency, unity, speaking with one voice was something I heard consistently. So learning from each other. With that, we're going to take a little break. Oh,
Can I say one thing?
yes, Jim.
I just want to point out how frugal our government is. And that's because this is my name tag and I've been here for 12 years. And when I first came, I made my own size of the name tag. And so I just noticed that. So way to go.
That is Viola. And, you get eggs and potatoes for breakfast because of things like that. And so, yeah, I heard a lot of thanks for the hard work. That is one of the things that we do. Let's save some bucks so we can put them to projects. All right, you're allowed a brief break, and then we're gonna get to a brief discussion on legislation update. And then we'll talk a bit about Colorado River stuff, take a lunch break, and then we get to the meat of the day.
Like, how do we bring that all together? But
Yeah.
I got to talk to my friend here. That's great. I'm sorry.
Gonna start getting back to it. If we want to change the world, we have to start now. Yep. No time a wasting. Yep. Don't make me call out your names. You know how I love to do that. Carlisle, Aaron. Yep. Yep. Chop, chop. Thank you, Lisa, Joanne, for coming to your seats. All right.
Inside of mine.
What I.
Check and see if there's something, whatever.
All right.
Roundtables.
We're gonna go ahead and get
IBCC.
started. Woo, woo.
I'll take it. Amazing you don't get to meet people I missed.
Yeah. So this is
Got big
our next Stan, just so you know, your mic's on.
Oh. We can't turn these off, so.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
We put those by you guys for a reason.
Not touch that.
All right, so the next agenda item is legislative updates. I believe we have Daphne on. Hi, Daphne.
Hi.
All right, go ahead, get to it.
Thanks, Becky. Hi, everyone. Becky, you do a miraculous job of keeping this train on its tracks, as you always do. I hope everybody's doing well. It's good to see some familiar faces on the call. For those of you I haven't met yet, my name is Daphne Gervais. I'm the Director of Legislative Affairs with the Department of Natural Resources. Joining you from my office across the street from the Capitol today. Unfortunately, with the session in full swing, I am just not able to pull away. So I'm sorry that I can't join you in person today, but happy to be able to provide an update on everything that's going on at the Capitol. So we're officially a little bit more than a third of the way through the session at this point, which is hard to believe. The legislature has introduced around 550 bills so far. They generally consider around 600 to 700 in a session, so we're getting pretty close to that. You all probably know that DNR's various divisions covers everything from forestry, water, energy development, wildlife. So we track a really broad range of bills on top of the bills that we initiate and lead in any given year. So definitely a lot going on for us this session, like all others. So I'm going to start with a quick update on our DNR legislative priorities, and then I'm happy to also share some information about some of the water related bills that we're tracking that I think will be of interest to this group. So this year, DNR is initiating 7 pieces of legislation. 2 of those are our annual water projects and species conservation trust fund bills, which you all are probably familiar with, just provides funding to really important projects that are approved through the CWCB and the Parks and Wildlife Commission every year. 3 of our priority bills are coming out of Colorado Parks and Wildlife. So the first one, as part of our broader department goal to protect and enhance the state's biodiversity, we are running House Bill 1117, which is a bill that directs CPW to conduct surveys of native invertebrate and rare plant species so that we can develop population data and other biological and ecological information that will help us identify some conservation measures that will protect invertebrates and plant species, just knowing how important they are to overall ecosystem health and also how little we currently know about them. So in this one, we're working with Rep. McCormick and Soper, as well as Senator Marchman. It has already passed out of its first committee hearing in the House Agriculture, Water, and Natural Resources Committee. Unfortunately, it passed on a party line vote, given some concerns about what the data is going to be used for down the road. We have been assuring folks that we are not gaining any regulatory authority through this bill. So we're working to address those concerns. Ultimately, we think that the value in having the science and data is really key, and in some cases can actually help us avoid federal listing decisions, which takes the management of these species outside of the state's hands and can lead to regulatory burdens on private landowners. So we're hoping that this can be a real win-win, and we do have bipartisan sponsorship on the bill. Our next bill from CPW includes some technical cleanup from recent legislation and other work. This one was recently introduced as Senate Bill 161. It has several parts to it. The goals really are to allow us to get better hunting harvest data for certain small game species like white-tailed ptarmigan, greater sage grouse. The bill will also make our CPW passes and licenses more consistent across the agency, making discounts and eligibility requirements for seniors, income eligible people, disabled veterans, just more consistent across the board. The bill will also clarify that we can use Keep Colorado Wild Pass revenue for capital construction projects. So that's just like your basic park maintenance and infrastructure improvements. And also just takes care of some other needed cleanup within CPW statutes. So on this one, we're working with Senators Rod Pelton, Senator Marchman, and Representative Lukens and Soper. It's scheduled for its first committee hearing in the Senate Agriculture Committee on March 6th. And then the last bill from CPW is a bipartisan effort to authorize CPW to restore the North American wolverine to Colorado. For those of you that are not familiar with wolverines, it sounds a lot like wolves, a completely different animal. They are actually a member of the weasel family, similar to like a honey badger. They were once native to Colorado before they were extirpated in the early 1900s. Today, it's thought that there's only about 300 to 400 wolverines left in the lower 48 states, and they actually just got recently listed by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service as threatened. So as you all probably know, we've undertaken several reintroductions in the past, including for black-footed ferrets, Canada lynx, several aquatic species, of course, most recently with the citizen-led wolf reintroduction. So we're really excited by this opportunity to restore an incredibly rare species to the state. We've been working with stakeholders for several months to make sure that we get the details right. So our draft bill, which is set to be introduced later this week or next, is going to include depredation compensation. Even though we know wolverines are not really a threat to livestock, we just want to cover all of our bases there, recognizing that it's another predator on the landscape. Like with the wolf reintroduction, we're also going to be pursuing a 10J for the reintroduction, which allows us to classify the reintroduced population as experimental, which will help to reduce some regulatory burdens on having a federally listed species on the landscape. So with all of those provisions in the bill, on top of some comments that CPW developed and provided to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service on this interim 4D rule that they currently have, the interim 4D rule functions similarly to the 10J in that it relaxes protections that go along with a federal listing decision, but it's more common for a threatened species. 10J is more common for an endangered species, but we did engage pretty heavily on the interim 4D rule and worked with stakeholders to develop our comments. So we hope with that and the details in the bill, we'll be able to gain some broad support, knowing that we're doing this reintroduction through a statewide effort, a legislative effort that's led by wildlife experts, informed by stakeholders from the start. So we're partnering with Senator Will on that one. It'll start in the Senate, and then also Representative Morrow and McLaughlin in the House. I'll pause there. Are there any questions on CPW's bills before I continue to move on? Okay. I'm not seeing hands in the room. Feel free to jump in if you've got a question. So our next bill from DNR this year is coming out of the Energy and Carbon Management Commission, or ECMC. You all may know that ECMC was formerly known as the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission, or COGCC. It was renamed through legislation last year that also expanded the division scope of work beyond oil and gas to include geothermal energy, underground natural gas storage, carbon sequestration. So with that expanded authority, we have identified some technical cleanup areas that do require a bill, which includes authorizing ECMC to regulate direct air capture projects. So last year, we gained authority over downhole carbon sequestration, but there's currently no state regulatory authority that oversees carbon capture that occurs on the surface. And we think that ECMC has some strong expertise that we can leverage to step into that space. This same bill is also going to clarify our authority over downhole carbon sequestration, the authority we gained last year. And it even cleans up some stuff all the way back from Senate Bill 19-181, which was a significant piece of legislation in 2019 that transformed how we regulate oil and gas in the state. So our bill is looking to extend the statute of limitations for oil and gas violations from 1 to 3 years, along with some other bits and pieces there. We're excited to advance this one with Rep. Titone, McCormick, and then Senators Hansen and Priola, and it should be introduced any day now, certainly expecting it to drop this week. And then last but not least, we recently added a technical bill from the Division of Water Resources to essentially just streamline our process to expire groundwater wells that are past their construction date. So this is really an effort to increase efficiency, reduce staff time in processing the administrative paperwork. And we have been running this one, a draft bill and the concept by Colorado Water Congress, the Water Well Owners Association, and not expecting any real heartburn there. So those are our DNR priority bills this year. Unless there's any questions on that, I'm happy to move on to other water related bills that I think are of interest to this group and that we are engaging on. All right. So first bill that we're tracking is Senate Bill 5. This one is being carried by Senator Roberts and Simpson and Representative McCormick and McLaughlin. It came out of the Water Resources and Ag Review Committee, and it focuses on prohibiting landscaping practices for water conservation. So you all probably know that a few years ago, of course, the legislature passed the turf replacement program and the associated bill there that created a grant program that provides resources to entities that remove turf. But this bill is looking to proactively prohibit what is defined as non-functional turf in the bill, specifically from being installed on commercial, institutional, industrial, and state properties. Obviously, this wouldn't be a retroactive requirement. It would go into place in January 2025 and specifically for projects that are designed thereafter. So turf installed before then would still be allowed and could continue to be maintained. So we support this bill. It has been sailing through the process. It already passed the Senate with just 5 no votes, passed out of the House Agriculture, Water, and Natural Resources Committee yesterday. Only got 2 no votes there, so strong bipartisan support. There was an amendment adopted yesterday to just further refine what non-functional turf is and isn't, just clarifying that it does not include turf that is designated to be part of a water quality treatment solution that is required to comply with federal, state, or local permitting requirements. And then also just clarifying the start date for the prohibitions, but otherwise no substantive changes are expected moving forward. So it's going to be headed to the full House for its final votes there, and then head back to the Senate for concurrence with House amendments. I'll keep running down my list. Please feel free to raise your hand or just jump in with any questions. The next one that we're tracking is Senate Bill 26, Agriculture and Natural Resources Public Engagement Requirements. This one also came out of the Water Resources and Ag Review Committee. It requires members of the State Ag Commission, the Parks and Wildlife Commission, and the Colorado Water Conservation Board to meet with their constituents at least twice a year in an effort to just increase public engagement opportunities with these public-facing boards. We are neutral on the bill. It did pass out of its first committee hearing, and it's currently waiting for the Appropriations Committee to continue moving forward. Next bill on our radar is Senate Bill 38. Also came out of the Water Resources Committee. This one is on authorizing Conservancy District water management. It's essentially looking to expand the authority of water conservancy districts to help with groundwater rule compliance. It was intended to help address a local situation in the San Luis Valley where Costilla County isn't part of the Rio Grande Conservation District, but they still need a way to implement and enforce those groundwater rules. So Senator Simpson is the lead on this one, and he's been working with the Attorney General's office to clean up the current draft. So we do expect to see some amendments in the first committee. In addition to Senator Simpson, it's also being carried by Senator Bridges, Rep. Martinez, and Rep. McCormick. So certainly understand the intent, and we're going to be watching closely to see how the bill changes once amendments are introduced. Next one is Senate Bill 126 on the Conservation Easement Tax Credit Program. This is definitely a hot topic this year. The bill is looking to extend the Conservation Easement Tax Credit Program indefinitely. It's currently set to expire in 2026. It also increases the tax credit cap, which is currently 45 million, taking that all the way up to 75 million. And it makes a few other changes, allowing pass-through entities to be transferees, allowing insurance companies to purchase credits, allowing a transferee to transfer their credit to another transferee, and just making some technical changes there. So this one passed out of the Senate Ag and Natural Resources Committee, only got one no vote, and it's headed to Senate Finance next. Isn't yet scheduled for that next step. All right, this next one is a big one, and I'm sure really of interest.
Daphne, there's a question before you go to the big one. Is that okay?
Please, yeah.
Sorry, I need to use my big boy voice to
Yeah, you
correct
do.
you. Sorry, could we go back one, Bill? And just for my education, I heard you say Rio Grande Conservancy. And I just looked it up really quick on the phone, and I think this is where some of my confusion is. I think that's a conservation district, and I don't know if you have the bill in front of you, but does it say conservancy or conservation? And at least in some of my conversations at the state affairs level, that was some of the question was, is this looking at the Conservation Act or the Conservancy Act?
Yeah, that's a great question, because I think when we spoke with Senator Simpson about this, he described the Rio Grande Conservation District, but it does look like the bill is amending the Conservancy District statutes. So I think
I think he's said that wouldn't necessarily be the case, and he's looking to clarify that or change that. But I heard you say it, so I just wanted to make sure I understood it. So thank you.
Can I chime in here? Just to help offer some clarification. Can you guys all see and hear me? This is Kelly Romero-Heaney.
We can hear you.
Okay.
Okay, great. And I have a really bad cold. So you're gonna see me in my winter hat with my stuffy nose, but I did just want to offer the clarification that, and Daphne, I think you kind of said this, that like there's these two different types of conservancy districts. One's really flood-based, one's water conservation based. And so this is like kind of trying to tweak what was originally like created as the flood conservancy district, but like giving it some of the powers of water conservancy district. So that's where it's kind of taking a while for Senator Simpson to work through some of the kind of potential unintended consequences of reopening that part of statute. And I know that he's been really dedicated to try to work through that so he doesn't borrow any trouble for water conservancy districts like yours, Sean.
All right, unless there's any other questions on that one, I will move on here. The next one is Senate Bill 127 on regulating dredge and fill. One of the biggest water issues of this session is definitely surrounding WOTUS, or Waters of the United States. I know you all are familiar with the Sackett decision. So legislation this year is trying to create a gap waters program for the waterways that lost protection under the Clean Water Act as a result of that Sackett decision. So the speaker is advancing legislation to cover those gap waters that lost protection and creating a dredge and fill permitting program within CDPHE. But Senate Bill 127 is an alternative WOTUS bill sponsored by Senate Republican Barb Kirkmeyer out of Weld County. So Senate Bill 127 proposes a pretty limited gap waters program that would be housed within DNR and have several exclusions, exemptions, and other limitations. The Senate Bill 127 does generate several concerns for us, including on how it limits the scope of the program and imposes restrictions on the state's authority to protect what waters are covered. With that said, I think we've been engaging in the stakeholder conversations surrounding the speaker's bill. The speaker has circulated a draft bill on her version and CDPHE's bill. They're continuing to gather stakeholder input there. So we do plan to pull our weight behind that one. Certainly acknowledge DNR's role in all of this, but we do fully anticipate to support CDPHE's bill and the associated program there. I'll pause there because I imagine there could be some discussion or questions on all things WOTUS. And Kelly, feel free to add anything there as well.
As a question.
How would you characterize the discussions about the state taking on an official role with 404 permits, et cetera? Is that something included in 127, but is that discussion with WOTUS, where's that at right now?
Daphne, do you want me to take that one?
Go for it, Kelly.
Okay, thanks, Ken, for that question. Of course, there's Senate Bill 127 and then the draft bill that the speaker and CDPHE have been working on, but the intent is not for the state to take over 404 permitting. It's really for the state to help to fill the gap that's left after the Sackett decision. There are some other states that take on, full assumption of 404 permitting because they chose to kind of maintain more control over that, but that's a pretty significant undertaking and not the direction we're headed. My understanding is that both versions of the bill are trying to do, are trying to replicate much of what is already in the 404 permitting process to preserve the status quo prior to the Supreme Court decision. Obviously, the devil's in the details for both, and there'll be policy tension points for both on that, in that. But I would say I could characterize it, Ken, as the state's not looking to take over all 404 permitting, but trying to preserve the status quo as best as possible. Does that answer the question?
Thank you. Yes.
Great.
Daphne, could I ask another question? It might maybe for Kelly. This is Sean Cronin. Daphne, you mentioned earlier and I can't quote you exactly, but something along the lines of Senator Kirkmeyer's bill was maybe limited or not as protective. Has there been any sort of write-up on that or analysis that talks to where the two bills sort of differ in way of protections?
I think that there are a number of entities and groups doing that work right now. I mean, we are doing that as well internally, but not something that would be shared out for public consumption because there's a lot to interpret in each. I think the biggest piece in Senate Bill 127, which is the Kirkmeyer bill, really excludes anything under a tenth of an acre of disturbance. And so I think that's probably the biggest difference in just my initial read of the bill, but there are certainly a bunch of other nuances between the two that show kind of, I'm definitely, the Senate Bill 127 has less coverage than the bill that's being proposed by the speaker and CDPHE.
And thank you for that, Kelly. And not to further put you on the spot,
it's good.
if I understood, there's perhaps even a meeting this week where the speaker and Senator Kirkmeyer might be getting together and sort of talking about the differences, and implied in that is there may be some sort of compromise. If the Kirkmeyer bill started to look like it had similar coverage than what has been outlined under the proposed CDPHE bill, if that answers that question, is there perhaps an opportunity to reconsider the DNR approach versus the CDPHE approach, or is that sort of the line in the sand? The protections are good, it's just a matter of how it gets resourced.
Yeah, I mean, I think the speaker made it really clear that, you know, she feels that the bill definitely or that the program belongs in CDPHE. You know, as a DNR, as we analyze what it would take for us to develop a division, create a division in a commission, and all that goes along with that, that's a pretty significant and expensive undertaking. So definitely, you know, we have been kind of analyzing that just to kind of be able to speak to what it would cost to do that. And certainly there'll be a fiscal note coming out soon for Senate Bill 127. But we're really trying to put our energy towards the speaker's bill, which puts the program in CDPHE. That's not to say that DNR and its agencies won't have a role to play in engaging on that permitting process. So I don't want to go so far as to say there's a line in the sand, because it's not my line to draw. It's really the speaker's, but my understanding is that she has drawn that line.
Okay, thank you, Kelly.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Kelly. Anything else on WOTUS before we move on? Okay.
Daphne.
Becky, did you have something?
Go on.
Okay.
There's
All right.
no questions in the room.
Great, thank you. All right, couple more here. Next one is Senate Bill 148 on rainwater harvesting and stormwater detention facilities. So under current law, an entity that owns, operates, or has oversight over a stormwater detention and infiltration facility is not allowed to divert, store, or otherwise use the water detained in the facility. So for facilities that are also approved for use as a precipitation harvesting facility, either through a substitute water supply plan or an augmentation plan, Senate Bill 148 would authorize the use of water detained in the facility for precipitation harvesting. So this is a concept that Sterling Ranch and Dominion Water are developing to address a statutory conflict between their rainwater harvesting pilot project and water administration exemptions for stormwater detention facilities. They intend to file for an augmentation plan to harvest runoff from the increased impervious surface resulting from their housing development and put that to beneficial use to meet drinking water needs. However, they had planned to use their drainage infrastructure, including their stormwater detention facilities, to store and divert water under that plan of augmentation, but they need an amendment to statute to be able to do that. So the bill as proposed, as currently drafted, does not reflect this intent. So Sterling and Dominion Water are planning on bringing an amendment to move all of this to another part of statute and to describe the dual nature and the purpose, as well as allowing for a provision that limits the permanent augmentation plan to the rainwater harvesting portion of the single integrated facility. So that one is definitely above my head. Kelly, if you've got anything to add to that, please feel free to jump in. But this one is up for its first hearing in Senate Ag and Natural Resources tomorrow. So we should be seeing that amendment soon. All right. Last one I think on my list here is House Bill 1178 on local regulation of pesticides. I think this is the 5th year in a row maybe that an advocacy group called the People and Pollinators Action Network and some other groups have been trying to pass something along these lines. The bill would allow local governments to create and enforce laws to regulate the sale and use of pesticides, with several exceptions that are outlined in the bill. Those exceptions include using pesticides for the production of ag products, for accomplishing dry up, revegetation, or noxious weed management on land that is enrolled in a water conservation program, or for land where irrigation water has been removed to comply with the change in water right or other action by the state engineer. It also makes exceptions for pesticides that are used by public utilities on their property, used for the operation and maintenance of water supply collection or distribution facilities, or a water supply conveyance that supplies water for an ag, industrial, or municipal use. So several water-related exceptions and ag-related exceptions included within that. It also notes that local government regulations have to be guided by peer-reviewed science and consistent with federal law. So the bill passed out of its first committee hearing in the House Energy and Environment Committee a couple weeks ago. It's waiting for its next step in the Appropriations Committee, so that could take a little while, but just wanted to mention that one. Yeah, Terry, go ahead.
Yeah, did you mean herbicides or pesticides?
The bill focuses on pesticides, but I think the way that it's defined also includes herbicides.
Yeah, like they're different. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So besides those bills, you know, we DNR are also involved in the land use related bills. Obviously, there was a pretty gigantic land use bill from last session that did not pass. Parts of that are coming back in bits and pieces scattered across several different bills. So we're currently tracking a bill to facilitate the development of accessory dwelling units. As an example, there's another bill surrounding transit-oriented development. But DNR is not, you know, the tip of the spear or really leading those efforts, just providing some technical expertise on the water-related components. Outside of legislation, I thought I would just quickly mention that, and you all probably heard the Speaker of the House and Senator Roberts introduced a resolution yesterday on Grand Lake water clarity. It's possible you all have already talked about this, but the resolution states that the General Assembly recognizes the importance of Grand Lake and its water clarity that provides an aesthetic, recreational, wildlife, tourist, economic, and historic asset to the state, recognizes the importance of the CBT project, and urges collaborating entities of the 2016 MOU to continue their efforts to establish effective, measurable, demonstrable, and achievable short and long-term solutions to increase the clarity depths in Grand Lake and meet state-issued clarity standards there. I believe that is all I have. You know, otherwise we at DNR also lead the confirmation process for members of the Colorado Water Conservation Board. That is not yet scheduled, but we'll be working to get those newest members confirmed through the Senate Ag and Natural Committee as soon as possible. So that's all I have, and I'll pause, and I'm happy to take any questions or take a deeper dive on anything I mentioned.
I believe Ken has a question.
Yeah, just short question about last year we spent a lot of effort on stream restoration, and I didn't hear anything in your report about that, Kelly. You left some blood on the floor on that one. What's going on?
So I've fully recovered. I think we all have, right? I think we all spilled blood over that one. But we were really pleased to get Senate Bill 270 passed last year. I think a lot of people were. We felt it was a good compromise. You know, been talking with stream restoration practitioners, folks at the state, ag representatives, that I think everybody felt like, let's let Senate Bill 270 play out, see how it gets implemented, really better understand where there could still be gaps. But for now, I think we need a little bit of time for that policy to be implemented on the ground, but certainly always welcome any feedback or thoughts. I would love to hear if there is still, if there are some projects or water interests where conflicts are bubbling up. But everything I've heard from the field is that folks just kind of wanted some time to let Senate Bill 270 play out. Does that answer the question, Ken?
I hope you all feel like this is a responsive agenda item to what was requested last year in terms of more information on what's coming out on the legislative front, and where DNR is on that. So this is a direct response to the asks that were put out. And so Kelly and Daphne, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you both, and I also appreciate the asks, and we'll go from there.
And Becky, I don't know if Terry had a follow-up comment.
Yeah, I just have a question, Kelly, on the dredge and fill as compared to the stream restoration statute that we have now. Do you see any conflicts in that?
I don't. I mean, I think the Senate Bill 270 is a discrete policy from dredge and fill. I mean, obviously the connection is it's a lot easier to prevent streams from being impacted or damaged than to try to go back and repair them after the fact, which of course is what we ran into with the conflict between water rights and stream restoration. But beyond that, I think that they are discrete policies. Certainly they both will share some existing statutory definitions, but independent policies, Terry.
Okay. You say so.
Well, I'm happy to, please, Terry, feel free to reach out to me if you got some other thoughts on that.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
More question in the room, or go ahead, Joanne.
Do you guys have a spreadsheet that you're using to track that you could share? Or some list of what's going on that I could share with the roundtable?
You're talking about a list of all the bills we're tracking?
Yeah.
We've got an internal tracking sheet. I don't think we've got anything external, but it's possible that I could just quickly throw together a list for you if that would be helpful of what I covered today.
That would be super.
Sure. I'll coordinate with maybe Jeff, Russ, and their team to get that over to you.
Very informative. Moving on to the next agenda item, we're a little bit behind. Reflect in my performance evaluation. But we're gonna be efficient, and we can chat at lunch if we need to a bit too. So the next agenda item is Colorado River updates, and then we get to have an open discussion if you all would so choose. And I think this is the area and time where being the IBCC director provides an opportunity to have a more direct line of communication with you all as Colorado River Commissioner. And so I think as we try to spend time together, primarily focusing on the areas where the IBCC can make progress, I want to use this as an opportunity to have open dialogue about Colorado River issues and provide updates to you all directly. Usually, Amy Ostick or somebody from the Colorado River team is following me around and freaking out about something that I say. But we all traveled last week, and it, when you travel, there's often contraction of viruses or something, and so I get to be solo and unsupervised, which is a dangerous place. But I want to keep you posted because there is a lot going on the Colorado River. The pace of the negotiations is fast. You see it a lot in the media. I know this may be a surprise, but the media is not always accurate. And so we get to have an informal opportunity to exchange information and talk about questions. I also want to remind you that I will answer all the questions that I can, but it's also important to recognize we're in the midst of an active negotiation. And so there are certain things that are a little tougher to discuss, especially in a public forum. But I'm going to be as transparent and as upfront as we can. So yes. You
Getting in your
interrupt all you
mojo.
want.
So, given that your position is new, I would find it helpful if you described a bit about what you think the position is, and when you say that they're active negotiations, like, is it you, yourself, and I in a room figuring stuff out, or is there other people involved in that?
It's just me and myself. Apparently, who had a conversation with themselves today? Might have been Greg, but that's his best conversations. No, I'm just kidding. Because I think it's fairly obvious of the direction that we need to go as a basin. The numbers don't work, right? And we do know that what has occurred over the last 20 years has not proven to be sustainable for the system. That being said, it takes a little bit of time to convince others to get there. And part of that is because of change. So sometimes the rooms vary, Sean, in terms of answering that question as commissioner. It depends on the discussion. It depends on the moment. It depends on what is required. Sometimes it is just principles from 7 basin states. Sometimes it's principles and a technical advisor. Sometimes it's principles and a lawyer. Those are the fun meetings. Sometimes it's a bunch of people. This is part of those conversations also. And so what I try to do is take every conversation, every interaction, every communication with the Colorado water user to the table with me. And so that is why we've ramped up the discussions on the ground within Colorado, so that we can build up that foundation as we go to those tables, regardless of what the table is. A lot of the times it's just the Upper Basin commissioners. I'll get into that a little bit today. So I get to update you and kind of give a quick reminder of where we're at. Again, we're not negotiating the compact. We're negotiating new operating guidelines at Lake Powell and Lake Mead. Those guidelines are layered on top of the compact to help us tailor operations to the needs of the system. Say all of this, but we still continue to get this question. And so I will say it every opportunity that I can. We're not renegotiating the compact. The new guidelines will determine how much water is released out of Lake Powell and Lake Mead in post 2026. We're in ongoing discussions with the basin states, but I want to candidly share with you that the lower basin states haven't been at the table at this moment. And I think that's partly because they're having some tough conversations between each other. But we have been working closely with the upper division states so that we're prepared to submit a framework for consideration by the early March 11th deadline that Reclamation has set. Bottom line is that the guidelines expire in 2026. We've learned what works, but we've also learned what doesn't work, and how the new guidelines need to operate to better protect the upper basin. What is clear is that we need to do better. You all have heard me talk about my irrefutable truths. These are not my irrefutable truths. These are our irrefutable truths. When we talked about getting out and hearing what folks are saying, that's how we built these irrefutable truths. And so we can't waste this opportunity to take the experience gained and develop sustainable operating guidelines for Lake Powell and Lake Mead. The stakes are too high not to. All of these truths in detail because you're familiar with them, because they're yours. But I want to let you know what I'm hearing across the board is that they're resonating. People are hearing them, they understand it, and it makes sense, particularly in the upper basin. But I think when you talk about living within the means of the river, because those are difficult decisions. I believe I believe the resonating is coming from that they're common sense. And we cannot use more water than Mother Nature provides. And so I need to give a thank you, not only to this group, but across Colorado on getting us to the point that we're at today. We've come a long way. Our recent efforts have been focused on applying those principles and putting them into practice. So the bottom line is it's in all of our best interests across the basin to operate Lake Powell and Lake Mead to respond to actual conditions. It's also important that we rebuild and protect storage to sustain and support a vibrant, resilient American Southwest. That is how certainty is achieved. And what I am certain of is that we can't operate the way that we have operated this last 20 years or so. So what this means in terms of putting these irrefutable truths into practice is first and foremost, Lake Powell and Lake Mead must be responsive to actual hydrologic conditions. Releases must be sustainable and based on available supplies that rebuild and protect storage to get us through the dry years. The upper division states have shown we are willing to do our part. I've already heard the anxiousness about things like system conservation pilot program, the conservation work that's happening on the ground. I read the news early this morning about turf removal, things like that. You're seeing in the previous agenda item about legislation, a lot of that is focused on a sustainable future. But folks across the basin also need to understand, because we know this in the upper basin, is that everything we do is subject to availability of supplies. And so when there is a call for certainty to be provided from the upper basin states to anyone, it is hard to provide certainty when you have no certainty yourself. And so, but what we can do and what we are willing to do is programs and policies that help. And so when we don't have certainty in our own supplies and oftentimes get less than we need or what we're expecting because we rely on snowpack instead of massive reservoirs, I think the bottom line is that we can't expect our water users to provide certainty to others that do not have it themselves. And so that being said, it's also imperative that the tribal nations have a real seat at the table and that they have settled but undeveloped upper basin tribal water rights that are recognized and accounted for. That's an incredibly important piece moving forward. So getting to the meat on how negotiations are going, this is where I get to be as candid in a veiled way as possible. But there are a couple major points of contention, I think, between the upper basin and lower basin at the time, this time. And I think these are going to be the hurdles. These are the hard conversations that absolutely have to be had. We're not going to get to a solution without having them. The desire of our downstream neighbors to maintain some version of the status quo, or to allow continued uses or some sort of accounting that supports of what's happening in the system is just not going to cut it. The other piece that I think is going to be difficult to get to is the lower basin's assertion that the upper basin should share in cuts to existing uses. And I had a conversation in the hall on our last break. And I get to be transparent about those, but I'm not going to share who said it. But that there's often a conversation or kind of veiled communications that I may be pushing us into a corner, or I might be backing us into a corner where we can't do certain things. And you may have heard me kind of allude to this and at Water Congress in terms of tone. There are concerns about tone or concerns about the words that I use. I want to make sure that folks hear that what I am saying and what our standpoint is has come from what I've seen on the ground can do. And I had another conversation this morning that someone said, and they're on here, that I said there are concerns that I'm too strong or too strong-willed, or maybe trying to expose too much. And that if you heard from some of the people that have been suffering and not being able to get a full water right that is senior to the compact, I may not be enough. In the basin states discussions on where Colorado stands, in the ground. The 07 guidelines have failed and we need to do something differently. The status of the reservoirs and the need for all additional interventions shows us this. The reason they have failed in large part is that the lower basin's use has driven the entire system into crisis. This all as the upper basin has used 3 to 4 million acre feet less than our apportionment. This is why the lower basins ask for equal sharing of cuts is offensive. What we should be focused on is equal uses, equal sharing of what Mother Nature provides and of the tribes in the upper basin. That's what the compact envisioned. When the lower basin is using equal to us, then let's talk about equal sharing of shortages. It's not to say we can't do shortages. It's not to say, because we are. We are. I got asked a question yesterday about our unwillingness to do something. And I said, we do something every year. The Southwest Basin, the Southwest corner of the state has been particularly hard hit the last few years. We know how to take big cuts because we've had to. It doesn't mean that we won't do more, but what we need is verification that the commitments that are made by the lower basin are actually achieved. I think I am about trust, but I'm about verifying. So trust but verify. And I don't think we would be in this position now if we were all taking the cues from Mother Nature. So our challenge is where we go from here. My obligation is to Colorado. To have a 7 basin states framework, and could support, and I'm committed to continuing those discussions, just so you all know. Points, and they will be hard to overcome, but I do think that can still be achieved. The reality is that we can't have a 7-state agreement when 3 of the states are not willing to come to the table. The upper division states are standing together, and we're prepared to submit our own framework by the March 11th deadline that Reclamation has set for us. The main component of this framework is simple. It's all about releases from Lake Powell. I'm not trying to get into anybody else's business. If you want me in your business, we can do that too, but it's all about releases from Lake Powell that are aligned with actual hydrology, and that the lower basin will have to figure out how to live within that reality, just as we have done for decades. I think it does provide a level of certainty and predictability. It will be certainly less than what has drained the system. The reality is that negotiations, though, will continue beyond March 11th. And so as we talk about the willingness to have a 7-basin state alternative, that is still there. This is a moment. These discussions will go on. There is much more to come. I hope our counterparts in the lower basin will rejoin our table. They are having tough discussions right now. The commitment was made to fully own that 1.5 million acre feet. Is going to be difficult. That is a change. But how do we verify that actually makes a difference in the system, and any shortages beyond that make a difference in the system? How are those reflected in releases from Meade? Important. I will not give on our very clear, reasonable, legally supported boundaries that I've set and shared with all of us. In terms of system conservation pilot program, I heard it alluded to multiple times this morning. I know you all are very interested in that, so I want to provide a bit of an update. We implemented a number of changes thanks to the friendly input received. I think Kelly, Ken, you mentioned Kelly having, bloodletting or blood on the ground, or system conservation is my bloodletting. And so I think that the input that I heard, and I want to show that we're responsive, was an earlier application window, and that I think has been achieved. We also had a firm fixed price, which is about $509 for agricultural projects in Colorado. You also asked for greater transparency. That's a theme, and I think we're doing that, including providing applications received to all interested parties in Colorado. I hope what you hear from these changes is that we take feedback and make changes. Are things perfect? No. Is the program what everybody wants and thinks is best for Colorado? No. But can we do it better? I think so. And I have heard positive feedback from all these changes, and we've also had a lot more interest in system conservation pilot program this year. In fact, we received 51 applications for Colorado projects totaling 17,000 acre feet. That, just so you all know, that doesn't mean all of those will move forward. And also, so you know, many had inquired and didn't meet all the requirements. And so these are the applications that made it to this point. There were some other inquiries that occurred that are not counted for in that 51 number. So we received applications back in December and then provided all the applications received to those who signed up to receive them and accepted comments through the end of January. These applications are under review now, and the UCRC will hold a meeting March 4th to approve those that would be moving forward. An important thing to remember is that SCPP is only federally authorized through the fall of 2024. And with that, I would like to transition to discussion. I've heard folks prefer open discussion rather than presentations, so I want to keep things the talking too short, so that we can have robust discussion. Questions?
Just on the topic of SCPP, Becky, what's the rationale for SCPP even existing? There are many things about it that our Basin Roundtable takes exception to.
Mm-hmm.
We don't need to list those, but if we go back to your point that conservation at the Colorado level doesn't really make any sense as long as the lower division continues an unsustainable, unrealistic usage of this resource.
Mm-hmm.
Why is there an SCPP?
So I think, thank you, Jeff, for that question, because as I talked about this, I very heavily heard what Carrie was talking about in terms of concern and protection of ag, and I recapped what would you like to hear CWCB, or what would you like CWCB to hear, and that protection of ag, the concern over these types of programs and what that means. And one of the pieces that is incredibly important in our irrefutable truths is the acknowledgement of equity within the compact, right? And as soon as we make ourselves less than, we are considered less than. And potentially a program like that, I hear the concerns that potentially a program like this could do that. There are some benefits to this program. One is that we have shown that we are willing to be the flip side of that is that it takes 51 contracts to come up with 17,000. Those are not approved. And that is a lot of work to get to that level of savings. And so we can't save the lower basin out of their overuse. I think is something that has been a knowledge that's come from this. I think one of the firmings from SCPP is that, and firmings of thought is that state do something, it needs to be first and foremost for our sustainability, our protection. And so how we store, where these things happen, when they happen, need to be thought about and acknowledged. Another piece that I think is important is that protection of that water if there were efficiencies created on the ground. And that was one of the other benefits of the system conservation pilot program, is that is a recognized conservation program. So you can try innovative things on the ground with less risk, and see if there's some way to create some sustainability within your own operations, your own area. Goes through yeah, it would have to be reauthorized. And I think we have to look at what we've learned from this, what we've learned from the demand management conversations, and rather than build something to our greatest fears, build something towards what we've learned from this. And so what we do as it relates to on-ground conservation within the state of Colorado, within the Upper Basin, needs to be built not towards our fears, but towards, and so we will get through this time. Hopefully I lose far less blood this go round.
TC, SCPP did provide, it showed good faith on our part.
Yes.
That we are willing to try to be a part of the solution. I think we've demonstrated that our assistance will not solve their problem. I mean, when you compare just even the evaporative transit loss to what we're able to conserve and send downstream is like hunting a bear with a BB gun. I mean, it's just not going to work. So we need to move on and talk about, I guess my biggest question is, how would you characterize the lower basin's sense of the urgency and scale of the problem? And what is it that we can do to help them better understand? And our situation and the reality, and then I think there's also an opportunity for us to learn more and more about what their perspective is. Pat alluded to that earlier. So is there a sense of urgency? Do they understand that meat is just not going to automatically refill for them, and that this is a terrible problem that they have to come to grips with?
And I was thinking about what Pat alluded to in terms of learning more about their operations, sharing what we know too. Also, I think we can provide benefit, and a lot of the benefit that we can provide is that we've built systems and structures and community around variability. We have created structures in agriculture, in our local economies, in our communities that are about hydrologic variability. And relationships, so you know who your partners are ahead of time. So we know the utilities that will have to work with what farmers, and we know the importance of agriculture. There was an article that came out yesterday, like the agricultural census, and that information that came out from there. And one of the things that was so beautiful was there was a heavy acknowledgement about smaller ranches and farms growing in Colorado. That's not the case anyplace else. And I think there's an ability to be creative when it's not big corporate. We talked about the mentorship today. We talked about how you protect ag is create a future in it. And as we think about losing someone like Pat, is going to have to be creative. Right? We're going to have to be creative and work with others and have people come into this tough lifestyle because we need food and because people need food. And that means that when we talk about agriculture versus urban, it's not versus, it's agriculture with urban with agriculture with recreation and environment. And so that's the upper basin and the lower basin. It's all of us with Mother Nature. And it's not versus, it's with. And so how do we message together who we are and show the benefits of that, and while not it's not making evil, but that something's got to change.
For all that information, and thank you for your leadership. I have a series of questions that sort of build on each other, sort of big picture down to little picture, but I won't ask them all at once. I'll pause and let others, and if the conversation goes elsewhere, that's fine. You mentioned 2026. Is there an actual date? And what I'm getting at is there's an election in 24. There will be another interim or midterm 2026, and so politics are at play. And I'll again, other questions build on that, but curious if there's an actual date in 26.
There is not currently an actual date in 2026. I think it's important to recognize the guidelines expire in 2025, but actually govern the operations through 2026. Mother Nature will be probably the winner in all of this. In terms of what happens if we don't come to agreement, is not incredibly apparent at this point. Politics definitely play a role. I think it's important to recognize, folks often look at, let's blame who's there at that time. But it's important to recognize that these reservoirs have been steadily declining over multiple administrations. And so happening if you don't know. And I believe that on that will be strong enough to make the hard decisions. And I believe the folks that are there now are. But folks know that it's going to take a strong backbone to and so that is obviously at the forefront of all of our minds, and will continue to be. Why science, facts, numbers, releases, gifts us with, has been such a critical player in this, because those are things that cross boundaries of politics. Those consistently inconsistent, and unpredictable as it relates to hydrology, but we're going to continue to put the facts out there. We don't have a choice but to, and hopefully that moves people. Yeah, can we go to Jeff at least?
So just building on Sean's question, if everything worked, Becky, sort of lay out the timeline for us. What would happen here if if everything worked? The Bureau has a process in mind.
There are so many forks in the road, Jeff, that I'm struggling to. So what we know is that they would like something by the end of this year, in terms of a path forward, and hopefully if there's a 7-basin state agreement, that's a little bit easier for everyone to do. And that's why we continue to be open, and continue to invite. There are so many factors of what the path is I think it would be hard, and I don't want to prophesize too much because I'll end up wrong, and then it'll be on the record, and that would be embarrassing for me. Lisa, and then there's a few folks online too.
So equal uses before equal cuts, and not creating evil. There's an evil card there. So say you got that tomorrow, you closed your eyes and there were equal uses, the lower basin joined us. But how is that going to be managed with Mother Nature and the reservoirs not recovering? So how do you even the playing field to even create that kind of equity between the upper and lower basin? And my other question, just kind of as an aside, of the 51 applications for the 17,000 acre feet, was the biggest single application?
I don't have that off the top of my head. I'll get that and get back to this group. There's so much in my head that I know the answer to that, but I'm gonna have to dig deep.
That's just curiosity.
So that curiosity killed the cat. But in terms of the other component, I want to be a little vague on the equity part also. I think what we're trying to do because the reservoirs, specifically Powell, indicate what's happening with hydrology. And one of the things that I have seen through this process in the discussions is a large difference on how we view reservoir storage. And in some of the conversations that I've had with folks through the office hours, I've tried to get information. If you were a utility, what would you consider appropriate reservoir storage before you make big decisions? And what I have realized through this process is there is a very big difference on how the basins view reservoir storage. And that makes this problem even harder. And partly because we live with that snowpack and that constant variability. We're very protective of reservoirs because we know that's like the fail-safe pull ripcord situation. And so we in the lower basin, and sometimes I think there's less fear of draining that storage. And what we're trying to do is make sure that we get the messaging out of that storage is what is the certainty. That storage is what enables the equalization of deliveries. And so really emphasizing the importance not only of maintaining that, but building that storage back up. So, if there is more, you get more. Astronomical dumps when you get more, but let's equalize it out and see where to go. It seems to make common sense to me, but I think that's partly because of where I sit. And so how do we message this in a way and do this in a way that they can see the benefit of building back storage? How do we make sure that by building back storage, a benefit is given that is worth it? And so I think that's something that we need to focus on. I have a couple questions online that I want to go to before we because everybody in the room seems like they're like leaning forward, but I think Andy, Terry, and Jairus have something. So we're going to go in alphabetical order. Andy.
Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate it. I want to say, I recognize it's a very complex negotiation that you're in, and from our perspective in the Colorado River Basin, we do want to thank you for taking the approach that you're taking in terms of pushing for reductions in the overuse in the lower basin. I think it's really important that our state stand together on this issue, and really appreciate the leadership you're showing, understand that, you know, as we read the press and see you taking hits from other folks, just want you to know you're not alone in that. And so we support you and have your back. Think that we understand, you know, climate change is real. The impacts to our streams and rivers are really serious in the Colorado River Basin as well as our other basins. And I think that forcing the issue of equitable reductions in use is really critical. And, you know, I do think it's important for all of us to recognize that we've got to push on the lower basin. And at the same time, it's a very reasonable approach to prepare our own state, within our own state, how to live within the reduced hydrology that we're very likely to continue to see as we move forward. And so I think it's, you know, we often get the question that if we're pushing so hard for lower basin use and we say there are reductions that, you know, why don't we conserve water? And just like the state, we can point to all sorts of programs where we're working with our water users to bring water consumption down. We're not doing that so that the lower basin can continue its overuse. We're doing that for the economy and the prosperity of and the environment here in Colorado. And I think that's really critical. And I know you look at it the same way, but I think sometimes those when we articulate those issues, it gets lost in the chafe in the politics of it all. But I think that it can be explained in a way that makes a lot of sense for the future of our own state. So thank you.
And oftentimes you say things in a more precise and graceful way. And I think that's one of the things that I've been trying to figure out how to get to resonate is that what I've heard across the entire upper basin, not just in Colorado, is we want to protect the system. We will do things to protect the system. It is difficult to do if we don't have the verification that it's meaningful and makes changes, that it's not just a prop up status quo or overuse, that it actually makes a difference. And really, how do we quantify that is going to be the challenge of the next couple of years. And how do we do that? So thank you so much, Andy. Jairus and Terry, and then I've got more people in the room, so we're going to try to keep this as efficient as possible because I think lunch is outside. Not that it matters, but if you were here in person, you'd get a great lunch. But Jairus or
Thank you, Becky. You know, one thing that I think the IBCC has been searching for quite some time is a topic and a program that we can really get into that is truly an interbasin issue. And I think I finally have come up with one. In my opinion, the West Slope has been, and Front Range diverters too, have been disserved by the state by not letting water users know how a compact call would be administered. I know in my very early days in my reign of terror as state engineer, I decided to go over to Grand Junction and see if we could talk about how we could develop an administrative scheme to implement a interstate compact call. I had to have the state patrol escort me out of Grand Junction because this is a very sensitive topic on the West Slope. But it's something that the state could resolve on our own because it's an internal matter, an internal issue. And how can you, if you're in the Yampa or you're in the Southwest, how can you plan if you don't know what the administrative rules are? So I think this is something IBCC could dig itself in, start pushing, and see if we can get a state engineer to finally make a decision on how he would administer a call. I realize the likelihood of having to implement that is low, but it's a matter of uncertainty that all our water users face that I think we could clear. Thank you.
Terry?
I can't hear anything. I don't know if you can hear me. Okay. So Becky, thanks for all your effort. I think you're doing a great job, but I do have one question. Well, actually I have two, but one is most important, I think. Is the Bureau and the administrators in the Bureau, are they, would they be willing, without the lower basin state's input, to implement restrictions on the lower basin from basically overdrafting?
That's a kind of a complicated question, and determining what others are willing to do is probably not the best rumination that I should be doing. But I do think what is best is if we can all come together and figure it out. That includes the lower basin, where you determine your own future rather than having someone else determine it for you. There will be things that, through 2026, the guidelines are kind of saying what happens at this point. And so we're going to try to get through those. But I again, like what I've said repeatedly, is that Mother Nature may win over some administrator or state. There may not be choices. And if there's a way to soften that, I think that we have a responsibility, and whether it's you're sitting in the upper basin states, federal government, or lower basin states, how do we offer some predictability to our water users? And the way to do that is to take action if the system calls you to take action. So that's what we're hoping for. Did you have another question, Terry, while you're on?
I just have one comment, and I think this system conservation pilot program is a waste of a tremendous amount of money, over $9 million if you do the math. And $550 an acre foot is way over. A farmer couldn't even begin to operate on that at that kind of a rate. So this doesn't even make sense. And it's such a small amount of water compared to the problem. I really don't see, I don't know how anyone, I don't know how we couldn't support that, basically. Anyway, that's just a comment.
And I think that's been a huge part of things is it worth it? And I think each individual user has to make that decision. And thank goodness we're a local control state, right? But I hear you on that, and
yeah, I guess my comment isn't that the 550 isn't high enough. I mean, I think that's extremely high price. I just think that a farmer, if you're releasing water for farming operations, if you exceed $50 an acre foot, it's not doable. Anyway, that's just a comment.
go to back to the room. Aaron, you have your old school card up. I like it.
Is that not how we do it anymore?
Yeah, that's how we do it.
Okay.
I was just using eye contact, but yeah.
I could
Yeah.
flag you down. I won't touch this time. So slightly different question, but you mentioned earlier a topic that forgot somebody referenced, health. And one element of this, and I think a critical element for this, is how is this going to benefit our water users and also our rivers as well? How do you, I know it's different, maybe a different conversation than negotiating with other states, but how or do you think about improvements in forest health, watershed resilience, kind of in-state infrastructure operations as part of Colorado's ability to be more adaptable and resilient? siloed in another bucket in your brain, where I know you have all. Yes, we're negotiating with the other states, trying to get the best deal, but how are you also thinking about what we can do, watershed resilience perspective, to benefit our rivers and water users?
We heard that, like that was part of the conversation, right? And that is, I think, an area that we can make improvement on. I think that's been a part of the conversation, that the watershed health component has impact that could be potentially quantified in some way, and hopefully that quantification puts even more resources towards it. And so that is a big part. Now, we needs to happen and how we do that. And can IBCC be supportive on that? I think absolutely. I think we've said that's part of the to-do list. It's something that should occur, and the benefits will resonate across the board. Who else do we have in the room? Because we're getting close. Sean wants to ask another question, and so does Ken. And by the way, we're breaking at 12:28 regardless.
Okay, I'll take 6 minutes.
And by 12:28, I mean 12:27.
So this is why I love this meeting, because the 5 questions that I had, 4 of them were already asked.
Yep.
But I added 6 more. So I'm going to ask just the one, and it's sort of building on what Pat had talked about with the Arizona trip and sort of the demonizing or evil comment that was made earlier. So I too attended that Arizona trip and consider myself grateful for being able to attend and learned a ton. My little cohort of people sitting within close proximity to each other, stuffed in a bus for 2 days, came up with the idea, every time conservation was mentioned, we'd pretend to take a drink, like an old school drinking game. And on the first day, we would have been snockered. On the second day, it wasn't mentioned at all. And I don't know what that means, other than maybe it just wasn't front of mind for those group of presenters. But it was interesting, and conservation on the first day, I think, had a different definition than conservation in Colorado. And so common language, I think, is a key to all this. And you alluded to that earlier in terms of how we define storage, how we look at storage. I think common language is really critical. And it might behoove the IBCC to get an education on the words that we use and how the lower basin sort of uses those words, perhaps differently, because it makes for difficult conversation. And the last pitch I'd have, it kind of builds on what you're asking of the CWCB, and perhaps Pat was advocating for this. I think it would be great to have a tour sponsored by the state, and that's not cheap and logistically crazy. But I think it might go into the PR side of it, of Colorado is doing all it can to understand what's going on in the lower basin. And I think, again, it would be a great education for us, and it would help with some of that common language.
Want to be the one that has to organize that. But I would. Any other questions? Because we are going to, Ken. You're the last one, but you got to be quick, and then Jim. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I haven't said it yet, although many have. Thank you for the great job you've been doing representing Colorado. I wanted to build on what Sean was just talking about, and that's the consistency of not only language, but in the consistency of methodology with which we measure water use. We haven't been talking about the evaporative transit loss. I mean, we are used to Colorado measuring that stuff and actually having, that needs to be a common theme. And I don't know whether it's the Bureau of Reclamation is the overseer of a consistent methodology, or if you can come to an agreement with the other users, the other basin states, But that seems to be the foundational thing that we have to agree to, is that we will measure those things. And from that, we also have the ability to measure our supply. We would have to repurpose the money from the Bureau of Reclamation and not just give it to the lower basin states for trying to comply with what they're already supposed to be doing, but we would actually be using it to measure the actual snowpack and know what kind of a water supply we have to share. That's all.
Thank you. Jim?
Very quickly, kind of touching on Sean's idea of a tour. At the Family Farm Alliance, there's a new documentary out. It's called The Green Desert, and it'll give you some insight. It was excellent. It'll give you some insight into lower basin activities, and it's worth watching.
Okay, Green Desert is your homework assignment. That's just one of your homework assignments between now and the next meeting. So what we're gonna do, and we can have this discussion as long as you want, but I actually think we need to move on to the rest of the day. The next thing being lunch. I'm gonna step out for a minute and do a meeting while you all are eating lunch. And so we're gonna not do a full hour lunch. While the socialization and cross communication is incredibly important, I want us to be back in here by 1:15 and sit next to somebody that you don't know really well. Sit next to somebody that challenges your mode of thinking. Sit next to somebody that has a different viewpoint than you, if you can't figure out what their viewpoint is, and try to put on a happy face, as Jim says, but try to think about things from a different perspective and see if you can do that on this scale, on a eating scale. I don't like tomatoes, so I would sit next to somebody that likes tomatoes, and we can determine if we do. That, I'm just joking. We can, but that being said, see if we can break down some barriers, because I think the next few years is about breaking down barriers and go from there. So thank you all. You get a short lunch.
That's right.
If we are on lunch right now, we are breaking for.
And that's the feedback that we got. So then from here, I was going to say.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are here on lunch, testing microphones. Three, the quick brown fox jumped over. Am I cutting in and out? Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. What if? The quick brown fox jumped over the brown lazy dog to chase the chicken crossing.
Right. So I think, idea being here is like. Does it give IBCC a place to reclaim its space? Does it, at least relative to Colorado River Drought Task Force? It's Colorado River Drought Task Force. I should have.
Well, no, that's fine.
It's fine.
Okay.
Testing 1, 2, 3. 1. Testing 1, 2, 3.
And really taking over their role, or should have been them. I don't think anybody. You could
Yeah.
bring in those. I mean,
It's Echo.
Example, the idea
Echo.
in Colorado River Drought Task Force of surf replacement stuff.
Yeah.
Is something that this could take on too and say like, does this work the night?
Right.
So whatever you want to say here again, I just
Echo.
again reinforcing that.
Yep.
This
There it
something
is.
We could figure out how to, take it
Echo.
to a workshop with roundtables and say what would this look like, and it doesn't have to be exactly.
Test,
what
test,
it was
test.
before, but there are a lot of
Still get an
similarities
echo.
with, like the Drought Task Force report and this.
I still get an echo.
This is a place for
There's an echo still.
IBCC to really reassess.
Testing. Yep, I still have one.
Step in and I would say, what I like about all these
It
ideas is
might
they have a
be
flavor of being actionable.
tested.
There's something specific with a plan of what we could either do with this.
I think it's this one here.
Or that, and then we'll say,
Sounds
these
like.
are just kind of my thoughts and some broad thoughts. But
Testing.
so do you want
Test.
another sort of what other characteristics are unactionable?
Test, test, test.
So what I'll say is like, this is totally.
I could hear it.
This is, we're gonna.
I could hear the
in a
echo.
minute, we're gonna give you time to tear into this. Because this may not be right, or you may have a question.
All
you
right.
may not agree with something.
I still hear it.
So let's talk about
Yeah,
it.
there's an
Now,
echo.
Just give me a space to say that, from our perspective, we're going around to all these meetings.
You want me to do this one?
No. I'm just making sure all the mics are off. There. Oh. Do you have any laptops that are on?
This one's
Muted? Any? Is all muted over here? Yep.
Cats is maybe put mute on
Muted
her.
there.
Is it?
Yeah, the light's on. Yeah. So
Testing. Yep. Testing. 1, 2. Testing. I hear it more on this mic than I do another mic.
No.
Mic wasn't seem to be. I still have the echo. But this mic wasn't screwed in completely, so I don't know if that was it. But I do hear an echo still. Testing 1, 2, 3. You have the cans on and can hear me, but I can still hear. I mean, I don't know if it's an echo. I mean, I could hear myself, and that's what the monitor. 2, 3. There's a
support for doing something like that because most of the respondents also said that it would be really helpful to have some clarity on what IBCC is and does.
Microphone too, like input too.
And so this is where we can start to tee you up then, Jonathan. So today
1, 2.
we really want to talk about this. Okay, no.
Testing 1. All right, how is it going and sounding over there? How's it going and sounding over there? Testing 1, 2. Three saying something.
There may have been time previously. I know that.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? Should be able to hear me. Testing. I am speaking. Good. Cool. No, I think it sounds. No, I think it sounds good. Yeah, I don't hear it anymore. Cool. Testing. Cool. Sweet. Works for me. The quick brown fox jumped over. Is it doing that as well? Three. Testing. So it cut. One, two, three.
1, 2, 3.
Certainly. Collate on this. I can pass this.
It's been a lot.
Oh,
All right.
I get it.
Oh, Russ isn't here. Possess integrity.
There must be strategizing.
You guys came up with these. This was assembled from roundtable member input. Kind of like the irrefutable truths. They didn't come from.
We didn't realize things would be used against us. Ouch.
You didn't realize that, really? Okay, this is your 1 minute warning. Because Russ is supposed to lead the next section and he's not here, so. Did you sit next to somebody that thought differently than you? Steve? All right. We're gonna go ahead and get started. Appreciate the hearty discussion on the last agenda item and I hope everyone enjoyed lunch. The next agenda item is PEPO updates and afternoon overview. And I'm gonna turn it to Russ to kind of lead and distribute tasks on this one.
Awesome. Thanks so much. Everybody, I thought we had a really lively morning, good conversation. I appreciate everybody hanging out online too. And really looking forward to our evening event. So for the afternoon, what we really wanted to do is try to make this pretty interactive, and we have a series of questions, and we've got facilitator with us who I'll introduce in a second. But this is mostly going to be a little bit of a shared conversation and some tee up between myself, Jeff, Ken Brenner, and Lisa Darling. And we've just really been trying to think about how to empower IBCC and really think about IBCC PEPO. It was a few years ago that I think we didn't even have a PEPO rep on IBCC, which is funny because when we think about PEPO today, we often think about our local basin PEPO coordinators, but that's something that came over time. And in legislation, it's really, the work group of IBCC. So I think we're trying to reclaim a little bit of that space and really kind of up our presence. So our facilitator is Jonathan Barch. He's back here. I'll let him say hi.
Hi, everyone. Good to be with you. I look forward to the conversation. I had the privilege of facilitating a similar conversation in 2022 that began with sort of IBCC impact, the what you want to do.
Hold on real quick, so people can hear you.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Everyone else. Around the corner is about a little awkward space. I was just saying that I had the privilege of facilitating a similar discussion in 2022 about IBCC impact, about projects, about characteristics, and really looking forward to the conversation today, building off of the presentations and discussions. So good afternoon.
So we'll bring Jonathan back here in a little bit. And again, we just have a little bit of a tee up here. So we kind of have a series of topics and maybe it's a little presentation heavy up front, but I promise, we have plenty of time for just really open discussion and really valuing and looking forward to getting your feedback. So one thing that we wanted to talk about a little bit was just basin outreach and this water plan campaign exploration that we're doing. And I'm going to kind of partner with Ken on this here in a second, but just for some background and really thinking about, again, this IBCC, IBCC PEPO, and then the PEPO reps at the basin level. I started thinking about this. I remember, again, when we started to say, well, we don't have an IBCC PEPO rep who's going to step up to do that. And I think Robert Cicada did that for a while. It was Robert Cicada and Lisa Darling, and now we have Lisa and Ken in that role. One thing we talked about was, well, we should, let's bring all the PEPO reps to the IBCC meeting. And I remember, I won't call them out, but I remember one IBCC rep said, well, what would be the point of that? And I think that the reason they said that, and I didn't get it at the time because I was like, wow, rude, but I understand it now. You know who you are. I think it's because of the spectrum is right. When we think about like our local PEPO reps and what they're doing, they're boothing or they're out at a water festival. They're communicating often general information to a pretty general audience, and not necessarily getting into the weeds, which this group wants to do. Right. We're often, I think, even when we think about water plan or something, we're starting at this level of an entry roundtable member. We're taking for granted that they know how water moves across the state or they understand prior appropriation system, right? That's maybe different than what the PEPO reps are doing. So a lot of times, we find ourselves, certainly for CWCB and IBCC, more on the left-hand side of the spectrum. For CWCB, sometimes we're in all these spaces. If it's basin implementation plans, we're kind of working more on this left-hand side. We branch out if we're doing like a project-specific thing like wildfire-ready watersheds or something that works with local groups. And then when we think about the Colorado Water Plan itself, we're really, that's reaching a broad audience. We could be talking to a senator, or we could be talking to a general member of the public. So again, if we think about just our roles, on the one hand side, we might have, water cycle in Colorado, something that you're going to put out at a booth. And that maybe is more the role of our PEPO grantees, whereas IBCC working on something like the no low regret strategy that Becky mentioned this morning is really more aimed at decision makers or the roundtables or trying to work with the CWCB board on the water plan. When we are talking about this topic today about the water plan campaign, that's really in this kind of middle space where I think there's shared and overlapped interest. So again, if we just think about targeted outreach and broad outreach, I would say the PEPO grantees or just all the great work that we're doing on the ground is really kind of our local educators. Whereas when we talk about IBCC and the general space that the CWCB works in, we're really on this kind of targeted outreach side of the spectrum. And a lot of this is reflected in the water plan, just in how we partner, right? We have the 50 partner actions that are really the boots on the ground work, the things that are going to be grants. And just for a crosswalk, that's often just kind of teed up as how do those fit into water plan grant making. The language that's actually in the water plan kind of is a crosswalk, and this is a crosswalk that's in the plan that tees up this conversation. But you see engagement and innovation or effective engagement is one of those categories that we really want and we need our local partners to help us with. in terms of what we're committing to at state, one of those actions in the water plan action 4.3 is really how can we create a state water plan campaign? There's a lot of campaigns that are out there. It's a crowded space. So if we're going to do it, we really want to make it good. And we're starting with trying to get some input on that. One of the changes that we made recently when we actually funded PEPO at a higher level, and now we have the PEPO grant system, is we also have a PEPO statewide grant application, and that has allowed for some opportunity to provide a little bit more incentive of work in this space. And PEPO, IBCC PEPO reps and PEPO local leads help us come up with a list of ideas that we'd like to see and get input on. And one of those was, if we're going to do a campaign, how do we get local messages, and how do we understand and work with roundtables on what messages are resonating and what they're using? And so with that, I will turn it over to Ken Brenner to talk a little bit about this, but Ken, you want to take it away?
Thank you, Russ. Well, let me start off with just my general admonition of our roundtable members, and that's that PEPO is not, public education, participation, and outreach is not solely the responsibility of your PEPO committee and your PEPO chair and your PEPO liaison. It is our responsibility collectively. That's pretty clearly stated in 1177. So it's, and that's one of the questions that I ask everybody is, what have you done this year or even more recently that where you didn't just talk to each other, but actually talk to people that would like to learn more about water, and you can help be that communicator. So I think that getting out and trying to interact as a PEPO representative, as someone in the roundtable that shares this passion and would like everybody to better understand all of the intricacies of water. But the hard thing is the message. So we did this great job on a 2023 water plan, and we've all read it, right, several times. And I know the public has. They've all read it several times. No, the point is, how many of you have run for elected office? Wow. Okay. So the one thing that you know from running for elected office is that you need a message, and it needs to be a very clear, simple message, and a message that resonates. It's a pertinent message about what's relevant to you and why this is something that I want to do for you with your support. That's what we need to do, is this messaging effort. And let me back up just a step. Thank you to Russ and his staff have not only increased the funding for the PEPO committee, what used to be $6,500, it's now $25,000 annually, which gives us the ability to do a lot more. But he's also created a statewide fund. So any project that we can come up that has statewide relevance is something eligible for funding. And Russ and I have been talking about this for at least 2 years, messaging the water plan. What are the key themes, the key elements that we want everybody in the state to be conversant with? And we should not be writing it. We can come up with the ideas, but if you're a successful candidate running for office, you've hired somebody who knows how to market test a message, that goes out, that uses the correct vernacular. So what our job is, as the professionals, as the water policy people, is to help identify those key themes. And then we'll turn them into that successful message that we can all repeat. And that's the key, is to have consistent messages that we repeat and that we all understand the importance of. So what we have here is trying to research what are our best stories that we can tell, what are the best lessons we've learned. And we have some history. This isn't the first time somebody's tried to do this work. With Water 2022, Live Like You Love It, For the Love of Colorado. These were all good projects, good campaigns. But, I think this is something that we can take on as the IBCC, is to challenge our roundtables to help us develop that message and bring it back. And we may even use this messaging at the roundtable level. But that's the kind of guidance that we're hoping to get back from you today, as we're coming to the end of the day and we're trying to summarize how we can be more effective, more relevant. I think helping refine and deliver a consistent message that on water policy could be one of the best things that we accomplish. I think that's what you had in mind, Russ.
Yeah, no, thanks. Great job, Ken. Thank you. Yeah, I think the, so Carrie Paget and Stacy Bowe, and I think at least I saw Carrie online, are probably listening in. But I think one thing that we wanted to ask IBCC is if, they're just kind of starting out and they're going to be visiting some of the roundtables and talking with some of the PEPO reps about what they're doing. They're also going to visit with some of these folks that have run these other campaigns and say, like, what are just even the best practices in terms of the modes of delivery to get this information out? And all that will roll back up to CWCB. But we're curious, I think Kid and I were talking, if IBCC would like to have this on their next meeting agenda and kind of hear from from Stacy and Carrie, and also maybe be allowed to kind of hear what they've been finding and add some of their own input. So if that, I don't know if I'm just looking for nods around the table, but okay. So maybe that's something we'll put on the next meeting agenda, because I think that would be powerful, and they'll have gotten into their work a little bit then. Okay. So I guess Ken, do you want to tee up Michael, or I didn't? Yeah.
Thank you. So Michael Elizabeth is going to help us with the next presentation. Michael?
Hello, all. I'm so sorry that I'm not there today. Hopefully people can see me, hear me. Sounds like you all can.
There you are.
Good. Oh, can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, great. Okay. Okay, great. So yes, I was definitely planning on being there today. And then that snow just started coming down so fast, and my Forerunner's battery was dead. So my apologies. I would have loved to have been there, to have met many people I've not yet had a chance to meet. But yes, my name is Michael Elizabeth Sakis, and I'm the new Colorado River Communications Specialist. I work really closely with Becky and Amy and Emily, and I know we're a little behind schedule today, so I can probably keep this pretty brief, but I'm really just here to remind you about materials available to you about, the ongoing negotiations and situation with the Colorado River. And so I don't know if I'm actually able to share my screen. I think I can actually. So is it okay if I do that?
Yep, we'll make it happen.
Okay, great. Hang on one moment. Great. Share, I think this should work. So this is a boring Google Doc of things that are actually really exciting, I promise. So a couple of things that we have going on right now is we've started doing a series of webinars, and we had one a couple of weeks ago that had a lot of participation, and it's a chance for Becky and Amy and other members of the Colorado River team to chat directly with anyone and everyone, including anyone in this room, anyone who's interested in getting some updates in between the updates that you're already receiving. So we have 2 more of those webinars coming up, March 19th and April 4th. We don't have those links yet created, so if you email me, I will get those to you and I will make sure that you're able to join. But it's a great platform to get an update on negotiations, hear directly from Becky, ask questions. The format of the last one we had was kind of like a fireside chat between Amy and Becky, where Amy was able to field all of the really amazing questions we got from the public. And so if you're interested in participating in these, email me. And I should maybe even start there. My role as Colorado River Communication Specialist, I'm here to be helpful on these issues. And so you can email me at michael.sakis@state.co.us for reminders on these materials, links. If you want something updated that hasn't been updated, you can reach out anytime. And I almost have a work cell phone, so hopefully that will be soon as well. So another piece, hang on one second, this is hiding underneath this. Here we go. Another piece of material we've been sharing is a survey, and we've been getting really great responses to this survey, and it's called Perspectives on the Colorado River. And so this is a chance for people to connect with us directly, let us know what river basin they live in, what's on their mind about the Colorado River, stories that you can share about drought. and feedback on irrefutable truths, which thank you all so much for your ongoing help and feedback with making those happen. And so this is material that I can share out later, whatever way is best, but that could be a form that you share with anyone who you might interact with who wants to know more about the Colorado River or connects directly with the state team. And if you want to fill out the form as well, that's an opportunity. So we've been seeing really great success with that. And then we have our Commissioner's Corner, which again is a place that really highlights those irrefutable truths. It's a place with recent news coverage. We link to stories that kind of help us all better understand the perspective, what's going on basin-wide. And there's also a place for printable materials. So this is the Commissioner's Corner. It's on the CWCB website. This is a place that has updates, tweets. Sorry, the formatting's a little strange here. There we go. I think I have that zoomed in. And then down near the bottom, we have resources here that can be printed out. And part of my role is hoping to keep this updated more often and being able to update those infographics more often. And that is like where we are still kind of in a work in progress, because I've been in the role for probably about 4 months now. And this is part of kind of getting that process figured out. But here's an example of an infographic that we've been passing around, and it shows water usage in the Colorado River Basin, some numbers of upper basin usage versus lower basin usage. And, we've heard that this is a famous infographic at this point. So you can find materials like this where you can print it out and you can bring to events, education events, obviously PEPO leadership, being on the ground, chatting with people directly. This is a place where you can find some of those materials so that you can print them out and share them. And also on that page, although I know that Commissioner Mitchell has been traveling a ton, she can find time to chat with folks, and there's a request to Colorado River speaking engagement, and that might not always be Becky, but it could be Amy, Emily, myself, depending on who makes sense. We have lots of folks who would be excited to engage with the public. So that is a place that you can head to as well. And then if you ever receive local media requests on these issues, of course, we encourage you to point them our way. And this is a place that they can submit those media requests. And then we continue to create supporting materials. That graphic that I just recently showed you, there was some pushback on those numbers, and we wanted people to understand, exactly where those numbers are coming from and why they are important to be considered when it comes to the accounting of Colorado River water usage. So we created this fact sheet. This is something that we own internally, and we might eventually put on the Commissioner's Corner. But again, if you reach out, if maybe you're hearing feedback, we have materials like this that we are more than willing to share if they are helpful. And then, so as you've heard, Commissioner Mitchell gave a great update on where things stand with negotiations. And we are internally talking about, how we start to communicate come the March 11th deadline. And so we will have some materials around that could be helpful for you all if you want to be able to, share messaging and be able to support materials that the upper basin states could present. So that again might eventually be on the Commissioner's Corner. We're planning on possibly sharing that on its own separate website, so that will be available to you as well. So some things that we plan to do: be more consistent with a way to be in touch with you all, with PEPO leadership, to be able to make these materials accessible. But then again, like I said, my position in itself, the creation of it, means that I can be here as a a person to reach out to anytime. So, but with that, if anybody has any feedback that you'd like to share right now about what could be helpful on Colorado River engagement and communication material, you can share that now, or you can email me.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I guess, one of the things we had talked about, well, we had a meeting with Michael and she said, I want to get this information out. We were kind of curious the best way to do that, because I think just kind of thinking about that spectrum, we can certainly give it out to PEPO reps, but this maybe isn't always information that's pertinent for the activities they're doing. It may be more for people that you work with every day. So do you have thoughts on how to get this out or share it better?
No,
That was just a question.
I have a question.
Okay. No,
Jump
go for
ahead
it.
if you
Go for it.
bring it closer. Counter. Thank you. So, and I might be mixing and matching a little bit. Presentation, which is great to see all these resources. I don't know if you can see me, but
Yeah.
and Ken's presentation. And I think it's great to have all this information. I'm trying to figure out, other than the roundtables and those of us that really geek out on this stuff, who's the intended audience? And I know Ken mentioned, how can we influence the general public? What do we want the general public to do about these issues? And I know that's a big question, but so much of this is, we have big, complicated interstate negotiations, and we want people to, like, I grew up in Arizona and I remember watching commercials about taking shorter showers and like conserving water. And that's great. I don't know if that's really our goal, although we should encourage it. But who's the audience for a lot of the materials, Michael, you just went through? Because I like it. And then are there specific things that we as the IBCC, the state of Colorado, want the general public to do? What actions are we asking them to take on the waterfront?
Well, so for one, I have a question about those commercials in Arizona. Was there a mascot called Pete the Beak?
Pete the Beak. Yeah. It was Tucson Water. Yeah.
Nice.
It may still be on Sunday morning cartoons. I don't know.
He is. I walked into a Tucson sandwich shop, and there was a sandwich called Pete the Beak. He was like anyway, he's like this like duck mascot.
Anthropomorphic duck. Yeah. It had a lasting impression on me, and now I'm working on water. So it worked, but I don't know if that's the goal. So I'm
right. But
yeah.
he's a good example, right? Of trying to just do more outreach with the public. I mean, coming from my role as a journalist, I think that obviously engaging with the public, with people who want to know more about these issues, who know there's a problem, or maybe even understand the problem, but want to, I often hear, like, what do negotiations even mean? Questions like that. And I would say that part of these efforts, and I think that they're a joint conversation, but also just conversations we've been having amongst, Colorado River team, is how do we start to engage with more of, the curious public? Because I would say that it takes some degree for them to probably be wanting to seek out this information. So we've thought about like social media campaigns, the possibility of, the webinar too. I mean, we had 180 people join that webinar, and names we recognize, but names we didn't recognize. And we're hoping that maybe that's being spread kind of word of mouth, of where maybe that's a way that the general public can participate in these conversations with a little bit more accessibility. And while we have 2 of those planned, we might continue with more of those, and then maybe make more of like an effort to try to reach outside of the audiences that, like you're alluding to, kind of all of us talking to each other about these topics. Like, how do we start to invite more people in? So I think that's probably a great vehicle. We are making an effort to to make sure that our positioning is more front and center in media coverage, being more accessible to interviews for papers in Colorado, outside of Colorado, podcasts in LA. So we are trying to, again, reaching probably the curious audience through those ways. And then really having access to these materials, that if you ever interact with anyone who wants to learn about these things, they can be encouraged to email, fill out the survey, read the infographics. So I guess those are some ways where we want to be a little bit more available to people who, want to be brought into the conversation.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and I think we all have the challenge of learning how to talk to people about water, and we all can speak like a geek, but can you talk with an average individual who obviously understands water? I mean, they understand water is important, but they don't understand much about the nuances of it. I mean, the survey again this year said that they still felt, the vast majority of people felt that the number one water user is the municipalities. So, another example I give is people don't get the difference between consumptive and non-consumptive use. There's just some really simple themes. That's what we were talking about with this messaging, trying to boil this down so that we all know that message that we want to reinforce to the local media, to the service groups, to whomever that we're interacting with, that other than ourselves. We know how to talk to each other, but the challenge is, how do we talk to the general population and make sure that they also understand what are those key principles that we want to reinforce?
So the goal is to reinforce and educate as opposed to ask for action. Okay.
Michael, I think Terry Skanga had a question online too.
Yeah, I've been listening to this really interesting stuff. I really like this site that you have set up, Michael. Well, one of the things I want to caution everybody, and I get questions like this all the time from the public, is the public thinks that putting the brick in the toilet is going to save water, and I think we need to dispel that. It might save them a little bit of money on their water bill, but it's not going to save water in the macro sense. What people have to understand is, in order to save water, you have to have a place to bank that water so that it can be used, be available for later use. And I think most of the general public who's not involved in water totally misses that point. They think putting the brick in the toilet, using less water in their home is going to actually save water. Well, if there's no place to put that water, it's going down the river. It may reduce your cost. It may reduce treatment costs and things like that, and reduce your water bill, but it's not going to save water. And I think we need to make sure we bring that point home when you're talking to the average person.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I think that the idea of maybe creating some kind of, because we were talking about this a little earlier, about some terms that might be introduced when it comes to materials that come out around negotiations, some new terms that media won't understand and the public won't understand. So it makes me think that maybe if there's like a resource of almost like an encyclopedia or something like that, that maybe lives online, something that can be added to while, we have certain interactions with people. Yeah, that could be some kind of tool to where we could direct people to kind of like the basics of water or something like that. And I know that we do have material like that exists through CWCB and DWR, but of course part of that is making sure that that material is accessible and people know that it's there, and that it can't just exist. It also needs to be promoted and known that it's there. So those are good points.
Oh, Bo, good.
I'd like to make a little comment on what he said just a little bit ago. Years ago, I lived in Davis, California during a drought. The whole town has no water meters, 1 meter for the whole town. They encouraged everybody to put the brick in the toilet, shut your water off when you brush your teeth, shower with your steady, like 3 or 4 things like that people could do. And the entire town cut their use of water by 2/3, down to 1/3 of what they used to use. Now, granted, you can't bank it, but on the other hand, you don't have to give these people that water anymore. Now you can use that water somewhere else. And it didn't sound like much, but I mean, just 4 or 5 little techniques like that the whole town used saved an incredible amount of water. So, little bits like that, if there's a lot of people doing little bits, can actually make a difference.
Any other comments or questions? Oh, go ahead, John.
I want to go back to your
I'm
question.
not used to these slip. Sorry.
I want to go back to Aaron's question. I think one of the reasons we care about communication is to offset the miscommunication. And we talked about that at the Glenwood meeting, is how do we deal with this, the publicity coming out of the lower basin? And I think if we can do it without saying that we're doing this because we're, that's even better, but I think getting information out there that's correct and even correcting some of the misinformation is important.
I guess to add on to that too, I'm wondering if there may be some tools in the toolbox we could use. I was thinking about the infographic where it shows upper basin and lower basin use. And actually the upper basin use over the last year went up from the year before. And so being able to maybe have some storylines that we could all draw from. I know a lot of water providers, a lot of water boards, those sort of things have kind of a water watch or a water outlook. And so if we could help reinforce or project messages that the state is that they're putting out there in regards to, something, a simple question like, well, why did we use this much water last year in the upper basin, but more this year? Well, it may be because we were recovering storage or because we are doing this and this, and here's the benefits to, kind of how we operated in this year. So I just think to the extent the state can help provide some kind of pre-approved messages that we can all agree, yeah, let's reinforce that and let's get that out there to our communities. The more consistent and reliable those messages are, I think the more they will resonate across the state and maybe even across the basin.
Thank you for that. Yeah, absolutely agree.
Okay, any other questions online? Okay. Oh, Sean. Sean has a question.
I don't know if you want to hear it, but.
I didn't know Aaron was from Arizona, so I'm taking back my Arizona comments that he tweeted to his family. But I did look up Eat the Beak, and he's very much still alive.
Yeah.
In fact, he has a document out there online that further proves my point that we're talking different languages. So Pete goes on to say, hey kids, you can do your part. And Tucson is prepared for drought in the following ways. 1, used water is recycled and used again and again. Okay, sort of Colorado, sort of not. Colorado River water is stored underground for future use. Conservation in Arizona. I'm looking at you as the token Arizonan. Tucsonans? Tucsonans.
Yeah.
Including water smart kids like you, I think they meant Aaron, know how to conserve water. So I go back to my conservation comment is if Aaron, you asked what's the audience. I think that's very much a relevant conversation, and it has been the relevant conversation for PEPO and the water community at large forever. A general public communication versus how are we communicating to the lower river, sort of Colorado stance. I mean, the words are just going to make a difference. And I think it would be helpful to sort of understand the audiences depending on the type of communication. I agree with you.
All right, so we're gonna get a mascot. That's what my takeaway is. All right, well, so I think I think Jeff put info in the chat if Michael didn't, and then we will send this out to IBCC members. And I think the roundtable chairs would be a good recipient, and certainly we could send it to the PEPO reps as well. But as you have additional information, let us know. And of course, I'm sure Michael and Amy and who else is on all the IFWE team? Emily, thank you. We'll be making the rounds to the roundtable, so be ongoing input to be collected.
Right.
Russ, am I hearing you say that this is going to be this topic will return for the June meeting, and that we will try to do a messaging discussion?
I think, I don't know specific, we could talk about that. We talk internally about what would make sense. Certainly we'll bring back the messaging discussion writ large, which I think this part of it is who's the audience is a really good question, and what we're trying, maybe it's different messages for different audiences and different levels. So I think we could talk a little bit in that space, and maybe it's kind of broader than just Colorado River, but I think we can bring that in for sure. Okay.
Okay, great.
Thanks, Michael.
Thanks so much, everyone. Appreciate it.
The water Wolverine. Yes. Yes. Let them be reintroduced first. Yeah.
Oh, no comment.
The Wolverine's name is Becky, but.
Love you, Steve. Yeah,
Mike, cue up the slides again, Mike. Thank you, sir. All right, so next kind of topic in our slew of evening or afternoon PEPO discussions here. We want to talk a little bit about C9 Summit. We've talked about that some today. I'm really happy that it landed well. And, you know, we've sporadically had kind of summits across the years that, you know, sometimes have been coupled together, sometimes they've been spread out. The last C9 Summit that we did before this last fall was the 2019 C9 Summit. That was the first one we really branded as the Colorado 9 Summit, the C9 Summit. That focused a lot on the technical update and the basin implementation plans. And that makes sense in the context of Water for the 21st Century Act, because as Director Mitchell, et cetera, Commissioner Mitchell, I will always call you Director Mitchell. I guess you're both now. It's fine. As Becky had said earlier, that you know, in 1177, it really does have this explicit ask for the roundtables and IBCC to support SWASI, use that data, help us make it better. And today, of course, we know that SWASI is really the collective of the technical update, the basin implementation plans, and the water plan. And we want IBCC to be at the table and helping inform each step of that process. In 2023, just as last year, you know, we really heard a lot, and we heard it again today, this theme of communication and increasing communication between IBCC, roundtables, and CWCB. So we brought this back, and we thought if it works and lands well and is supported, maybe this really is something to make an annual event. And really, as we did last year, we kind of folded that in as IBCC's third meeting, and I really appreciate the ideas that we got from this group, and particularly Ken and Lisa for helping us kind of plan this out and put together the agenda. And I think we'd like to let that continue. And I think, again, was said this morning, but, you know, I really see this could go several ways. It could be that as we're thinking about our conversations today and our next IBCC meeting, it could be that we're moving an idea along that we're ready to launch, and maybe it's codified at that meeting that we, you know, at the C9 Summit. It could be that we are still thinking about something and we want to daylight it and get some broader input, and then maybe that's going to inform, you know, what we work on the next year. I think it could go a number of different directions, but I'm excited about it. It's the, you know, a real opportunity, I think, for IBCC to kind of have some real money put behind it and realize its role as a key integrator between these groups. At the C9 Summit, I talked about the Water for the 21st Century Act, and I talked about how, you know, there are things that are contemplated, you know, not contemplated in 1177 that, of course, are something we live with every day, like Zoom. And we now have a new DNR policy handbook that applies to the roundtables and the IBCC that kind of makes some of that clear. It mandates that we will keep open meetings, and that part of keeping open meetings is having an online stream to do that. I think there's several benefits of that, just for, you know, some of the conversations we had today about opening this up and bringing more people to the table. And so I'm glad that we have that. The DNR handbook does not address a lot of questions that we get pretty regularly, some that have come up around Zoom over the years, or you know, just many other questions on, you know, how does a CWCB board member get appointed? And what we realized is that we have a somewhat of an onboarding document that we allow for, you know, that we provide for CWCB board members. I don't know that we've ever really printed that and given it out, but we walk them through it. But a lot of the information that's in there, and maybe the information that we need to add to it, can really be this onboarding document for the, you know, a new roundtable member, a new IBCC member, as well as a new CWCB board member. And so we're really developing this guide, and we've been going around doing a little bit of a basin roundtable roadshow about it, but to be a one-stop shop on how the agency works, and how we work together, certainly on some of those critical areas like Water Supply Reserve Fund or water plan grants. So all that will be in the guide. That's gonna be something that's forthcoming. One of the areas of the guide that I've found as we're drafting it to be the hardest to write is maybe the IBCC section. In some ways, it might be the shortest section to write, but there's so much that, even if we just look at the terms of compact and negotiations, it implies some kind of legal remedy that is just not really, and maybe was not ever intended when we think about what the spirit of IBCC is in negotiations and communication and bringing people together. And I don't know that that needs to be limiting, but I think it does call to me, it says, and this survey that we sent out backs up, could you describe IBCC? And the majority of folks are saying no or maybe. And I think that if we rolled this same survey out at the roundtable, you'd probably get a pretty similar breakdown. And maybe it speaks to what, Jim said earlier, like it has changed over time and where we're at now. And maybe IBCC is what it needs to be, but maybe it's also time to try to explain what that is in little clearer terms that can help us with this onboarding of new members. I think this John Stolp quote holds up very well, of course, past IBCC director, but it speaks to this, transitory nature of IBCC changing and taking on different things. And as Director Mitchell had said, sometimes IBCC is tasked with certain things, but most broadly, our role is to take that information from the roundtables, bring it back to this group, and really try to see what we can move forward in advance to help and really do something good for the state. To this, and we've talked about both these documents a lot today, and in the survey, there's a ton of comments, and I think, on the calls as well about the conceptual framework. But, to me, what stands out about both of these documents is that, as was said this morning, they both, along with the basin implementation plans, went into the 2015 water plan. They were both examples of some ideas, not just that was worked on by IBCC, but really workshop and iterative process of getting roundtable input, refining with IBCC, and then ultimately taking final drafts up to the CWCB board. At least, to hear it from the time, I see your name on there. It's funny. This had unanimous support. So when we think about no low regrets having unanimous support, I think it speaks to, again, that power that IBCC can really harness and bring together and move something forward to policy. I will flag that the no low regrets strategy is not, unlike the conceptual framework, which is in the 23 plan. There was just some dated concepts in there that, for example, references to the medium level conservation strategy in Swazi 2010, right? It wasn't easily to put in and kind of do a crosswalk of what that meant. So we didn't include it, and it probably is something to look at again. But both of these, again, are just, to me, a shining example of the good work that IBCC can help lead, not necessarily without even a lot of budget. This was just a lot of good work put behind trying to dig in. And of course, this aligned well with CWCB directives to ultimately create a water plan. And there was contract support that we were able to bring to bear, but it's also something that we could support and get behind. Here, thank you to everybody that filled out the survey. I wanted to kind of stack the survey that you just filled out topically with surveys that we've done in the past. These are not all one-to-one. We've asked these questions in different ways. Sometimes I had to, pull topics that were like together, such as water quality and reuse may not be a one-to-one in your mind, but just to kind of try to highlight what are the kind of general top 10 things that over the years, IBCC and the roundtables have said that they would like to work on. I will flag right now before somebody else says it, this does not include Colorado River. And that, as you've seen, is just a standing piece of our agendas now. We know we want to talk about it. There may not be a specific action to work on around it, or there may be at some time. But for right now, what are the other things besides Colorado River? And what I think is really interesting about the survey, outside of just kind of ranking what comes up and the kinds of things that IBCC might dig into, is if you look at the Colorado River Drought Task Force recommendations, they didn't have a recommendation on Colorado River explicitly either, at least when it comes to demand management, but they talked about a lot of the same things that this group has identified wanting to talk about. And I don't mean that at all in a disrespectful way, but more as an opportunistic way to say IBCC can dig in on these issues too. When we talk about aging infrastructure or funding for turf. And if you look at the 2013 no low regret strategy, these topics are also reflected in that, right? So if we want to think about good work that IBCC can do, it may be thinking about not just these big topics, but what specifically within these topics could IBCC dig into? At the C9 Summit, we asked a question like this, and I wish we had tried to do a better job of disaggregating the data on the back end, and we couldn't, so we've kind of got it combined here, but you know, that is Dan. Dan's still here in spirit.
It's really bad when you can tell who people are from the back of their head.
But we asked this question, what can I do? You know, we broke out at the drought rally, we had all these separate topics. And the last question for each of those groups was, what can I do from my role, my position, the conversations and solutions I think I could bring, right? I think that's a really great question for IBCC to ask itself. But when I look at just the collective, I want to thank Jeff for making this word cloud happen. When we look at the collective summary and just try to boil that down into a word cloud of the ideas that came out of that, you know, if you say increase collaboration, support funding, increase partnerships, promote education, these are all things that IBCC is well suited and primed to work on and dig into. It's just what specifically might we do in these areas? So we've talked about this as a team internally. We've talked about this with Ken and Lisa as the IBCC PEPO reps, and I want to kind of turn it over to them to run through some ideas they had. But one of the ideas that, you know, in these group sessions we had, they were broken up by different topics. One of those was around forest health, watershed health. And I know that was the group that Ken was in, and I thought I might turn it over to you for an idea that came out of that for you.
Thank you. Yes, and thank you to all of you for attending the C9. I received many very nice comments about it, and I'm glad to hear that we're seriously thinking about continuing that effort. The forest health example was a really a powerful discussion that we that I had a chance. Jeff sent me the notes from that meeting, and I had a chance to look through those, and there's some themes that I think really resonated when we. Of course, it says what's at risk. Of course, our water supply, life and property, forest health. We have danger of floods or recreation impacts. You know, what do we gain if we can solve these challenges? Well, trust between our local, state, and federal agencies, as well as our private landowners and stakeholders. Healthier forests and watersheds. I'm not reading you everything, just a couple of them. Here's the one though that I thought was most important was, what can I do from my role and position to advance the collaboration or the conversations and solutions? Number one, continue to support basin efforts to facilitate collaboration among stakeholders. Assist with PEPO and other educational efforts on these topics. I mean, there's 10 of them, but they really kind of go right into our wheelhouses. This is stuff that we can take on. You know, we're lucky that to have that effort initiated up in our neck of the woods. It's actually been going on for several decades, but it's finally been embraced as you know, all the way from Steamboat over to Craig, all the way up to Battle Mountain. So it's both Colorado and Wyoming. It's Moffat County and Routt County. It's state and U.S. Forest Service, CPW, BLM, NRCS, they're all at the table, and that's, it just serves as this excellent foundation for that collaboration and communication, because maybe that's what we could help facilitate a panel like that at the C9 that talks about how what's that model of integration, and bring the people that are always at that table there to talk to us about it. I mean, how many of you were able to go to the work session on the first morning of the Water Congress that was about forest health? Because Dan was there with the heads of all the departments. It was a really consistent message of building trust between these entities. We can, I believe, have the opportunity to facilitate that. So that's what else do we like? Yeah, I think I covered it. I'm not very good at reading PowerPoints. I used to, one of the boards I was on, if you brought a PowerPoint, it cost you $5. If you read the PowerPoint, it cost you $50. Please.
On that note, I'll never forget, I think it was one of my first presentations, and Jackie Brown was still the head of the, she was the chair for the YAMPA, and it was, what was it, 3 slides, 5 minutes? I think is all you got. You had anything else? That was it. That's still, okay, there you go. Yeah, I think the other thing, Ken, maybe just a tee up for you that you had mentioned before that I think resonated with me is that you know, maybe there is really, I believe, and you tell me if I got this wrong, but I think you said when you or, you know, even the Yampa talks to Forest Service, you know, you're one voice and you get that feedback. But if the roundtables collectively could come up with a set of ideas that were important to them, that may, you know, be something that could be passed along and we could have a heavier weight to it.
Yes, absolutely. You know, and I think they're really anxious for that. I'll have a better idea after this. You know, Sean Babington is one of the top people in the Department of Agriculture, and he's doing a site visit to this big forest health project on Thursday this week. So we'll have all of those people in the room from both Colorado and Wyoming. So it should be a really interesting discussion and hopefully a model of what we might be able to do here later.
So in a second, just a few more slides to get through, we're going to turn things over to you. If you do have a burning question, I will have Jeff look online and I will be more attentive to these flip cards. That predates me, I guess, as a thing. So I'm learning. I didn't know about the flip. I know now. So I will say when I've talked with Ken and Lisa, like another, you know, getting to this, our strategic plan really is the water plan. It was this consistent theme of how do we support the water plan. So another idea that I will turn over to Lisa kind of really falls in line with one of the actions we have in the water plan. And it just dawns on me that, you know, as you know, we have I always like to say none of the actions in the water plan are really funded. There's very few that probably had money existing as we went into that. A lot of that we have to go out and ask for. And so they kind of have their own timeline in terms of how we can get that funding, how we can apply resources and do it. But as we were developing things, there's no reason we couldn't bring, you know, where we're at with that or get input from the IBCC. So on that.
Yeah, thanks, Russ. So we tried to tie in some of the things that we saw in the survey and some of the conversations that we've had, you know, one-on-one with folks as we've met over time. And one of the constants seems to be an interest in drought resiliency and responding to climate change. The 2023 water plan in its scenarios was looking at the 3 drivers that could greatly impact the risk of a success in the water plan, and climate and climate change was one, along with population and our ability to conserve. And we saw in the surveys as well that drought resonates. That's something that everyone feels like is a commonality amongst the basin's forest state to really be addressed. And what it really plays into, next slide, is the scenarios, right? So we had the scenarios that were developed in 2013, Becky, and I did smile when I saw your name on this too. The No and Low Regrets Action Plan was actually developed by the IBCC, and it was based on SWASI, and then it fed into the water plan. And so is there an opportunity to start looking at maybe redoing or taking a look at that low regrets strategy and trying to touch on all of those items that were of importance across all of our basins amongst our membership here at the IBCC. Aaron already brought this up and I was like, oh, is there a way that we can take that drought task force, the Colorado River Drought Task Force, and pick up some of those recommendations? And as he very articulately said, you know, given a little bit more time and maybe a little bit more focus, are there any of those that we could actually move forward? So in individual conversations, you know, we've talked about sort of reasserting our role and kind of refinding our value added. I think everyone at this table wants to feel like they're contributing. And all of those things that were important to us that were listed in that survey, we have an opportunity now to try to address that. So the low regrets 2.0 is just a way to say, could we actually be looking at the scenarios and the scenario planning for the next water plan, which we have some time, but could we look at the next technical update and could we help inform that and help direct that, which I think might be a really good way to engage ourselves, engage our basin roundtables. And the first water plan, the basin roundtables had 34 scenarios. The IBCC was the one that actually narrowed it to 10. And they were part of that by doing the no and low regret strategy that was then given to the CWCB to implement with tools. You know, we have a purpose, but sometimes I think, you know, that's not, as we were talking about, maybe not really super exciting or super, but it's important nonetheless. And so those are just a couple other ideas that we had from feedback that we've received from all of you.
Thanks, Lisa. Yeah, it reminds me actually, oh,
Can I?
yes, of course.
So I was, I didn't remember this exact moment, but it's starting to come back to me. Uh, it's been over 10 years, but but interestingly enough, when the no and low regrets was presented, it wasn't a staff presentation to the board. It was essentially the IBCC was presenting to the board the no and low regrets and the reasoning behind that and the reasoning of why they got it down to 10 and how they did that and the power that was the IBCC at that point was that they could bring the masses along and so it honored the power of the CWCB but it also brought the masses there together and it was the IBCC that pushed that forward at the board level. So I think that's something to remember and I'm glad I just remembered it.
Well, I'll say a couple of, since you called out our past conversation, I'll call out another conversation first. We were talking the other day and I, because my first IBCC meet was an IBCC PEPO meeting in 2012. And this was the topic and there was a good 60 people in that room. And you think about, you know, I don't think the majority of those people were actually on IBCC or even the PEPO. They were just interested people that were really concerned with how this was going to shape up. And I think that that's the power again that IBCC and the mission, I think of, you know, when we say PEPO is really the mission of the Interbasin Compact Committee itself is just how do we bring information forward and get feedback and help it bring that level of understanding up. So, you know, one thing I was going to say to you about the scenarios is now that so it's funny to talk about the 64 whittled down to 10. A lot of the feedback that we've gotten, you know, as we've done technical update into the BIPs, you know, it's just, gosh, do you need 5? Because these are 5 modeled scenarios. You get a lot of data. So do you need 5 has been a question. But as we think about it, there's a need maybe for some consistency when we compare you know, if we're going to change a few, how do we keep some enough the same that we have a real way back to see if we're making a difference? But I do want to call out something that I heard, you know, from the past IBCC, and I'm pretty sure Pat was the one that said it, but do we have a scenario for what we just lived through, which was pretty warm and droughty, and not extra droughty, and you know, it's kind of not necessarily represented in there. We have a weak economy scenario, but we don't have the worst economy with the hottest temperature or even, you know, significantly warmer temperature and, you know, moderate population growth. So there might be some room to tweak the scenarios in a way that are telling us something more. And that's something that aligns well with the water plan as an action in the water plan.
Russ, I just might want to jump in here and say it is, we were talking here, I was writing down, we're actually approaching the silver anniversary, if we want to call it that, of the 2002 drought. And I think we, as an IBCC, we may want to have a discussion about risk tolerance in general. When Becky was talking about storage levels and how we respond and how we even model that in the negotiations, I think we're all dealing with that in our systems because we've lived through it. We've lived with scarcity and shortage for 25 years now. And so how does that reflect our responses, our planning, our resilience, and maybe the next water plan update of how have we incorporated risk planning and assessment into our day-to-day lives as individuals and as a state?
And I'm going to go to Sean in a second, but I'll add to that and just say, and not just the water plan, but the basin implementation plans. One thing we were kind of reminiscing on is and I think some fair feedback we got is, you know, we sometimes taking really technical information to folks that aren't necessarily always technical. I mean, you have some folks on the roundtables that might be the modeling expert, but a lot of people aren't maybe at that same, they don't want to get in the weeds at that level. So, you know, how do we better serve up that information and maybe spend more time in the tech update part of that, of serving up things to the roundtables in a way that can help them get to those solution sets easier, is, I think, a great role for IBCC. Sean, you were going to add?
You said something, Russ, that I've been kind of noodling on for a while, particularly with the South Platte Basin Roundtable post-COVID. it was mentioned earlier that Colorado Water Congress sold out. We're having our annual water symposium this week, as I mentioned earlier. It's sold out. There seems to be a great appetite for water conversations. Our roundtable, our South Platte roundtable, hasn't had what I'll call the audience participation. Some of that is Zoom. They're sort of there with black screens, but just haven't had them in the room. And I've noticed that with IBCC as well. And you mentioned it, that, there was a time there was 60 people sitting in this room, and I guess this is just an observation, not really a question. I'm curious what it is about maybe roundtables and IBCC where maybe the luster's worn off. Maybe there's more trust. Maybe there's just, we've moved on to Colorado River issues, and that isn't the IBCC and roundtables aren't focused enough for that. And maybe other roundtables are seeing greater participation for all those same reasons. But it's this sort of, what is our purpose? I think, I guess what I'm coming around to is the lack of others engaging in these conversations might be indicative of they're not quite sure what we're doing. And perhaps with these recommendations and having a focus might create some additional participation and folks getting interested in what we're doing.
Make IBCC sexy again?
Yeah. Well said.
Yeah. I think that's interesting. I also think some of it is there's so much going that people are like, what's important, what's not. And so I think defining what we are going to achieve or try to achieve and make that clear can bring people to the table, because I think they'll be interested, and let them know that that's the time to have the discussion and get your input in there. So I think getting that information out will be critical.
Awesome. I want to switch gears slightly, and then we're going to bring Jonathan in and have a little bit more of a robust dialogue that will revisit some of these things, including revisiting this next slide. But as I've thought about like these examples and what kind of makes them powerful and makes them workable or actionable, it really got me to thinking that I would really like your help with to explore a little bit more, because I think it could be instructive for this conversation of what IBCC does, the types of projects it can take on, and really for roundtables feeding that information up too. So when I think about actionable projects, and that being the space that IBCC says frequently that it wants to be in, doing work, I think of it, and again, these may or may not be the right things. We're going to open this up for you guys to dig into. But as I've thought about it, it seems like these are things that have broad basin support. They're broader than one basin. They're not in conflict with another group's authority, whether that's CWCB or the legislature or another task force. They're supported by CWCB or in the water plan, which is maybe a way to say that staff can work on it. If it's a super politically contentious topic, it's probably not going to be something that we're going to have the authority to be able to support a lot. It has minimal costs, or CWCB already has funds. So getting to this idea that we don't necessarily have a budget put behind moving some of these things, if it is catching fire with something that's already moving forward, that allows us to support more easily or maybe lend some capacity. At the same time, if it's something like a shared draft that we're all working on, I mean, that's a pretty low cost lift. But ultimately results in something like those two examples that we gave that, the CWCB could actually approve, get on board with, and put into their policy document, the water plan. And it has that kind of feedback loop with the roundtables. So that's the space that I see, IBCC wants to be in. We hear that a lot. We've heard a lot over the years. I've heard it probably 50 times of IBCC's floundering, and that is maybe not always reflective of the good conversations that we've had this morning. Like, we heard a lot of great support of, this is why I come to IBCC, to have these discussions. But the discussion space is a lot of what we end up being in conversation, and I'm not maligning that at all, but just to say that we'll always be in that space if these are, maybe have these characteristics, a single person or basin issue, they're stepping on somebody else's authority, it's not, we're going to get sideways with the legislature or the governor on something, requires extra funding or contract support we don't have, or has an outcome that ultimately the CWCB board can't get on board with. That is great, and we need to have those tough conversations, and there's a space for that, and that will almost always lead to us talking and presentations, and we need to do that. So again, that open discussion has a super critical role. I heard it 5 times this morning, but just on the survey, we heard a lot of this, like the open mind, willingness to communicate, to that exchange of ideas and understanding different points of view is super critical. And that is a key role of what IBCC does and can do. But if we want to get to the doing space, right? If we want to produce something and have a deliverable and move to action, then I think it's important to say that 72% of our survey respondents were unsure maybe of what IBCC could even work on, and maybe that is what needs a little bit more clarity. So as we've thought about like teeing up this afternoon discussion, I'm reminded of just again these survey results. I don't think that this is off track. I will note in the survey when we asked if, would it be helpful to have greater clarity? Nobody said no. There's a few neutral, but a lot of support for, yeah, I could use some direction. And in my mind, what I think I've learned about this is that never works well top down. It really needs to come from you all, which is why we wanted to have this facilitated conversation today. So as we think again about this guide and maybe something that could go in it, I think a lot about, and at lunch we handed out and you have in front of you this document, which was found on John Porter's desk when he passed away, another great loss to the state and another former IBCC member. And I couldn't tell you the origins of this, honestly. I bet somebody knows and says, oh, I remember when we drafted this. But when I looked at this, I was like, wow, this is great. Like somebody actually took the time to write down and hand out to their roundtable what you needed when you were electing somebody. And I have wondered as we have these conversations over the afternoon, if we couldn't, maybe this language is just a reference point. Maybe you all are, and then again, recognizing what Jim said, that for this time, here's where IBCC is at. This is what we need. Maybe it's a flavor of, we're going to have these discussions. Here's the characteristics that we need. And if we want to move projects forward, these are the kind of projects, or these are the characteristics of the projects that are well primed for IBCC to take on. So that's kind of reflected in these first 2 conversations we want to have with you. What are the qualities of projects that work well for IBCC? And maybe we'll spend some time talking about what those ideas are for actual projects, whether they're the ones we've talked about or different. And what are the qualities of the IBCC members that we need to move those projects forward? So if we are going to have an in-depth modeling conversation, we better have a modeler on IBCC. If it's going to be, last year, I think we spent a lot of time going down, a key role for IBCC is to help move projects forward in their basin. I still think that that's true, but you kind of have to be the person that's going to do what Paul did in his basin and bring together, academia and bring together, the TNC or whatever group or TU that can help fund something and move that forward and help get the grant moving, right? And that's just not everybody's cup of tea. So I think IBCC needs to decide what it wants to work on and then what we need to make that work possible. So with that, I'll turn things over to Jonathan. And play intermission.
I just want to say while he does that, I was looking up these qualities and skills for IBCC representatives, and I see these around the room, and not all of them, not all of them. You can't be everything, but you can be some of the things. Collectively, we may meet this criteria.
Right, and I think we want to get to those qualities and criteria, but first what we want to talk about is the proposal, if you will, about what are the types of work that's most suited to this group and sort of the questions about it needs to be, in order for it to be an IBCC project, meaningful, purposeful, I don't know about sexy, but part that fits within your realm. Russ has described it as having broad basin support. So it's not just 1 or 2 basins. It's not in conflict with groups' authority, supported by and consistent with the plan itself. There's costs or minimal costs, and results are something that you can actually do something workshop with, engage the CWC board to approve or to do something like that. And so to get us started, I think the question is, are there other things that would make it an actionable project for things that are meaningful for this group to do? And again, I reference back to 2020 22, and we had a similar kind of conversation, which is about meaning, impact, and ensuring that the time that you spent is maximizing, you're leveraging your abilities to connect with the roundtables in the state. And so what we want to do is to come to a collective understanding about what's an actionable project. So thoughts on that? Are there other qualities that you would add to this? Does this resonate? Thoughts on that? And you can turn up your note card. I do know that older strategy. Thank you, Ken. Please.
Yeah, actually, not sure who put this together. Russ, Jeff, and others. Good job. It does resonate. You always listen very well, Russ, when I corner you. I would reword the top one as multiple basin support, or, sounds like a single basin there, and clearly I agree. Outside of some of the comments on visiting others, I mean, we do need to learn about each other's basins, but if it is truly just a single basin issue, it's not going to resonate with the larger group for action. I think so I'm pretty happy with what you've come up with. I'm sure I'll come up with some minor details as I sleep on it.
And I think if I understood this as well, it's not that an individual basin issue isn't important to this group. That's a discussion piece, but it's not necessarily an actionable item in terms of that you're going to have as part of, if you will, your work plan going forward. So I think that the things that are important to you in terms of, and I really resonated with this morning's discussion about how you're talking about each other's basins, that's still important, but it's really about the actionable project. Sean, go ahead.
Thank you. Perhaps I missed it. I have a question over what exactly are we talking about in way of projects? And I assume we're not talking about building a reservoir project. We're talking about some of the fancy slides that Russ is going to pull up. Okay, got it. Okay, sorry, I missed that. And then it might get into parsing words if you could go back to that other slide. Not in conflict with another group's authority might be worth exploring a little bit. Just to pick on Rick, because he's here next to me, is, we might venture into something that doesn't conflict with Denver Water's authority, but may conflict with Denver Water's view of the world. And so is that what we're looking for, is not conflict with anyone or not conflict with their authority and sort of step on their toes? And then minimal cost, or CWCB already has funds. I'd maybe add an asterisk to that, where it may be that we put it in a parking lot if it is costly, and perhaps explore future funding and not just dismiss it outright because it can't be funded now.
So it's really about, so what do we mean by conflict, and whether it's conflict of a regulatory or authority, or as a view of the world or a perspective, and then, sort of making sure that just because it may cost something, that we don't lose that there may be opportunities going. Rick, did you want to respond? You got called out there.
Mike doesn't work. I think Sean was just picking on me, but I think, we acknowledge that we have different viewpoints from different basins, right? So naturally, there may be conflict. As I mentioned earlier today, we need to find a way to become unified as a state. So I view conflict as another group's authority. Is someone else responsible for this? Not, do they have a different view of it necessarily?
Sure. Yep. I could read it that way.
Right. So maybe that's a revision around that sort of overlapping responsibilities associated with, Shoshone's one of them. We talked about Colorado River. Those might be examples of where there's conflicting authority associated, but it doesn't necessarily, and I think if I'm understanding you, Rick, it's not that you just have differing perspectives associated with that. It could still be an actionable, appropriate project for the IBCC. You don't have to start there. Becky, did you have your hand up?
Nope, I'm good.
Other thoughts? Oh, excuse me. Carrie.
I was too close to you.
I'm trying not to get to the mic, too close to the mic.
We've kind of danced around it, but I guess that it's added value, whether it's for the specific roundtables or it's for CWCB, and that it answers a question. That whether it's CWCB asking a question of the roundtables or it's the roundtables having a question of CWCB in it, it actually answers something so that we're putting something together that's going to add value for every subset and then come back and we can adapt.
Right. It's purposeful. It's meaningful. It creates, answers a problem. Do you have an example of you're thinking about in terms of whether those forest health initiative or drought, but it has to be meaningful, right? It has to have impact. Sorry, I'm on the other side of this poll to see you.
Don't create a problem to solve.
Yeah. Stan, go ahead.
Yeah, it's relatively obvious, and I'm not sure whether you want to state it or not, but it's the timeliness. A lot of the projects we seem to come up with are or so far away that they can't get done realistically and it shouldn't be done right. Look at the forest issue problems, bad example. If they had restudied prior to the major fires, what was going to happen with spreading, that would have created major settlement of an issue. They could have done something about it versus waiting 9 years, not doing anything. And then the fire took a lot big part of the forest. Timeliness, it seems like you want to move everything forward fairly fast, even though it's hard to do it on.
Yeah, so it's not only just adding value, but it's doing so in a time frame that actually is able to impact decisions, impact sort of the context. What else? I have some more questions here. So this gets to the sorry.
Finally, when you were
please.
I think when we talk about the qualities for a successful project or potential project, I completely agree with all these. I think one thing that I'm thinking about in terms of conversations or questions about tribal engagement has been two things. One is traditional ecological knowledge. Folks have heard that, but it's quite a buzzword, and the Forest Service and a lot of federal land managing agencies are actively working on how to include that, like traditional knowledge by tribal nations that have lived in lands and communities. And the other one is since time immemorial. And then the other one is cultural burning as it's related to forest health. And it's a conversation that I think it's coming, if it's not already in Colorado. It's definitely been a request from tribes to offer experience around how cultural burnings were done over thousands of years to help mitigate fire management systems, what we would call fire, English terminology. So I think I think there's more examples, obviously, in the Northwest by different tribal nations, especially Northern California. But those are some of the things that are coming out more and more that I think that might be conversations that might help in terms of the land management system, either to conversations or groups that you are all or we are all working with, but also if we're talking about forest health and if the state's asking these questions, I know the feds are asking these questions, and at a local level as well, it might be something we're thinking about as we look at these potential projects. What qualities are missing is often the voice that's missing from the table. So that's something that
Thanks, Ernest. The sort of the traditional ecological knowledge, sort of specific practices, whether it be cultural burning and sort of having that as part of the IBC's thinking about actionable, credible projects. Where do those concepts of indigenous knowledge or co-stewardship or all those, and I think there's a new Department of Interior manual on that outlines part of that, those kind of things. So including that in the sort of actionable project realm. Anything else that you Pat, please.
I'm going to try this on with the group and see what y'all think, or if you start throwing stuff at me. But with this concept of broad basin support, and I'm wondering if there's kind of a chance to evolve the IBCC a little bit from an era where we were, oh, he is going to chuck something, where it was like, we're going to negotiate interbasin agreements with each other, and that kind of implies, a certain lift and controversy and stuff associated with it. I'm almost wondering if we could evolve to something more like, it's not quite Becky's model for irrefutable truths, but maybe it's more an era of kind of guiding principles or projects like Carrie that you said that add value, that meet these certain sort of criteria that are consistent with kind of the intent and the goals of why we're all here is reflected in this document, but that are they're almost kind of policy statements or guiding principles around whatever topic. I think the forest health topic is a good one where we can say, as a state, we want, any conversation around forest health to involve these sort of things. This is what we're asking of federal agencies. This is kind of how, equity may even apply to forest health, of making sure that no part of the state gets left behind in forest management discussions because it affects every corner of the state. Those sort of things that maybe don't rise to the level of irrefutable truths, but are kind of some guidelines that we can all put forward and kind of amplify and step together on, rather than we're going to negotiate, we're going to fight for 2 years over an agreement between the Gunnison and the Arkansas. So maybe a little too Pollyanna, but.
But the idea that the IBCC can have a role for actionable in developing some of those common state policies, approaches, principles that that can help to inform multiple decision-making processes. What you talked about, equity included in that, maybe it's indigenous knowledge, as Ernest said. There could be other aspects of that you would develop, if you will, around some key topics. Thoughts on that? I mean, but I saw nobody throw anything at you, Pat. So, is that another comment?
You gotta put your card down, Pat.
Oh.
Oh, my.
All right. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to align what's actionable, what's meaningful. Jeff, go ahead.
In fact, in contrast to beating Pat with what's left of my chocolate chip cookie, I would just say that what you just expressed, Pat, Ken and I and Tom Gray have found to be an extremely valuable thing in the Ample Green, and that is that the written word, simply expressed, is very, very helpful for people. When you write down those 7 demand management principles and argue them down to their essence, people can read that. They may not agree with every single one, but it helps them. And so the idea that you just expressed, I think, as one of the things that the IBCC could do in its project process would be extremely helpful. I'll throw it at you at some point.
It's a cookie, so it's a good thing to throw.
Right, that's a thank you, that's a support.
And this brings up something that I heard on all of these calls of when people said, this is where we saw benefit from the IBCC. It was narrowed down to really clear, discernible thoughts that were broadly accepted. And so when we talk about no and low regrets, getting it down to 10, that people could remember that and get behind it, and the conceptual framework, those came down to some principles, and those were difficult conversations, but I think meaningful and shaping, and sometimes not complicated is what we need. What can we agree on? Where is the intersection of the Venn diagram? And some of the outside things will be outside of that intersection will be dealt with. But focusing on where we can agree, I think, has been where I've seen the state move the most.
Sean.
Jim and I were lamenting that Pat is so smart. So you're not going to get something chucked at us. That's how I heard it. So I agree because I'm smart to agree with a smart person, but I'll scale it up a little bit. I think I'm right in remembering that WSRF criteria review come through the IBCC. Am I remembering that right? Perhaps if there's consensus around what qualities make for good projects, we could sort of leverage that into some of the funding that comes out of CWCB so that we're seeing it actually put on the ground.
So the idea is guiding principles that are then applied to sort of the distribution of resources or our funding from CWCB. Is that so it'd be a filter or a criteria? Is that what you think?
Correct, without getting into who's the policy organization of the state of Colorado.
Right.
Yeah, and I think that's smart practice. And I get to tell a story for all of this. There was a point where the IBCC was looking at the criteria for WSRF, and I mean it was probably around the 2013 timeframe. And one of the things that seemed logical, I came from the consulting engineering world, and one of the things, as an example, of small changes that make things better was that there was the final deliverable holdback, and it was really small. It was a very small percentage. And so what we had happening was that many projects got very close to the finish line, but never were, the final report never came in because a very little amount of money was held back. It might have been like 5% or something like that. And people found that if they got most of the project done, they didn't need to turn in the final report, right? And it for that amount of money, because oftentimes that would take more than that. But that final report was where it became a cross basin benefit, where you had something where somebody could take it and say, this worked for us, this didn't work for us, this is what we learned from it. And so I felt at that point that the meaning of this money that comes through WSRF is not only for the individual projects on the ground, but so that somebody else can learn from them. And see if they can use them in their basin. And so it took some effort. That's changed a little bit. But those are the kind of things that make a difference. And that is the impact of this group. Because now we have to close things out. That money is being held and couldn't be used even. Because it was still kind of held up. And so cleaning up things like that, cleaning up the criteria so that we can all learn from it. So that's just an example of where that works.
Yeah, making sure to pull the lessons learned and best practices out of those to be able to share across basin per project. Ken, go ahead.
Well, a broader theme is best management practices. And I think that applies to a whole variety of different areas. But to use Sean's example, our grant committee reviews the grants in depth. I mean, you'll be in for a good hour and a half review. And when we're done, we fill out a scoring matrix, and we've been trying to rewrite the matrix, but it's based on kind of our BIP goals. And I mean, we've spent a fair bit of time on it, and I think that kind of guidance would really be helpful to have something that was more uniform the way we are reviewing this stuff. But that example goes over into a whole variety of other places. That's kind of what Russ has been proposing with the handbook is, you don't have to do all these things, but these things work best. Like our grant, when you do your grant presentation to the roundtable, you got 5 minutes and you get 3 slides.
Or you pay $50.
Or you pay $50. No, but I mean, I really do think we have a lot to learn from each other. That's all.
That's how we fund IBCC. Happy hours and all those. So the third question on here is, given this, and we've talked around this a little bit, is
maybe take 5 minutes and talk. Is it all right if we take a little stretch break? And in that stretch break, what I want you to be doing is talking with your IBCC members about, given if this is the filter that we're going to run actionable projects through, what do you want to focus on? What projects do you think that IBCC can tackle in this regard? So let's take 5 minutes and we'll come back, we'll think about this. And then what we want to do is we want to move on to some of the attributes. The attributes of you all. And one of the things I took away from this morning's presentation was there's a lot of transition, right? And what are the kinds of things that are going to be necessary in the types of people and attributes going forward to be able to do these projects that we're talking about. But on the break, just talk about projects that you think, given this screen, that IBCC can, should, might tackle. Okay, 5 minutes from right now.
And I would just, Ken, you have a question? Go ahead.
Yeah, can you put up the past polling again? Just leave it on the screen.
Sure. For the projects.
With all your dots.
Okay, I'll put that one. Also, just letting you all know, we have that room so where you ate lunch and breakfast. So if you want to stretch your legs and go over there, there's room to meander.
Yeah.
That one, Ken?
It's all Yes, the funding's the one that's been sitting around with paper bags, we're going to throw paper bags, plastic bags.
Right.
You know. It's, really flat. Takes a long time in the island. The original idea was some, the alternative now, what we can do, might produce something like that. It's a bad example. Major fire in Grand County. They failed to a year, no excuse. They didn't. Private contracting. I'm not throwing any rocks. Timeliness. And I think looking at 2002, be a good time to look at it because of the timing, throw it back to the traffic. But other than big projects, tough thing.
Yeah.
Smaller projects, most of the projects. Feasible and ready.
Right.
We need
You figure.
Well, there's not any big. Ones that are, they look like, goes right through the granite, the bottom. Not good
Wanna grab your seats?
The stuff in statute is just that it shall.
So,
grants.
on top of your
Ag
now
and
then-
environment, just like setting up.
The filter that we're looking at projects through include this, sort of actionable, broad-based support, not in conflict with a group's authority, there's not necessarily conflict. Costs, although we're not gonna ignore things just because of cost, but we maybe put them in in a parking lot, that it adds value, that there's a timeliness to it, that there's the inclusion of traditional ecological knowledge, and that it really, and the idea I think at the end was about it may be broad principles that may help to influence the basis of criteria. So if we would pass the projects, I hope you've been thinking about them, about things that you're thinking about that would meet within the purpose of the IBCC. What are they? What are you thinking about? What would be worthy of working on that would fit within the mandate of the IBCC, that would be meaningful, impactful, and what do you think? Go ahead. Sorry.
So first, I have some reservations on the forest health, but I'm willing to give it a try. Mainly because our forests are very different, run by different national forests, and having gone through multiple NEPA processes and into lawsuits, et cetera, I don't mind trying to get into some common goals and guidelines as Pat and Ken were laying out. On the other hand, I'm not sure we're not stepping on authorities. We're not going to have a big impact, that we can have sufficient impact, but I'll let you grapple with that, Ken. I would focus more on the ones coming out of maybe a revisit of the no regrets combined with the drought task force activities, because they do tend to congregate around some of the funding, water conservation, particularly, and those are things as water people that we may have a bigger impact on. Thank you.
The idea with forest health is that it may be valuable to have some common goals and guidelines. You're worried about authority or spanning influence there, and where you would focus is around sort of the no regrets and the task force alignment funding, water conservation, and potentially the sort of ag innovation part.
Correct.
Okay. And we'll get more specific about what it is that you want to do with those when we get closer. Go ahead, Steve.
So not original ideas, things that have already been said today, I just want to reinforce. First, Ken mentioned sort of learning from each roundtable what they do right and what they do well. We heard bits and pieces of that at C9. Yeah. I think that's a good conversation to continue, to really learn. I mean, I think Ken and I talked about some of them, things that, well, this basin does, grant review this way. That's a great idea. So I think there's a lot out there, kind of easy conversations, good things to benefit all roundtables. And the second thing, I think Aaron said it, Lisa said it, and I think it was kind of in what Pat was saying is, at least from my mind, looking back at there was a lot of discussions at the drought task force. A lot of stuff got left on the floor because there wasn't time to talk about it. Harder conversations, but conversations that probably need to have in this state. So I think we can go back into that, pull up a handful of those concepts, bring them to this group. So.
Okay, and do you want to get specific about the concepts that you want to?
It was Aaron's idea. I'll let him bring that up.
I'd have to look back at the report after the summer. I think those of us that participate kind of just blanked our minds because there was so much time. But and maybe Lisa remembers, but there were a number of things that we talked about and then didn't get fully baked. I could find out, but I don't know off the top of my head right now.
So that could be something that you would take on. Again, we're coming back to the actionable, what is in the IBCC purview associated with that, and with that lens on. So what else? What else would be meaningful, would be impactful, would be timely, Stan, would be that which you think energize in some ways this group because and maybe it's what Sean was saying, maybe more people will come if it was energized, maybe not. Other thoughts on what to do? Go ahead, Stan.
Right. You know, it's already been mentioned by others here. It's re-looking at that 2002 drought and our 1 year and what was done right and what was done wrong, to update it for maybe use now.
Okay. Any other thoughts? Jeff, I know you and I had a conversation. And it was the question about whether it fits through that criteria.
Yeah,
IBCC, but go ahead.
First of all, I'm so sorry that I have a one-track mind. Because forest health is so important. And the drought task force things are so important. And if we have a repeat of the 2007 agreement, none of that's going to matter a bit to us. So we have got to get the Colorado River post 2026. We've got to do it. And I'm sorry, but it just strikes me that the IBCC can play a role there. We could make a clear, consistent communication to the basin roundtables as to the implications, as to the politics. What's the context here? What are those things that and I know there's difficulties in what can be communicated, but there's probably space there to make sure that every roundtable really understands what's at stake. And my experience has been that talking with people about this trouble, many people do not understand the significance of the problem.
I just
Hit it.
No, I would just say, but we think that, bringing on Michael is a tremendous asset. The statewide messaging, all of these efforts, are those things that you see as positives moving toward what you're talking about?
Absolutely. I think that absolutely they are. And there has to be, this is really part of the debate, Lisa. So sorry, I have like hesitated even to talk about it bigger, but I think the IBCC can play an important bidirectional role in those conversations, both from making clear the implications and bringing back those grassroots ideas and values. That's a lot of work between what I just said and what needs to be done.
And I think your point is about with Michael's role and what, we walk through here, the statewide messaging, and go ahead, Steve.
I really just wanted to follow up a little bit. I think, Michael and the statewide communication team is great. There's great value there. I just hope that as they do state messaging, they incorporate local positions and input as well. And that gets the buy-in from everybody. That's all.
And that you think about what we could be doing.
And John, I'm not very good at being facilitated, just so you know. But it's worked thus far. But that Steve kind of alluded to where I was going to go. It needs to be back and forth. We need to hear from the basin so that what the message that we're giving comes from the grounds up, but also the getting back there. And so I think we maybe need to organize on the Colorado River team standpoint, how do the communications get distributed to the IBCCs? You were elected by your basin roundtables to be here, or you are a governor's rep. And so the expectation is that you are some level of leadership, or you are some level of leader. Jeff, you're a leader. And so you are some level of leader and so your voice will carry. And so how do we give you the things to vocalize, and then how do we clearly convey what we need back from you? And so I think that's something that we're going to need to work on. We have some homework assignments already, I'm seeing. The collective we, not we, me, the we, us, collectively, we have some homework assignments. And so I think John, our facilitator, would be saying, okay, we're gonna work through that. And I think that's some of what how the IBCC can be useful, and so clear communication, it will be there.
Yeah, and so sort of that multi-directional communication implications, basin learning, the drought task force picking up on those pieces, I'm just thinking about, and it sounds like there'd be some homework to figure out from the drought task force. What threads could this group pick up and take to, maybe it's providing policy or guidance or perspectives, best practices associated with that. What else on this list or others that you think that would be helpful in terms of the connecting forward? So we had climate drought example. You know, we've been talking about the low regrets and its relationship to the drought task force. We've mentioned forest health. Those are the three things, ironically, or not so much, that, you know, a couple years ago, those were topics that were brought up as well. What do you want to do? What do other folks who haven't participated here have to say about this? Rick, please.
Yeah, so I'll just pretty much echo, put another dot on a lot of things. Ken Curtis, you mentioned, well, first on forest health, I think very important. One item on that, I think, was prioritization of the benefits, and it's so multi-benefit, and each entity has, like, from a water supplier standpoint, it's water quality, it's sediment, then it might be infrastructure or ecosystem. So I don't know that we necessarily have to prioritize, but we have all of these multiple benefits, and because each entity might have a different, a higher type of priority. The O2 drought was mentioned a couple times. We had the O2 drought. We had 12 and 13. We haven't had a good one in a while. Do we need to wait until the next drought to like take action and do something, right? It always takes a crisis, but can we start to change that mentality and say, okay, we don't have to wait for the crisis to do something? And then definitely, you know, water conservation, and I think low no regret is a good one, because that does tie right back into what Sean was saying about the WSRF criteria, and that's one of the missions of IBCC.
So if we just take forest health, part of it is about thinking about the multiple benefits, listing them, identifying them, thinking about, you know, diving further into the low and / no regret strategy and its overlap with the drought task force, and prioritizing actions. I think a theme that I heard, which was that really fits within the criteria, has to do with developing policies or perspectives, maybe not rise to the level of sort of inexorable truths, but something that can help to guide those decision making. What else? What else we want to do? We're going to move on from this to say, okay, if this is generally where you're headed, what are the characteristics that you want to be known for as the IBCC? So, but I didn't want to short circuit this conversation around what to do. Joanne, please.
Working on more stable funding, particularly as it relates. Working on more stable funding, particularly as it relates to dealing with infrastructure that's outlived its useful life.
So that was one from, I think, both No Regrets as well as the Drought Task Force, is the sort of the aging infrastructure and the sustainable funding source related to that. So what would the IBCC do in that regard in your mind, Joanne? How would it make progress on if you were to take up that mantle of, sort of sustainable funding for water infrastructure? What would you all be doing?
I think either the water supply reserve account needs to be looking at ways to make sure that it's got more stable funding, or looking at the criteria that have to apply to be able to get water plan grant money. The water plan grant has a funding source that's at least stable for now, whereas the water supply reserve does not.
Saw a couple of tents go up. So Ken, Pat, Carlisle, and then Sean, if that's all right in that order, please.
Well, I wanted to make sure that we were behind the messaging effort, where I started my presentation, because that to me is very timely with the state water plan coming out. I think the structure that we've created with the roundtables is a perfect bottom up way to feed ideas to the IBCC as well as the CWCB. We can easily engage obviously you've got Water Education Colorado and a number of other great organizations that are doing a lot of good work for us. So it's a way, and we've always contemplated that the messages that we're going to get is well, it may be intention for the statewide, there's always part of it that has to be specific to the basin. But to identify those themes and to really promote them. It's like one of my favorite sayings is, sorry, I sent you a 5-page letter. I didn't have time to send you a 1-page letter. We wrote a 200-page water plan. Now we need to do the hard work and bring this down, synthesize it for the general public, so that not just the water world in Colorado, but the state of Colorado and all the residents have a clear idea about where we're going and what they can support.
Yeah. So making sure that this idea about communication, messaging, that bottom up, back and forth, multiple way, and then partnering with other efforts to amplify those pieces and have that as a part of the IBCC work plan, if you will. That'd be something that you do. Okay. Pat, I think, and then Carl.
Maybe we can pull this off as an IBCC because it would work at a guiding principles type level. But one of my frustrations with the drought task force was that in my view, the funding recommendations were kind of like, yeah, baseball and apple pie. We get it. It was almost like a surrogate for conflict avoidance in my mind. And so I think I think there are some things where we could make statements as an IBCC, but I want to be careful that we don't just fall into that same trap of not talking about the important stuff, because we can all agree that we need more funding. It's like we need to make that more focused and actionable if we're going to tackle that at all.
Full focus, funding, beyond the fact that you need more of it, more stability, more ability to predict that. What are you thinking about?
Maybe here are areas where we identify things are chronically underfunded, or this is where the system is broken, or this is where more money isn't going to help. There's a bigger underlying cause that needs to be addressed. Something that just really points out it's not just more money is good, because I think we're seeing on a lot of things, and I'll pick on our friends in the lower basin. They're getting a lot of money to take action, but I'm not sure they're durable solutions. So how do we identify things or make recommendations or statements that whatever we come up with needs to be durable and permanent and lasting? That would be a nice easy button recommendation, I think.
No, Carlisle, no.
There is, and Ken, did you want to? Is that a building off of the Carlisle place, and then Becky will on?
Yeah, I really want to emphasize the infrastructure that was really emphasized by the Colorado River Drought Force. It's a huge issue across our state, but I think we got to be careful about not putting too many restrictions on how it's interpreted and leave it a little more wide open than has sometimes been done in the past. You look at some of the agricultural projects that would really benefit a river system. It's hard to identify specifically how those improvements are going to have multiple benefits beyond agriculture. They do have, because if you're using the water in the system more efficiently in agriculture, it's going to benefit everybody. But if you have to put down that, check those boxes that it's going to benefit a lot of other uses, it makes those projects come down low on the grades that we're using, the matrix we're using now. And I think we need to consider a little bit how those type of projects can be more emphasized and better improved, rather than just having to check a one size fits all matrix that may not throw those infrastructure projects out of funding.
I think the funding and infrastructure investments is an important conversation. And I made these comments at the C9 Summit, one of the panels that I was on, that for most of my career, I heard we can't afford, there's just not enough money. And well, now there's apparently once in a lifetime money. And what I'm hearing is we're having a hard time spending the money. So I think that's an area we need to explore. Why is it that we're having a hard time spending money? And I'll say something that's uncomfortable for me to say in this room and even within my own district, and I'll probably bring it up at our annual meeting, is it appears at times that folks in this space want it more for agriculture than the ditch companies want it themselves. And that might be because the money is just difficult to access and difficult to expend and difficult to deal with, and the grants are gnarly and all that. It could be that it's, well, I'm in it for the next 10 years and I'm not sure what the future holds, and that would be a difficult investment to make right now. It could be that the word is out that we're not willing to make investments in what has often been described as deferred maintenance as opposed to infrastructure upgrades. So it could be, as I've hammered before, the language. It could be that we're using the wrong words. But I think that's an area that I would enjoy getting an education and hearing from other basins on how they're addressing that. But locally in our area, it's been a difficult conversation, particularly with the funds that are available.
Yeah, so the task would be task would be to really to identify what are the challenges, obstacles to allocating that funding, particularly IIJA money, or in specifically, and what can the IBCC do to help to understand that and to advance it? Is that?
Yeah, and I'll add to that. You raised a point that I forgot to bring up. So after the Super Bowl, it was all over the news that gambling was at an all-time high, sport gambling, and so I got lots of emails in my office saying, well, then the water plan must be rolling in money, and I said, I don't know. So I don't know. I don't know how that works. If somebody bets $1, do we get 50 cents, and does it roll in, or does it just get into other places? And that would be just funding in general would be a good education.
And
So people have to lose.
And is there a task? What I really want to do is that it's not more than, and education is part of what you're going to do as IBCC, but what's the task that you're going to take on? Because one of the things I've heard is you all want more meaningful things to do that fit within these actionable project pieces. So is it more than educate? Is it sort of, what's the application of it, Sean?
So thanks for that. If I digress, I hated that survey because you asked for all the problems and then you zing us at the end saying, what are you going to do about it? I really didn't like that. I was more interested in telling you what broke. I didn't want to offer solutions. So thank you for that. So I think for me, it helps to just have a baseline of information before I could launch into what's the task. But if I were to speculate on that task, I think having some language and sort of a challenge, if you will, from the IBCC back to the roundtables and perhaps to the CWCB who'd be granting the money of, what is it that we envision with this once in a lifetime funding opportunity? And I'll just tackle that again. Is it making investments in a culture, a culture for Colorado, a rural community way of life? Is it we got to tackle deferred maintenance, and we can just shake our heads about the fact that it should have been done. Well, let's get over that and let's make those investments. If that's something we can rally around as an IBCC, I think that could break the logjam of some of this funding not getting spent on the ground.
Thank you. Carrie, oh, sorry, Becky, sorry.
I was just reflecting on this conversation specifically as it related to funding, and it's somewhat like the chicken or the egg. What comes first? And I think the farther we get along on good projects that are broadly supported, that are ready to go, the more likely we'll be able to get funding support. And so I think that's something to be thinking about as we leave here. It's not just about creating a funding mechanism, making it permanent, but how you do that, how that happens is we have the justification and reasoning for it. And that involves projects, whether they're projects and programs and policies related. And there's connection there. So that is just my thought on that.
So in part, to answer your question, I think there's two things. I'm working on 4 grants now, and it's capacity and it's barriers within the federal grant system. So we have a water plan grant that we're working on with American Rivers just to help our basin dedicate time to writing grants. And so that's part of what I'm doing. And what we're finding is that with the BOR Water Smart grants is that with the applicant A and applicant B scenario, you can only have the same applicant A and B applicants once to apply within one region or with one UEI number. And so that has incredibly constrained us. So we're out there trying to find different applicant B or category B applicants because we have all these projects, but we have to make sure that, for example, like Ducks Unlimited can't work with the Rio Grande Water Conservation District twice on 2 different projects within our region. And that's our region. That's not just Colorado, that's Nebraska and Kansas too. And so like we are competing with surrounding states for category B applicants. So that's a huge barrier for us. We have so many projects that we could put in place, and they are restricting us because they're trying to, I understand they want to diversify who they're giving projects to, but in a lot of rural places, there's only 1 or 2 entities that are doing that kind of work. And so we are being constrained, and we're not sure how we're going to put some of those projects together. So that's a huge thing. And then capacity is the other one, is how many projects can these couple of entities that we're relying on actually put in place? I mean, we're in a stranglehold with engineering. We're 2 years out on just getting the surveys done and then implementation. And so it is not the lack of projects or ideas or any of that at all. And so I think one of the things, and I'm new to the IBCC, so I don't know if this is something that we can do, but I think added value would be, talking to the appropriate people and saying, hey, we can't get projects. We can spend this money, but we can't get projects on the ground because we can't fit within the guidelines of what those constraints are for those federal funds. It's not a lack of projects.
Yeah, Aaron, I think we're sort of talking around the one of the buckets that you might work on is around funding and grants and looking at the impediments to implementation, federal, whether they be sort of the capacity or the barriers associated with those, getting much more, taking on the drought task force piece in some significant ways. Go ahead.
I just wanted to reinforce what Carrie said. I think that's a really good idea. A lot of us have connections to the various basins, so we could help solicit I'm sure everybody has their stories. This is why it doesn't work here. I've never heard that you can't have two. That's crazy. So I think having that as a list, I don't know what we will do to resolve it, but it would be good as an initial task to collect it. These are the barriers we're seeing. And then if that is meeting with federal staff, it's the letter. If it is, I don't know, but I think collecting those stories will be really valuable, at least as an initial step. I hate to just say there's problems, but I don't know how to fix the problems until we collect them. And if we can get them from different parts of the state, I do think that's a useful and like tangible work on that.
Right, and there might be a role for, you know, brainstorming, crowdsourcing sort of those issues at the C9 Summit, and there may be ways in which to take those things. And again, I think the assumption of the IBCC is if you speak with one voice, that's a much more powerful place to be. So the other one around communication, I did hear some interest in sort of the exploring the forest health piece as well. And here's what I'm going to do is just to kind of move us along in this discussion. I want you to be thinking about these filters, right? About where is it that the IBCC can be most productive, can have that impact within the sort of the parameters of your role, and what are the kind of people that you are, the kind of qualities that you need. And so Russ referenced the John Porter qualities and skills of IBCC representatives. I have, we don't know what date this is from. I don't know if, does anyone want to, you know, speculate? Thoughts, insight, as somebody's looking at you, Steve?
It's been around a long time.
Right.
It happened to me the first day I walked in the office.
Right. And so you see some of these categories of your, you know, it's trusted and visionary, problem solving, articulate. I think that, you know, sort of certainly have heard that today. Strength of character, diplomatic, knowledgeable. And then we had the survey, and the survey results you talked about. The two biggest ones are important for the IBCC members is that sense of integrity, working presumably for the basis of not only the basin, but for the state, and communication around that. Communication and collaboration, those kind of go hand in hand. That's the ability to articulate, but also to integrate. So, you know, here this trusted visionary. Next one, here's the qualities. And the question that we have for you, which is, and this might be an addition to the guidebook, to the guide, right? Which is for future members. Here are the sort of the expectations of, here are the things that you're looking for from IBCC members. What do you think? Which of these resonate with you? Other qualities that would be helpful? I think, you know, Pat, you talked about sort of guiding principles, and part of how this reads is that you're negotiating interbase. Part of the underlying piece is that you're negotiating underlying, you know, agreements between basins. I'm not sure, given what we've talked about, that is the work that you're doing. But what do you think is most helpful here? Ken, go ahead.
One that I guess we've tried to share down in our neck of the woods, not always successfully, that's implicit, I think, in these is relationships. That's not exactly the same quality of personality that are brought out in these maybe, but the ability to know who to talk to, or to not be afraid to call somebody over the hill or the neighbor. And so we're always trying to instill in many of our newer folks to show up at a water congress, show up at a round table, pick up the phone and go visit the neighboring project. When Rio Grande calls or anybody else calls, we never turn down a tour because we want to meet them and reciprocate. And Northern likewise has done that with us. So we definitely have to have relationships around Colorado, based on these principles.
It seems like it's very hard to be communicative and collaborative without relationships, right? I mean, I think there's an assumption there, and that part of what you're talking about is willing to go and listen, to go on tours, to meet with folks, and that you know, and knowing who to contact, who to, you know, and being willing to do that itself. So maybe part of that has to do with the quality of an IBCC member is a proactive engager in developing and deepening existing relationships. So,
And support your staff, encourage your board members, drag somebody along to your tour or somebody else's tour. You've got to be proactive for the next generation, because there's always something else to do or a reason not to go on that tour.
okay, good. I'm going to go around the room. Ken, Sean, Lisa.
Sounds like we're having a tour of the Southwest Basin.
Oh.
Going to Arizona?
Yeah, down at Central Arizona Project. Oh, go ahead, Sean.
So refresh my memory. Was this a multiple choice where we were able to select integrity leader, or was it an open-ended question?
It was multiple choice.
Those were our answers. So interesting. Very little of us picked leader, and I'd argue all the things make up the leader, and none of us picked articulate. But we got to be communicative and collaborative and knowledgeable, but apparently we don't have to actually say it in small words that people can understand.
Yeah. Yeah. So, you know, just use this as a reference, use the Porter document as a reference to be thinking about what do you want? What do you think here in 2024 about what make up the qualities of a IBCC member in the context of the work that we're talking about in general? I know we didn't get into much of the specifics around it. So Lisa.
Well, it strikes me, and I don't know if this is just not an out of date list of words that, you know, maybe we don't use commonly as much anymore. Maybe we should start using words like that. I'm not being very articulate, am I? But what I would say, it doesn't matter. But obviously that and other doesn't matter. But, you know, one of the things that, you know, would strike me if there was someone, say, younger at the table would be, you know, change agent or fearless or innovative. And, you know, and all of those kind of new buzzwords maybe are incorporated in solution oriented, but, you know, that kind of courageous, that forward facing, you know, and it's a theme because, you know, I hear Becky saying, you know, we have to have the difficult conversations, and that takes a level of vulnerability, but yet also a level of courage. So it strikes me, and as we talk about transitions and we talk about, you know, self-awareness and just bringing in some new voices, is that in fact what that is bringing in those change agents and, you know, that energy that doesn't seem as reflected in these words, which may be a little dated.
Yeah. Yeah. This idea about, you know, bringing energy, being courageous, being able to have challenging conversations in a constructive way, you know, sort of, and to be self-aware enough to be able to create space along. So those are good characteristics. Yeah. Other thoughts? Pat.
I'm not going to be articulate and I'm going to say a bunch of word salad, so I apologize, but it's this fine art that all of the leaders in the water business I've seen have this skill of being able to set their agenda aside, maybe even step away from their organization from time to time and what their goals are, and think objectively, think big picture, think in the best interests of the state, and really put yourself in someone else's shoes during some times, but then also be a very strong advocate for your basin and for your interests and for your roundtables at other times. I don't know how to boil that quality down into one word, but I think that's kind of the essence of why we're all here.
Superhuman.
Well, can I just add, it's not in there, but it is in John's document, I guess. The diplomatic and non-positional, I better put on my glasses, but, you know, accepted by group members and state leadership as dedicated developing a framework, decision process and outcome without a position, right? Which is at least part of that first half of what you were talking about.
Yeah, but I mean, the concept behind it, whether we call it diplomatic or non-positional, is that you're able, on the one hand, to understand and advocate effectively for your jurisdiction, for your agency, for your district, and at the same time to think big picture and broadly. I mean, that's what IBC, it's a, Interbasin Compact Committee, right? You're meant to do both of those things. Bring the needs and interests and think bigger picture creatively. And I think, again, where we're headed with this is maybe a revised 2024 one pager that might be a product out of this that could serve as a guide. So be thinking about that. Ken, and then Carlisle.
Well, it may not be the primary thing that we do. With a few exceptions in the room, most of us need to be thinking about mentoring, about trying to find those people that in our workspace, in our sphere of influence, in our communities, that will be the next leaders, and mentor them, encourage them. You all remember when somebody did that for you. So good idea to, as an effective board member, whether it's at the roundtable or at the IBCC, is be thinking about how to bring along that next generation and create the same enthusiasm in them.
Yeah. Yeah, sort of the mentoring in a longer term perspective and it's effort, it's time, it's, to be able, if you think about your good mentors or the mentoring that you're doing, it takes intention and effort and something around that in terms of developing that next leader it's something that you're suggesting is an important part of this role here as IBCC. Carlisle, please.
Yeah, I was just sitting here thinking, as we have this discussion, to go back to Russell George's vision when he started the roundtables and that accomplished a whole lot of reaching the goals that we're listing on this. I talked to friends in other states that don't have this process, and they do not have the ability to sit down and talk. By having the roundtables, that made different interests sit down at the table together that didn't have a history of working with each other and looking for joint solutions. This past year, for example, there was a task force in Arizona to try to come up with guidelines on how to manage groundwater within the state of Arizona. It got so unwieldy and so such a poor presentation that eventually all the ag people left the task force because they just, people were not willing to have civil conversations. And I really think that we owe a lot to Russ George for coming up with this concept of the roundtables and bringing people together, that it has had that impact in Colorado.
Yeah. Yeah. And this idea of civility, in terms of how you engage, I think you introduced that. The other part around energy, work, because a lot of things that you're talking about, whether it's mentoring, education, taking risks, sort of being change agents, implementing some of the things that we've just talked about, to me, involves a lot of work and effort. So Sean, go ahead.
So Christmas, it was mentioned in the morning that Water Congress looked a little different in terms of younger people and people of color. And if we're going to be in Durango, perhaps we reach out to Fort Lewis, or that's not the collective we, that's someone who knows Fort Lewis, and invite the students in to sit on an IBCC. I think it was one of the Water Congress panels that had some young folks, and somebody said something like, "You have no idea what a free lunch means." And I was harked back to college and said I would have given my left arm for a free lunch. So if we offer a free lunch, I bet we'll get some students, and it'd be a great way for them to see the sausage making.
So what's the characteristic and so if it's engaging, whether it's youth and Ernest talked about tribal interests or those guys. What's the characteristic of the IBCC member that is doing that, Sean, or others? What if you're, I mean, proactive, it's thinking beyond just who's around the table or who has traditionally been around the table. I'm just trying to get at like
Inclusivity, and mentorship, to use Ken's word.
Okay. Couple more minutes on this, and then I think we've got a couple more things to do. Other thoughts? Have you heard anything here? Sometimes I think it's helpful to put on a different hat and say, okay, what would be the opposite of the characteristics that you would want to have on your group? What would be the things that would drive those farmers out of the room and not come back? And so it may give you an insight into that. So any thoughts on that?
Ability to listen.
Mhm.
You know, if you, no matter how uncomfortable the conversation is or how much you disagree with somebody, to be able to sit there and listen and understand why they feel that way is a skill that I know I'm still working on.
Yeah. Time, ability, willingness to listen, that kind of stuff, especially to things that you disagree with and maybe even vehemently disagree with. Okay. So one of the main things that you're supposed to do, or you can do, is feedback and conduit from the roundtables to the IBCC, a typical report out. And we just want to think about this, about what are some ways in which you can help to facilitate that process. And so, a typical report out could be you didn't meet at all, right? Or you haven't, or it's you're going to, and here are the topics, or we did meet, here's what's discussed. I know some of you use templates associated with how you report back out here. What if we wanted more basin input and that two-way conversation, if you will, with the roundtables? What other questions might you do, or other approaches to get and to prompt more input? Ken, is that up?
I have an idea.
What is it?
One thing that we've talked about, and I know this is guidance that the state is providing us, is that our minutes can be really kind of an obstacle. If they're so detailed, it makes it really difficult for most people to read them and get much out of them, or they're too long to really read and appreciate. We had a practice when I was on city council of the next morning after our council meeting, the city clerk would have out a one-page summary of our meeting. What did we talk about, and was there any decision made? So if we could, that might be a goal that we could provide as an example from not only the IBCC, but maybe the CWCV, and even the roundtables. To show them how to provide a very simple way of communicating what took place, and then we can fill it in from there.
Yeah. I think you mentioned earlier, sorry you didn't have time to write a shorter letter or something along those lines, but something that's succinct and that can be captured. That might be a practice necessarily in a timely way. What else would help? Lisa, and then Andy, and Sam.
Well, the thought comes, and I think Commissioner Mitchell said this earlier, input is only valuable if you can turn around and you're listening and then you use the input. And so I think the creation of some sort of work plan, maybe I realize all of the roundtables meet at different intervals, so it's difficult to kind of zero in on something that could be shared. But, if there's a topic that we're seeking input on, that's asking the questions, getting the feedback, repeating what you've heard, trying to develop that more, and having something in place like that between the meetings where the input becomes really valuable. So the difficult thing is, we're trying to put together agendas, find our form and function, and find that value added. But we kind of have work to do in between, and maybe we just need to define that a little bit more. And then those questions will just come organically, I think.
And so the work in between is involved with summarizing, connecting, sort of, what's the IBCC work in between between either IBCC meetings or between roundtable meetings? What are you thinking?
Well, so for example, if you have questions about what the roundtable would like to see in terms of drought resilience, what does that mean? What would be helpful? What kind of information would be helpful? You take that, you let that germinate, you get some feedback. You make sure that you understand that feedback. You talk about how that could be fleshed out more. And then at the next IBCC meeting, you have something that you can bring back and say, here's an idea. And we kind of tried to put a little form to it.
Yeah.
What do folks think? And see if it's picked up and developed more. And then you can turn it around and it just sort of builds on itself. A lot like the scenario planning did at the beginning.
Good. Yeah. And so again, there's that sort of in between, it's sort of intention, it's plan, and then it's sort of follow through and energy associated with that. Sean, Pat, and then we are going to move on.
Yeah, I think Lisa hit it. I'm reminded in the sort of the heyday of the IBCC with the framework and the low and no regrets, the roundtables were getting into really rich conversations because the IBCC members were coming back and saying, hey, we're wrestling with this thing. I need your feedback and I'm gonna carry the water back to the IBCC. It was a bit of a compromise negotiation sort of strategy or conversation at the roundtable meeting. So there was a lot of passions in there, and I don't necessarily see what we've outlined as quote unquote projects will have that same flair, but I think the roundtable would be interested in giving their 2 cents and we can carry the water back. So I think what questions might prompt more basin input is, well, we got to ask them for the question of, this is what we're doing. What input can we bring back to the IBCC? As far as the minutes go, I have found them helpful, not only in my report, but just to sort of remind myself different conversations that we've had here. And I'll offer up an approach here. And I know Kat's busily typing and she's either notorious note taker or they might find themselves in minutes. A bit of a tangent here. My staff wanted to use AI and I'm an old person that said no. And then I said, all right, surprise me. Do something in AI and don't tell me the AI did it. I just want to see how cool AI is. And it was blatantly obvious that AI did certain work products. But it wasn't bad. It just was clearly not their voice in terms of their written documents, but it actually was pretty darn good. And it took them like 30 seconds, whereas something would have taken hours. So we might flirt with record the meeting and let AI put the minutes together. It might make Pat sound smarter than he is.
Pat, you're gonna be the last word. Yeah. Last word, Pat.
Gosh.
No pressure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how I follow that up, but yeah, back to being set in our ways in old school. One of the most effective things today in this meeting was Becky actually putting some sideboards around our updates and just saying, what's one thing or a brief statement on what you'd like CWCB to know. I think we could all benefit in going back to our roundtables around something like drought resilience or something. Let's come up with 3 questions or something. And, like, what have we learned from the 2002 drought? Why did we do better in 2013 or 2018 or 2021, when water supply got tight? Just some of those seed questions that are consistent that we can all take back and then bring back to the IBCC as part of this information sharing. Just put a little more structure around what we ask of the roundtable and kind of a consistent ask of them back. So that's my thought.
Right.
Without using Chat GPT to.
All right, everybody. Sorry. Thank you so much. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like we should give you a round of applause. Thank you so much. And thanks everybody for participating. We're a little behind and we do have a hard stop on the evening event that we have to clear out for. So we wanted to kind of land the ship on time. I think what might make sense, and maybe if I just back up one. The important thing to note here is that, Jeff and I go to all the roundtable meetings, and this is the report out that we most typically hear, and none of those end in a question mark. So I think Sean kind of got there, but it might just be asking the question, period, whatever that gets us to. Maybe what we do is in a follow-up survey, I think that we could put this out there so everybody could think about it, and maybe you have some more time and you're kind of reflecting on this meeting, as well as this last question that I don't think we're going to have time for, but curious and Ken Curtis and I had a really good quick conversation, but part of I think what we want to do is, and I'm going to turn it over to Kat and Becky here in a second, but we're going to talk about how I think our standard state has always been what we talk about at one IBCC meeting informs the next. And maybe the point that was made of, hey, we don't look at our minutes and we forgot is clear. But for us, we're tracking that. We always populate that. I think what we need to do is take a little bit of a longer view and say, where do we want to be at the C9 Summit and how do we build towards that? So we talked about a lot of good things today. How do we build on that, not just at our June meeting, but in between? So speaking of that, I think one thing that we can do is take this qualities and skills and the qualities of projects and put a draft out there that we can, I think we could probably all live edit or at least workshop. You guys could take back to your roundtable meetings. As Lisa said, they're at different time scales. So some are kind of impromptu and some are quarterly and some are monthly. So you guys will have a lot of time to get there before our June meeting, and hopefully all the roundtables will be able to meet. We'll send that out in a follow-up survey, and the minutes, Sean, they will not be the court reporter minutes. That's more for our digest, but we will do the simplified minutes. An important point for any roundtable out there who's still doing court recorder minutes, not needed. Plus, we're recording everything now, so can always just reflect on that. Just throwing that out there. No, it's hard to let go. Anyway, thank you so much for participating. I thought that was awesome conversation. I'm really excited to see where we can take it, and I will turn things over to Kat and Becky.
Take it away, Kat.
Okay, I'll take it away. I was furiously taking notes, Sean. Thank you for noticing. And what I'm going to kind of talk through is, as Russ said, we always kind of pay attention to the topics that come up at these meetings and reflect them back in the agenda as we heard them. We heard that we want to do that more as a group. And so I'm going to walk through the notes that I took today for topics to address. And if there's anything missing, let me know. So I kind of did some tabs on things that came up multiple times. One of the first being communication. So that consistent, clear communication to and from the roundtables was a really hot topic. We wanted to hear back about the work that Stacy and Carrie are doing as well. Also heard a lot about forest health, the drought and risk tolerance that Pat brought up, scenario updates, and revisiting the no and low regrets version 2.0. A lot of discussion around taking up the Colorado Drought Task Force recommendations and thinking through what we can move forward. And then, of course, a lot of conversation around funding and then addressing either the water plan grant criteria or WSRF criteria and water conservation. And then there were a few other topics that we brought up in various ways. The C9 Summit, discussion about potentially talking about Shoshone in June. And obviously, we always want to keep that Colorado River open discussion on the agenda, so we'll plan to do that. Oh, and last one would be that CWCB guide. So what Russ was just discussing with the survey. If there's anything major that I'm missing there, let me know.
I may just add, it seems if we can pull it off, I'm not committing us, but if we can, maybe we can work with, I heard Ken and maybe Ernest, we're hopeful we could do some kind of either bringing people to the meeting or a tour of some sort for a meeting.
That's great. I'll add that.
Ken invited us all to stay at his house for the entire week. Are we good, Kat, or?
That's all I had.
Perfect. So we're closing in on time, so I'm going to try to be as efficient as possible. First off, I appreciate you stepping through the summary of the things that we discussed today. And they're nicely teed up, I think, for our next meeting. I always built the agenda based on what's been heard, but I'm hoping this comes with a little bit of transparency, that it's actually your thoughts and ideas that are building the next agenda. I think we have some commitments to make sure that we document what we've discussed so that you guys have something to go by as you're going back to your roundtables, and that you're gonna be asking your roundtables questions rather than just reporting out, is what I heard. And I think because we have some time, I hope that allows you to meet with your roundtables before the next meeting and get some input. Some meet monthly, some quarterly, some even less. Whether your roundtable meets between now and then, or if you're a governor appointee, I hope you give some thought to the things that we've discussed today. First of all, I need to thank everyone for showing up today. And when I say show up, I don't mean show up physically. You all showed up. And I think everybody showed up in this room. There was a comment from every single person. And I think that's huge. And that's how we become more inclusive, is hearing those voices and being a welcoming environment. So when I say show up, I meant you showed up. And so thanks for doing that, especially you, Pat, the genius in the room, apparently. Better than AI, I'm gonna call out. But a big thanks to those that also stepped out, Lisa, Ken, as our IBCC PEPO reps, and because this is volunteer. And so you're spending your time to work with staff and facilitate the conversations today. I am extremely excited. I'm really hopeful. And in a time where things are tough, to be hopeful is really a good feeling. And so but that's because of you all. And so I think these are the change agents. And if they're not, we'll just force you to be a change agent. Right, Pat? But I really appreciate it. I'm looking forward to our next meeting. I hope you all are too, and let's get to partying. Anybody have any other comments? And thank you to those that came and kept us honest in the audience. I think that's incredibly important also, both in person and online, remembering that everybody, we sit with the paper name tags, some are older than others, but that all the voices matter. So we appreciate that, and thank you all. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Becky, and thanks for staff doing such a good job of listening.
Oh, yeah. Go, where are we going, Lisa?
Well, so does everybody know, so the post meeting and dinner is held at the Golden Mill, which is, I'm sorry, 3 blocks across the street and 3 blocks east. I'm from Golden and I was the last one here and I'm just kind of like, it's over there somewhere.
2 blocks.
Ford Street, it's Ford Street, 3 blocks on Ford Street.
We can hold hands and walk together.
That's it. That's absolutely correct. And thank you for coming.
Stan,
to
I got
Golden.
your hand.
Now.
Now, we're walking now.
Things will start up officially kind of 4:30. We'll have a little speaker and kind of light reception and then kind of just open up things for dinner. Thanks, everybody.
Nice.